Good evening, everybody. Hello, and welcome to episode 27 of Cometh the Fall and a Hard Place. Hello, folks. Good evening. Hello, Zebus, Varus, Prostar, Fundin, AA Killer, Frosty Gator, Tatsuya, Nuclear Winter. Hello, everybody. I hope that you all are having a good evening. I myself am. I'm very excited. It's D&D night, which means the best night of the week for me. Ladavian, hello. What are they going to do after the TPK in the first 5 minutes? Good question. I suppose we'll see. Nice, fried egg and chicken. That's good stuff. I am excited. The players are making the long trek back to Elion's tier to unpetrify Yuria Zairi, the heiress of Shademore, who had been caught in the petrifying gaze of a basilisk mate. As well, they picked up Yorin, the gold dragonborn cleric, who has been helping them on this adventure thus far. I am excited to see what happens when we get right into it. And the players get to figure out what the source of the beating wings is. Do we have any bets on what the beating wings are? Yeah, Gas Man? What is it? What do you think? Really angry chicken. Huh. You know, I hadn't considered that. A really angry chicken would actually be almost like cathartic, because it would it would be this sort of full circle motion, right? They slew a chicken to get its blood, never used it, and now that chicken, that spirit, is back for revenge, and it desires the blood of adventurers as compensation. Good. Tiamat just cruising by? That would be fucking hilarious. Hold on, guys. Hey, I know we just made this. I'm adjusting it real quick. Pray I do not alter the encounter further. Oh, is that a Dragonborn? Descends onto the party. Kills Yorin instantly. The chicken from Legend of Zelda. Oh, yeah, where like you hit one of them and the whole flock encroaches on you. That'd be good. That's what I should have done when they slit the chicken's throat. Just the rest of the chickens, all of their heads turn. Hello, General. How's it going? Hey, I just wanted to thank you for pointing me in the direction of the town. I didn't want to... I was initially going after Basilisk, but after having my fill of every person that lived in that town, I am content now. I return to the mountains. Thank you. Flies away. Made it a minion fight? Damn. I really should have. Damn it. That'd have been amazing. What is this? Oh, what is this? Highlight appearance. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I think he would I think Alaric would be really upset if he found out Elion's tier got wiped off the map because of his incompetence. Still have to go through 2 days of tests after the week. Oh God. Well, God, I hope that works out for you, General. I hope that you pass those tests with flying colors, or enough to be successful, and you don't have to worry about them anymore. You're welcome. Here, I figured I'd bring you something to sort of commemorate this partnership. I'm going to follow you wherever you go and destroy all of the towns you lead me to. Here, the head of the man who stood against me, throws Gerald's head. Thank you. We are waiting for one of our players to show up, and then we move right into the game. Hello, Anubis. Hopefully you're doing well. If Alaric figures out he's the reason, that'd be pretty hilarious. Can you eat a rock? I have a little book that can tell me yes or no, so let's see. Harvesting. Yanti, Succubus, Striga, Salamander, Rock. The first immediate thing it says is harvesting note. A rock is a gargantuan beast that takes time to harvest. Yeah, it looks like you can harvest blood, feathers, its liver, and its talons. Each have a varying DC. It produces a metric ton of meat. This creature produces 111 pieces of meat, weighing a total of 444 pounds. Now you can roll this to determine. Generally rolling an 8d20 as a gargantuan creature and getting anywhere between 32 pounds or 640. You can also sell it. Hello, Chris. It is a metric ton. The only thing is that these creatures don't carry loot on them, right? They're non, like, they don't have opposable thumbs or pockets, right? So they're not going to carry a +2 greatsword, but they do have like hordes and stuff that you can go carry around. No, a cart is not big enough to carry a gargantuan corpse, I'm afraid. Huge, maybe. Gargantuan? No. The rock ate the +2 sword? Maybe. Maybe. You can turn its talons into a +1 weapon, though, with a skilled blacksmith. Or an expert weaponsmith, sorry. So that's pretty cool. Rock claw axe. Looks like we're gonna need a bigger boat. Puts on sunglasses. Yeah. And they're pretty cool. This creature is about 50 feet long and has a 200-foot wingspan. Yep, that thing's fucking huge. Very cool. And because of its nature, the type of creature it is, you can safely eat the meat. Unlike a lot of creatures, generally monstrosities, aberrations, stuff like that, you don't want to eat the meat of. You'll get sick. Basilisks technically shouldn't be good to eat either. They're also monstrosities. It's just something about the basilisk mates, the way that they're, the way that they were raised or whatever, they were edible, which is also another signifier that something is wrong. You shouldn't be able to eat basilisk meat, and yet they were able to. So something is definitely not right. Also makes me think of the dragon in Lendel. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, no, Varys, you're right on time. Well, Manny, oh God. Manny, if you're able to train them, you don't even have to take out their eyes. They can just be your friends. Hello, Momo, and hello, Raiders. Welcome. Good evening, everybody. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am the Crown DM, and welcome to D&D. Hopefully you guys had a good stream. I saw Momo was playing Assassin's Creed, if I was not wrong. Ooh, you were playing the best Assassin's Creed. Yeah, Black Flag is literally the best one. It's all downhill after that, I'm afraid. Brotherhood is your current favorite, really? But you were told to play Black Flag. I mean, whoever told you to play it has really good taste, because Black Flag is amazing. Have I played Odyssey? That's the one set during the Greek times and everything, right? You play as like the male or female character. I've heard good stuff about it. I still heard that there's a lot of like microtransactions and stuff like that. But hello, welcome. To those of you who do not know, I am the Crown DM. I run Dungeons and Dragons for 5th edition in my homebrew world, which you will be seeing tonight. as well as being the dungeon master for Momo over on her channel every Sunday for the Secrets of Eurus, as well as making maps, monster creations, preparation, and teaching about D&D as a whole. If any of that interests you, you're more than welcome to stay. As well as we have a community Discord where we are attempting to grow and unite the D&D community in a chance of rebuilding what had previously been lost. So, if you're interested in TTRPGs, D&D, and the like, you've come to the right place, and I bid you welcome. Hello, Red Wolf. You are far too kind. Now then, with all of our players in one place, all of our friends are ready. Jesus, hold on. Guido, thank you very much for the insanely generous gift to the community. 20 gifted subs. Thank you very much. We haven't started the game. Wolfmaster. Your generosity is appreciated, not at all required. Thank you very much. Wolfmaster, thank you very much for the gifted subs to the community. That is very kind of you. You both are insane. Thank you very much. So, with all our players together, we are going to hop on over and get ourselves introduced. Figure out a little bit about who they are, what they've done, where they're going, and hop right into it. So why don't we go meet all of them? Good evening. Yeah?
Hey.
Hi.
Hello to you too.
Hi.
Pain.
Howdy, folks. How's everybody doing this evening?
Pretty good.
Certainly doing.
Yeah. Just doing. You want a drink?
No, I have one. Good, thank you. Momo,
Hi.
did you enjoy Assassin's Creed?
She is currently preoccupied, and she will be right back.
She feeding the dogs?
No.
Well, she's certainly tending to the dogs as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be that.
Okay. Well then. Oh, Jesus Christ. Guys, we haven't started the game yet. Red Wolf, thank you very much for the bits. That is insanely kind of you. We were already at a level 5 hype train. Completely unnecessary. The content's free. Don't got to pay for it or anything like that. But I do appreciate it.
I found this in the couch.
Thank you, Octo. Thank you very much.
Can I have your couch?
Yo, there are bits in there?
I'm gonna shake that out.
Everything, first time watcher, and I'm deeply interested. Oh, well. Welcome. This is the 27th episode, so it's a little far. Characters already established. There's already the world and everything like that. But you are more than welcome to come watch, get introduced. And if you happen to like it and happen to have a lot of free time, the highlights of the games are all on my channel. And you're more than welcome to watch. We're just waiting for one of our players to get themselves situated, and then we'll get right into it, get introduced to everybody's characters, a little bit about them, where you guys are going, and what's in store. Until then, what are you guys' plans for the 4th of July?
Plans? What?
I can show you my plans.
It's a federal holiday, isn't it? Doesn't that mean most people get it off?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not working. That's what
Yeah.
you mean.
I'm
Yeah.
off. Let me see. I'm sure my plans are under the desk.
You're not like going to go barbecue with your brother or anything like that?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet.
I plan to make a blood sacrifice to George Washington, like a rabbit or something. Yeah.
Like a rabbit?
Yes, play out the innards of a rabbit on some crook stone.
Oh.
Just remember that this is America, and
Read his words through his organs. Yeah, the land of the free. I'm being free. Let me be free.
it's all about
Hell
Beer.
yeah, brother.
beer, barbecue, and guns.
Yeah. Yeehaw.
I just
Yeah.
want Georgie to have my back in the days to come.
I'm smoking. Ooh, you're smoking meat kitten? That's fucking awesome.
So you're trying to become a warlock.
Oh, I see you're attempting to bring about an opening to hell. Kieran.
Excellent.
Oh, yes, maybe.
That's a
lucky.
lot. Where'd you get that? Isn't that
What the fuck?
illegal mostly?
Holy shit.
Shh.
What
Don't say
federal
no.
agent did you kill to get that much?
Light Brigade. Oh my god.
The term is bribe. We bribe federal
They
agents.
know they.
We don't kill federal
Rana
agents
absolutely
in
killed a
Minecraft.
federal agent.
in Minecraft. In Minecraft. In
There is
Minecraft.
there is a federal agent missing somewhere in that state, and they don't know where he went.
Well, she's got 2 agent disposal units. You just have to cut them up real small.
That's some real America shit right there.
Oh yeah, brother.
Tomorrow I'll be taking my children to fireworks, and then we are going to cook some hot dogs and hamburgers out on a grill.
Mm.
And I'm going to try to avoid people while I finish this wonderful bottle of vodka.
Are you or Atomic grilling? Who's the griller?
He is.
Okay.
Wait, so this is gonna be my first 4th of July in the
Yeah.
US.
Wow.
Happy Treason Day!
Listen here.
Uh-oh. It begins.
Don't you settle down with that.
Uh-oh.
Settle down with that. That garbage right there.
No, you started it. Look what you've done.
I knew he'd take the bait. Yay!
I'll show you some treason.
It's only treason if you lose.
I think that's the truth, though.
Welcome back, Moma.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry I was late.
You're
I
fine.
thought we played at 8 p.m. I forgot that we changed the time. I thought that was just a one-time thing. I apologize. I'm
You're
here.
totally fine.
I'm present.
Were you enjoying Assassin's Creed?
Hell yes, I was. That shit is fucking sick.
Yeah. Good.
Did you know it has a co-op feature?
In Brotherhood?
No, in Black Flag.
Oh, yeah. I was like, I thought
Yeah,
they,
that's-
they sort of did away with that after a while. I didn't know they had. But yeah, Black Flag's really good.
Why didn't you invite?
Fucking awesome. I love. Yo, Ed's smile.
Yo, Ed's
Yeah.
the best character
No,
in the Assassin's Creed series,
hot,
brother.
dude. He's so hot.
I don't know what they did, but the stars aligned when they made that game, and the characters are like super compelling.
Yeah, I really love, like, I've only played the first part, but God, what's his name? The first guy you meet that you save on the beach.
Fatso? I don't know his name.
Wow. Okay. Rude.
Yeah, it is.
Holy crap,
Like
that's
the guy in green, he's such a good character. I really like him too. Oh my gosh, I'm loving Edward's character, or Duncan. He's great. I love him. He's great.
Trust
That
me,
one
he is.
smile he did, that little grin, and I was sold. I was like, oh my god, this guy's great.
Yeah, he is one of my favorite, like main characters for the Assassin's Creed franchise.
He's so, I don't know, he feels very real.
Oh, all of the characters feel really well done in that game.
Like, when he's saying a lot of the mannerisms, I noticed it feels like he's not just saying them because a writer wrote him to say it. He's saying them because he experienced learning them, you know? And I really like it. I really like it.
Yeah, he's not just saying good guy stuff.
Oh yeah, no, Edward is not a. He's very charismatic.
I just like that he sounds like when he says things, like the terms he says, he sounds like he learned to say them that way through, experiences rather than just, oh, the local jargon for this area is, oh, flabbergasted,
Mhm.
Look at me.
So
I
good.
am currently being Greek at this particular moment.
Yeah.
My favorite as well is it's where I got my love of sea shanties from. So, yeah,
Bro,
amazing game.
I love the sea combat in the game.
I fucking love sea shanties. And the combat, beautiful.
Right. Welcome, adventurers, the party, to episode 27. We're going to go ahead. We're going to introduce everybody's character. You're going to tell me who you are, what you're playing, being your racing class, and then a little bit about you. And we're going to go down the line, starting with Alaric.
Me? I play Alaric Crowayne, half-elven born in the empty and endlessly vast steppes of Karim. He's a prince to a ruling mother, son to an absentee father. Despite the station he was born into, to ruling Karim and oversee the 13 tribes means hunting. It means fighting and proving one's worth even since young. Wealth, strength, and one's virtues being the sole defining factor of one's worth. Though he discovered Shelir, and through him he's come to discover himself, Alaric is far from reached the full tenets of the Wildfather, and as his paladin, he shows his belief for the Wildfather. And when his day comes to die and perish at last, he only hopes that the Wildfather too believes in him at his last moment.
Thank you. Kellen.
I play Kellen Aldane, and is a variant human ranger. Being raised in under a half-elven father in a area mostly predominant with elves. It was kind of a natural falling into that lifestyle, and later joined the Grey Watch, a militant organization that hunts monstrosities and other threats in the wilderness. Yeah. Currently dealing with a sort of change, a revelation in his past for his heritage being that of descended from humans of the First Age, with his uncanny silver eyes and height, and some other things that he probably will find out in time.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Marana.
I play Rana Lamordia, a level 3 Dampier rogue who has recently acquired some strange abilities to speak with the dead, as well as utilize at least part of their power in combat. Morana hails from the distant land of Vinheim, a place where mages and dragon sages hold sway over the ruling class in politics. But her family is from Malgrove, a hamlet at the land bridge into Vinheim, and stands as the bulwark between the mages and the horrors of the Grimwald. This being her first real hunt has ended in no small modicum of failure, and has led Marana to think a little bit more critically of herself and her place amongst her family's esteemed lineage.
Thank you. Sabine.
I play Sabine Lillian Rousser, female protector Asamar, and paladin of devotion of the god of love and emotions, Sariel. Hailing from Katarina, which she believes is the center of art and progress in Tyros, she serves as a dame of the Order of the Rose, a group of escorts for the noble houses of Tyros. Now she looks to help people feel and experience their emotions to the fullest, and protect her newfound friends along the way, even Alaric.
Thank you. Silveril.
Greetings. I am Cyril von Ashfeld, Ward of House Ashford, the Sworn Blades. I am a level 3 high fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. I endeavor to seek the truth of this hidden malicious rot that finds itself squirming through my family. It has affected a lot more than just myself. I will stop at nothing to find why all of this has happened and how I can correct it for the people of the Ettenmore.
Thank you. And finally, Yorin.
I am Lokria Yorin, a level 3 life cleric. I am one of the fabled dragonborn from Eland itself. I used to be a lord, held titles separate from the humans that run this place. No mere soldier was I, but a captain. However, due to the pride I felt for my nation, injured pride by Tiamek's ilk, and a pursuit of glory, I overstepped, and those titles were stripped from me, and I was put into exile. Now, years later, I have reinvented myself not as a soldier, but a hermit and humanitarian, seeking not glory for myself, but the good of the people of Tyros, looking not to change the politics, nor sway those in charge, but merely to see that mouths are fed and bodies are clothed and kept warm. I have found myself in the company of these 5 adventurers due to a favor for an old friend, Geralt. This has led me into its own adventure, and I wait to see where it shall take me next.
Thank you. Now, who recounted last week?
I did.
Please pick somebody to recount.
Savine,
I'm the one who picked you.
good. Lokria,
Ex-
What?
that's a perfect answer. That means you don't get to recount.
What? I was
Yorin,
not prepared.
your recount.
Sheet. All right. I heard it before I saw it. The tragedy, the fight, the violence. It is what spurred me to their aid. Having arrived here at the request of Geralt, I have tracked the party for several days now, waiting to see how their hunt would go. It was unfortunate I found the answer at their campsite. Though finding Basilisk slain, I noticed very quickly that they were both suspect of me, understandably so, after the battle, and that they had lost one of their own to, well, their Basilisk's unique gaze. I knew Geralt would not like that. I had promised to bring them all back. I do not like breaking my promises. I introduced myself, of course, and like I said, they were suspicious, especially Arik, who demanded proof that I actually knew Geralt. A sign of the times when one cannot even trust a dragonborn in the Ettenmore. So I offered him information. Geralt's past life as a champion of Ashford, his old glory-seeking days before he became like myself. tragically wiser. While they were not fully convinced of my intent, they were placated, and I was able to heal Alric of his wounds before we changed the subject to the more practical, our next move. The party insists that this woman of stone, Yuria, I believe they call her, can be healed, and insist on bringing her along despite her size and weight at this point, herself now full obsidian, weighing, well, more than even I can lift, I am sad to say. While we debate, the elven one separates herself from the party. I do not know what she does, but she comes back and announces that we are blessed by something named Olwyn. She says we have about a day to be free of sight, free of being tracked by this basilisk king, before whatever blessing she has bestowed upon us fades away. We decide to do what we can in that time and escape. Despite the fact that the party and myself have not rested fully, we bind this now statuette with bedrolls and rope between myself, the ranger Kellen, and the oversized half-elf Alric. We managed to get her in some sort of contraption that will allow us to drag her through the woods. I suggest to them that we do not go directly to Eliond as it is too far away, but instead head north towards the ferry, as it is a shorter distance, and from there we can find transport. I am also aware of its less than honorable nature, but I see little other choice in the matter, and I prepared to spend the little coin I have during that trek. The pale one. I do not believe I ever got her name yet. Pale with red eyes, also separates and seems to gather some of the basilisk's bile. Curious procedure. I do not know how it will help, but, well, they probably know more than I do, since they went on this hunt. Once that is done, we move. It is a long and arduous process. Sildaril and Alric forced to drag their companion through brush and leaves and bush and forest. I do what I can, begrudgingly, with my tail. How the mighty have fallen, or at least the pompous. And we take our time. Along the way, about the next day, I believe, we have to consider rest or to continue and let exhaustion take its toll upon our forms. Kalen, I do not know how he knows, but he suggests that there are monsters to the south, at least 10, and further implies that this may very well be the basilisk and its kin hunting us. It makes me wonder what they were doing hunting so many, with so few number. But that is a question for another time. Perhaps he was mistaken. He did not seem fully certain. Anyway, we decide we cannot take the risk and we continue, compounding the exhaustion, the weariness, the arduous journey. The next day it begins to rain. But Kellen proves useful once again. and proves that he is experienced in these woods. He guides us away from the riverbeds which start to melt under our feet, stirring up mud and compounding our trials, and instead finds us on a cobblestone pathway, letting us bypass the squelching mud. After 2 days of exhausting travel, we arrive upon the town, Erm's Ferry. Erm's Ferry, I know, is known for at least 3 things. The greatest is a saying: when you shake your hand in Erm's Ferry, count your fingers. I knew coming here would not be a pleasant stay, but we had little choice, and I could see it on the faces, and I am sure if my face were readable, I too would be as bedraggled as my friends. It is not long before we are halted by the guards. Ragtag individuals, clearly volunteer, probably militia, with bits of clothing, no clear pattern or symbology, just men with big sticks and swords, and thicker leather than the peasants that, well, do what peasants do. They inquire, of course, why we are here. We give them a mostly honest answer, saying we are hunting basilisks, and one of us fell victim. I am careful not to mention our desire to return to Eliond, as I know that Eliond and Erm's Ferry are not necessarily the most comfortable of neighbors. This is when I first encounter Alaric's personality. Both he and the woman Sabine ask for help, and even offer coin, which I think unwise in this kind of place. You do not want to float coin when one should be counting their fingers. Nevertheless, the guards take their silver and name themselves Robert and Neil. Whether these names are real or not, who can say? And I fail to see what it matters, but Sabine seems insistent on trying to root out the true name of, I believe it was Robert. I do not believe she is successful in this. Alaric, meanwhile, gets upset, berates the man, and calls him stupid. The younger militia take it well enough. Instead of stabbing us, they laugh at us as we move on our way. Before we leave, however, they do let us know that to see Mr. Pearson for rooms, and a lad by the name of Shane, who is the stable hand. They label him as a shady individual, and later I would learn that they are not entirely correct. At least not yet. We meet the second group of militia, and it is much the same. They ask our business, we repeat our answers, we move on, after they'd let us know about Mr. Pearson and Shane. A third time we are stopped, and I must admit my nerves were starting to feel the old heat. But I held my tongue. They ask why we are here. We offer the same question, the same answers. And again, we are recommended to see Mr. Walter Pearson for rooms. They also, perhaps a little more helpful and older than the others, say to be careful of a Mr. Theodoric White, the constable. They let us know that Mr. White is not a friend of foreigners, and will ask us questions in a certain way, as they say, to try to root out the truth, whatever the truth may be for him. We continue, dragging the statuette, until we arrive at the town square, seeing that it is mostly empty. We, of course, stick out like a sore thumb, myself included. Especially me, I suspect. And no one is particularly interested in scouting the area, exploring what could be in the ferry. We all get the same feeling. This place, the peasants, the ferrymen, they do not welcome outsiders. I find that somewhat ironic for being a place that is known for its ferry, but, well, who am I to judge? Anyway, we make it inside the inn. We are mostly ignored inside this seedy tavern. The only one who cares about us is an older gentleman with a sunken and wrinkled face, speckled with splotches. Half his face seems limp, unmoving, probably from tragedy in his younger years. He is indifferent to us, seeing us as probably the day-to-day business of running this place. No innkeeper like Geralt, to be sure. I doubt he would have appreciated the comparison. He offers us rooms. We accept. We are about to go about our business, but Sabine seems insistent on trying to act nice to this man, to gain his favor. Then the man gets suspicious, which tells me the general attitudes of this place. Siluriel interjects, but Sabine snaps. And this in turn infuriates Siluriel, who, angered by Sabine's actions, uses a strange power that I have not seen before to move this frozen Yuria up the stairs. The party not wishing to keep Yuria out and vulnerable to, well, greedy fingers and prying eyes. I notice that once this feat has been accomplished, it suddenly gathers the attention of most of the patrons, especially a younger man, a balding individual in shabby armor. I glare at him and warn him of the weather. The man grunts and slips out, and it is apparent as I watch him that he is leaving with purpose as he wanders further into the town square. Later I would learn that this man is William's son, the general store's, or excuse me, that his name is William, and he is the son of the general store's owner. This I learned from Mr. Pearson after giving him some change, which I am sure only roused his suspicions further, but I thought it necessary to be sure that we would be safe, at least for the night. Regardless of what was done, we all eventually returned to slumber, the public housing where other men sleep is our fate. Yuria, who we had to pay for despite her obvious evidence that she is not going to be sleeping, or maybe is locked in eternal sleep, who can say? Once she is positioned and we rest in the two small beds, we awaken the next morning. The rest of the party seems to have taken watch, or at least Silveril did, as she is the first out. And Sabine, I learn later, unfortunately, probably due to waving her coin around earlier to the militia, has found herself even more penniless than before. What gold she had has been taken from her. Sabine and Siluriel. I hear vague noises from down below. I had not made it down, but I can hear them bickering. It is probably from whatever happened last night. I do not intervene. This is not my business. Obviously, this is interpersonal issues. And I am honestly too tired and too hungry to care at the moment. I decide to be productive, along with Alric, and I believe Sabine as well, and go and find the Shane individual wanting to leave as quickly as possible. This is where I learn of the deception of the guards, for Shane, upon meeting him, was not as shifty as they say, but actually quite timid, especially upon seeing me, whom he addressed as Lord, and gave me due respect, or at least the respect I would have been due in the old years. We ask, and he offers to take us to Elion for a very cheap price, but no less more than we can afford in our state. I myself have not been collecting coin, and it seems neither has anyone nearby. So instead, I agreed to give him the one thing I have of great value, my bag of holding, something that has been very useful during my travels alone. It seems to astonish and surprise him. At first confuse him, as he did not know what it could do until I showed him. He refuses, saying it would only get lost. However, Sabine convinces him to take it as, I believe as she puts it, collateral. And I promise him that Geralt will pay him once we have returned to Eliond. I can only hope that promise is true and Geralt is not too angry at me when we arrive. I hate to make promises for others, but I in turn promised the return of this party, and this seems to be the best way of doing it. When we return, Silver once again uses her power to bring Yuria into the cart. And this upsets Shane, saying that the constable does not like magic or odd spells like that. I suspect, due to the way that Shane says it, that if we ever meet this constable, it will not be on friendly terms. Regardless, it is not something to worry about at this moment. And we travel down the road, what seems to be the easiest part of our journey so far, as we are resting within the cart. That is until, about halfway through our journey to Eland, we hear the heavy beating of wings. And that is where we left off.
Superb.
That's great. Good job.
Wow.
Yes.
We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna slap that there. Okay. Now, as the night had begun to settle, the rain beginning to lift somewhat, still present, the beating of wings makes itself apparent. The displacement of rain that sends it scattering elsewhere as a shadow begins to descend. Not one, but two. You would watch as a figure slams into the path before you, causing the horse to kick up, its whinny screaming out into the air, as you would watch a figure, its long outstretched wings sort of pulling back now, dark like the night sky, a shadow. You would hear this low, audible growl that resonates from within its chest as its clawed feet push into the ground. Its oddly humanoid face peering back at you as we map transition. Slamming into the ground, its wings furling in, you would watch as it gives but a moment's hesitation before its tail flicks forward, firing out these iron-like rods towards Shane. And its initiative.
Oh no, he's cute.
Oh man, why'd you even make me look for this guy's fucking picture?
I told you,
He's fucking dead.
I told you I found the art from a different artist that you had linked. So,
My snap
Who
reaction.
cares?
what's your reaction?
I'd like to dive in front of Shane.
I was
Oh,
gonna.
wow.
I'm sitting on the same seat. I'd like to fling myself in front of him.
I was gonna snap reaction impose disadvantage.
You are in the back of the cart.
I,
Cyril, yes, you may throw yourself in front, which means you will be taking the hit. So,
And when I mean throw myself in front, I mean gift of the metallic dragon.
okay, hold on. Which one is it?
Both.
One's very heroic. The other is imposing some ability. What? Link your metallic dragon bonus, please.
I'll just throw myself in front of him.
Okay. Then it's initiative.
You know, just a you know. I gotta make it more French.
Okay.
Oh,
Wait.
Wait.
oh, I gotta throw myself.
Launch yourself in front of him. Fromage!
Allez.
Aladdin!
Baguette!
Set your dog.
Mama.
Bagabadoo, Munchie!
I'm sorry to all
Okay.
the French in chat.
Okay, you psychopaths, calm down.
Hey, it's my character, okay?
Kellen,
I was like, why
you're
is
in.
Syria gray? And then I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Initiative, sorry.
Yeah.
Just in some shit.
I was finishing up my notes. Go.
Yeah.
Okay. The Nightmare Manticore fires out with their tail spike, being intercepted by Silro. You would, as you push yourself in front, managing to shove Shane back, who is already, their hands sort of immediately throwing themselves up as if ready to they can't do anything. You impose yourself, and that iron-like rod connects across your armor and sort of scrapes to the side, narrowly missing both of you. You'd watch as it sinks in through the back of that seat that you're sat on, sort of piercing through several inches out towards the rest of your party. You managed to keep him from getting ganked. Top of initiative, Kellen Aldane.
Boy. Which one fired? The one, the black one, or
The Nightmare Manticorn, the one directly in front of you.
Okay, so wait, this is front. Here?
Shane and Siluril are in front of the cart. They are driving it. So you are in the back.
I had some weird inkling that we were going the other way. I don't know why, but okay.
Here, I got you.
I tried to put a cart down. I tried to put a cart down,
These are
but
the
all of
wheels?
them were too weird.
Okay, these are the wheels. Here's our little seat that we're cuddling together on. Okay. And then here is horse.
I apologize for that. Anyway. Hey, a cart. Look at that. Amazing.
Told
okay.
to be an artist.
A little horsey. Look at that go.
What are you doing, Kellen?
Horse.
All right.
That's a
Well,
fucking horse, all right.
yeah. Nightmare D-bag already went. So I can just dive off the cart, move normally,
Yeah.
correct? Alright. I'm going to do just that. I'm going to go over here. And it will take an archery shot at this guy. This one. That one. That thing.
Okay.
Actually, hold up. I'll do the hunter's mark first since it's a bonus action.
Perfect. It would just be your movement to get out of the cart. So, which one are you hunters marking?
The same one that I was going to shoot at. Here,
Perfect.
Linky dinky. There you go. Skibidi-bop. And I suppose I know anything about manticores.
Let's see. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a nature check?
Ooh.
15. You would learn that manticores are, rather you would know, manticores are wicked predators that delight in devouring intelligent creatures, especially dwarves and humans. They fling iron spikes from their tails with deadly precision. And it's not uncommon to find them hunting in small prides. It's very rare to catch them hunting by themselves unless they are a sort of, I think it's secular, right? Creature. They don't... but generally they hunt in small prides up to 5 at most. Generally 2 to 3.
And no 15, I don't really know of any kind of weakness, though, I'm sure.
None that comes to mind.
Okay.
Generally, these creatures aren't they're not like light sensitive or anything like that. They don't generally have weaknesses.
Right. Okay. I will take the first shot at it, and let's see how that goes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Alric. I don't know why secular kept coming to mind.
Because it sounds basically the same.
All right, let's see your shot. Celero, you are on deck.
I understand.
That creature has not yet acted, is that correct?
The one you are targeting? Yes, it has not acted yet.
All right, well, due to Natural Explorer, I get advantage on features that have not yet acted. On your first turn during combat, you have advantage on... Oh, I was thinking, there you go. Scooby-Doo.
Perfect. Let's see your bow shot at advantage.
And I would like to use one of the hogweed vials.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm just going to...
Pulling one of those arrows free, knocking it and firing it. Go ahead and shoot.
Oh, didn't do the thing. Good thing it was advantage. Holy fuck.
Good thing.
Very good thing.
22 hits. Okay. We are going to roll a con save for this creature.
I mean, the initial thing is trying to hit it in the face, right? And pose that.
Indeed.
But...
And indeed, that arrow catches the sort of vial there, shattering across the face of this humanoid creature. And you would watch as it immediately rears back, its head snapping back, paws coming up to try and sort of claw, sort of smearing at the fluid that's there. And it is temporarily blinded.
Ooh, sick. Right, and then I get, let's see, well, that's its first damage, but I believe Hunter's Mark gives me some additional damage.
Oh, remember, we didn't do damage for those arrows because you don't have like a tip or anything like that.
Oh,
it was meant to impose the condition on them. But you would get your Hunter's Mark because it technically counts as a successful hit, so...
I'll just kind of 1d6 it and just...
Yeah, go for it. 4 points. Yeah, the creature rearing its head back, its strange sort of spined mane that it has, its weird multi-road teeth mouth pulled open as it's screaming audibly. And it sounds very human, the scream.
Okay. I have 10 feet left. I'll just go here and try to gain some modicum of cover from a truck. I don't really know if that'll matter, but there you go.
Celero.
All right. I'd like to use my action to try to get Shane off the cart and under it.
Okay. Are you attempting to shove him, direct him, give him a command? What are you doing?
Princess carry.
You're going to princess carry him.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check. Perfect. You, as he's sort of, you would notice that during the entire time he's been riding, by the way, he has a quarterstaff, but the quarterstaff has a lantern hanging from the top of it, sort of used as like a guiding, sort of almost akin to like an angler light. And as you're picking him up, he sort of fumbles with it, dropping it, and instinctually is just looking for any means of safety, of which you were able to pull him up and begin moving out of the cart. I will say this is half of your movement, I will say it's not an action because he is a willing creature. So if you want to use half your movement to get out of the cart and sort of put him or get him close to being able to get underneath.
All right. Then I will do that. She will. I like to imagine he's probably a little scared, and so
He's
she's
horrified.
Like, yeah, she's like, move. And then when he doesn't, because he's petrified, she places a gauntleted hand on his back and just kind of scoops him up and like scoots him off the edge with like swinging her feet off and like rolls with both of them under the cart.
Perfect.
Stay down.
There's just vigorous nodding now as he is. He will listen.
She will pat on his shoulder before climbing out from underneath the cart. And as she does so, I'm going to use my bonus action for Psionic Recharge.
Okay, as a bonus action, you regain 1 expended psionic energy die. You sort of... What does that look like?
So when it's anything psionic that happens with Silveril, it's always this flash where these normally very flat, dull, yellowish golden brown tattoos are on her body. Anytime she uses this psionic energy, they flash and they don't illuminate, but it is a reflection of light and just golden scales that look like they're crawling their way out of these tattoos. And
Perfect.
her eyes will light up.
Oh, Bahamut.
Praise Bahamut!
Praise up.
Okay.
And she will draw forth a nasty looking flail with dragon heads, claws, and wings and scales all around it.
Okay.
I think that would put me here.
Oh, I was assuming, yeah, if you want to be there.
I would have taken him down under here and put him under the cart.
Perfect. So, yeah, you would still have 15 feet of movement.
Let's see how far I can get. And she would probably move. What happened to the horse?
It's desperately trying to get rid of, or try to get rid of the briding that's on it. It's trying to get free. It's horrified.
I will free action call out to Alaric. Alaric, if that horse gets free, we have no one to bodyguard. And I will move in front of, near the horse, in an attempt to bolster it and take the attention away from moving food.
Perfect. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check. Let's see if you can draw the attention of the Nightmare Manticore. Let's see. I'm going to roll a check for it real quick. Just bear. It sees you sort of imposing yourself.
I do have glowing dragon scales.
You do. You're also very small. Just barely. Its attention sort of focusing on you for a moment, and you would notice something strange about this manticore as well. Compared to the other one behind, which has sort of natural fur colors, these draconic wings that spread out, this figure is jet black all the way across. And you would see not only do they have one mouth, they have 3. The mouth spread across underneath their nose where a normal mouth should lay, and across their cheek there is one, and under their throat there is one.
Oh, brother man, we're dead.
And as its eyes sort of focus on you for a moment, its focus immediately shifts to the others in the cart. Are you doing it? Well, that was your action, your bonus action, your movement, free action. I'll say you're good.
Would the marking on my hand have any reaction to this creature?
Yes.
You know it! Oh, fuck.
Marana Lamordia.
Ah, fuck!
Neat. And
You immediately have very familiar visions. This creature is familiar.
Yo, this creature's a familiar? Nice.
More like you correctly guessed what it was.
Yep.
What are you doing?
First calling out. It's the Manticore from Reynolds. Bounty. And seeing Kellen blind the one at our flanks. I have a quick question about the cart. Does it have like a lip?
A lip?
Like kind of like in the back or like
Like a tailgate?
yeah, like a tailgate.
Oh,
There
a
we go.
lift. I thought you said lip. Yeah, it would have a lift.
Okay, so it has like a little tailgate.
Yeah, a little
thing
flap. Otherwise, Yuri would have fell out.
Cool.
Welcome to UPS.
Yeah, they're not. It's not FedEx. They're not going to let the package fall out halfway through the travel.
Stop that. No, I throw that shit out.
That's harsh.
But true.
So much for that FedEx sponsorship.
Sponsored by the government, baby. Marana, what are you doing?
Okay, neat. Well, knowing what I know about manticores, I kind of want to make a shot at this one, but I want to aim for its wing to try and ground the thing.
Ooh. You can certainly try.
Because it's blinded, I have advantage,
Indeed.
so we'll give it a shot. Oh, I forgot to roll with advantage. 1 sec.
Go ahead. If you go back to your short bow, the one you just rolled,
Yep.
in the chat, just hit the space. A little plus.
Well,
There you go.
20.
Perfect. That hits.
Cool, because I have advantage, sneak attack.
Indeed. Let me check, make sure blind doesn't like auto crit or whatever.
Nope.
Just have advantage. All right, cool. And 3 points of sneak attack.
So 9 point total.
You doing your weird wails from the grave?
Not currently, no.
Okay. I'm going to roll a save for this creature. Okay. At least for now, they are temporarily grounded.
And she'll just call out, I got its wing. And then, knowing their tail spikes are really fucked up, I'm gonna drop prone.
You're going to lay in the cart?
Just pretty much like, yeah, drop prone in the cart because, well, I don't want to get hit.
Okay. Drop in front of the cart. That's your turn?
Yep.
Perfect. It is the Nightmare Manticore. You would watch Siluriel, as this creature's mouth, its main mouth, sort of snaps closed momentarily. You would hear this sickly gurgle passing up through its entire throat as its cheeks and sort of throat begin to swell to these unnatural proportions as it fires out this globule of thick mucus. And it is aimed at Alaric.
Oh,
As it fires a glob of blinding spittle. I need every creature next to Alaric. Every creature next to Alaric to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
what about
How
Alaric?
close is...
Including Alaric.
I'm technically not next to myself, dear.
what is next to? Like 5 foot, 10 feet?
You are within range of him. It'd be within 10 feet.
Okay.
Oh, buddy.
It's within 10 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
And you are prone.
I don't think prone actually imposes disadvantage on saves. Prone creature's only movement option is to crawl, has disadvantage on attack rolls, and attack roll against the creature has advantage if the attacker is within 5 feet. Otherwise, the attack roll has disadvantage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your dex save. without any weird bonuses or without any weird debuffs or anything. Marana's the only success.
Just rolls under like this.
Your head very quickly turning as the globule hits Alaric and immediately has this chemical reaction to his body where it begins to turn this vibrant white and suddenly erupt outward, sort of spraying the entire inside of the cart. You three are blinded.
Is that, does it cause them any damage?
No,
Okay.
it just blinds them.
What a bitch.
And it is going to, let's see, that is its. And it is going to fire a tail spine at you, Scylla.
Oh, God.
That is a 15 to hit, which misses. Sort of, again, this, your smaller stature sort of giving you this advantage. Its tail whipping up like that of a scorpion and lashing out, that iron rod firing from it, but you are too fast. You manage to avoid it. Yorin, you are blinded until the end of the Manticore's next turn. What are you doing?
Yorin. Oh, I had something in mind, but then that happened.
Well, I actually need to. There we go. Yeah, because it's there we go.
Yorin's going to. It's because she's the closest. He's going to grab Cyril's arm.
So there was not near you.
Not Cyril, Sabine, excuse me.
That shouldn't be bad either.
God, just because we're both blonde, you just gonna mix us up? Oh my
God.
God.
What a
We're all
racist.
blonde and our eyes are glowing? Wow.
Racist.
Wow.
I've been blind! I can't physically see!
That doesn't mean you don't know our name.
I reach up to grab Sabine! And I just
Sabillaril, please. Thank you.
I try
do you-
to reach for
what are you
Cyril's
casting?
head and I grab Sabine's boob. I cast
Whoa, whoa,
Lesser
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Restoration on her.
Yes! Finally, some action.
Finally, post the
Giggity.
card, please. Post the card, please. Post the card, please.
Big dumb energy today. I love it.
Okay. Sabine, you are
Hard to post for grabbing a boob.
you are no longer blinded, Sabine.
Let's go, Sabine.
That sort of healing effect. Actually, for the rest of the party who can see Yorin, what does your lesser restoration look like?
Oh, I don't know, I can't see. I'm joking. He would grab Sabine and he would growl a draconic phrase.
We love that. We love that.
And you would see sort of this, like, this platinum light sort of shoot out of his arm up hers and into her eyes, and her eyes would temporarily go from, like, gold to platinum and then clear. And he would growl, "Protect the horses!" As he would then, after that, rise and pull out his shield and warhammer and try to clamber out of the cart, blind as he is.
Okay. Athletics or acrobatics, your choice. Because you are blinded, I'll say you trying to get out of this. If you fail, you'll basically fall prone.
Yeah, I figured. Oh, that was almost 3.
You are in your prime. You are in your element. You slam down into the ground with a heavy thud. You are ready, but blind, but ready.
That's right. This clanking of chainmail underneath sackcloth robes, flurry of cloth. Unfortunately, he wouldn't know where to go at this point. He was screwed.
You are free. You're back to the cart.
Let's see, I don't think I can do anything else. So
That is, your action was a cast leveled spell. So unless you have something that is a bonus action that is not, or a cantrip, I believe, that's listed specifically as a bonus action, that's pretty much it.
yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I'm not going to move. I'm blind.
Okay.
So yeah, that's it.
Alaric, you are blinded.
I am. Okay, to set up the stage, I guess, throughout the trip, Alaric had been kind of lulled by the noise and the motion of the moving cart into this kind of illusion of serene weightlessness, and they had sent him into a shallow but restful sleep. And once the commotion begins, Siluriel calls to him, and the motions of violence start. He tilts his head back a bit and cracks free one bleary eye. A mistake. That same eye is violently hit by the green blob, and its glue wraps itself around his head like a glove, seizing him. Ugh. He snaps up suddenly. What is happening? I can't see! And immediately he's clawing at his face, thrashing around violently. Like Alaric, usually, there's no chill, no calmness. He chooses to panic before anything else. And his feet brush around, hitting everything around himself and his seat, until finally his hip hits the parapet behind him as he lurches and his whole body's thrown over it, past him. His heavy body then folds, curls free, and hits the ground on his back and the side of his face. It's a really rough thud. And then he starts rolling against the wheels and kicking dirt while he's trying to claw his eyeballs free of obstruction.
Oh, freaking the fuck out. You got it.
Yep. He left his hammer on the cart. He's prone on the ground. And he's trying to unblind himself. And that's gonna be my action, my bonus action.
You got it.
Movement.
I was literally like, how can I nerf myself?
Sabine, you are no longer blinded.
Holy crap.
Sabine gets this look in her eyes like, you indignant piece of trash. And dropping her cloak off, the golden wings unfurl as she does the ASMR Radiant Soul ability.
Okay.
Which is giving me +3 on additional damage, 30 flying speed, and I'm lit up like a beacon as she takes from the cart, positioning herself in front of the horse. Right there, next to Siluriel, so that if I need to, I can block for her. And then as a bonus action, because that is an action, I am going to do... Where is it? I am casting Wrathful Smite.
Okay.
So my next attack will have that 4 additional damage.
Indeed.
And it will become frightened if it doesn't make a wisdom saving throw when I hit it.
Okay. Imposing yourself next to Siluriel, you create the bulwark to protect the frightened animal that is beginning to lurch and try to get away. With that, it is the other Manticore's turn, who is blinded. They are going to attempt to make their save, as they can't do anything. They are going to wildly fire their spines.
Oh boy.
Please hit the other manticore, please.
Let's see. We're just going to fire some shots at disadvantage, see what we hit.
Please hit the manticore, please.
It hits its own friend.
That would be fucking sick.
A 10. That's nothing.
Right in the eyeball. Or eyeballs. Many.
Okay. Nope, that would miss. Just barely. Jordan, you would feel this heavy thud against your shoulder, sort of forcing you violently to one side before you right yourself as one of the iron spikes just barely misses sinking into you.
Weird.
And Marana, you would watch as the thing that you are guarded by this immediate iron spike pierces through several inches, barely missing you. All right. Now I'm going to roll its saves at the end of its turn. Okay. Kellen.
Yes.
That would be a success using your save DC. You would watch as it sort of, its eyes sort of rip open finally, bleary-eyed for a moment, attempting to peer around. It has managed to break off the effect of your hogweed just barely.
Ooh.
And Marana, it manages to sort of outstretch its wings again. All right. It begins to lift into the air. Shane is Shane's freaking the fuck out currently. Underneath the cart, he sort of fumbling for a moment, hearing these screams from the monsters from the party. He in a moment sort of on his hands and knees rushes over to where Alaric is currently flailing about and is attempting to sort of help you. Alaric sort of trying to like clear off the muck that's holding itself to your face. You would hear very like scared sort of breathing, this very like heavy labored breathing beside you as you would feel these like calloused hands trying to sort of not get caught by your own, trying to wipe off whatever is sort of wrapped around your head. And that is Shane's turn.
Cute.
Kellen.
Shit, it's not flying anymore, which is unfortunate. Because it's trying to fly away currently.
It is 30 feet in the air. If you look above its name, it has a little designator of how high it is in the air.
Oh, look at that.
Shane, for example, is underneath the cart, so he has a little marker to show that.
Oh, neato. Okay, well, I will continue.
Jesus.
I know, it came out of nowhere.
Actually, it came out of your nose.
More like my throat. Anyway, I will attempt to shoot it again.
Perfect, let's see it.
With a normal arrow, of course. Okay. 15.
A 15 just barely hits.
Nice.
Go ahead and get your Hunter's Mark as well.
Yep. And
your Titan Slayer, I believe.
Colossus Slayer? Yeah.
Colossus Slayer.
Whatever it is. So that's 1d6. 1d8.
Boop.
Another 9.
Perfect.
Thunk.
The Manticore's mate sort of struck by that arrow, its clawed sort of hands reaching up to itself. You would hear this guttural scream of pain, its wings outstretched fully as it's now bloodied. All right. Doing anything else in your turn?
Where do I need to be under cover of tree?
To gain some modicum of cover, yeah. You would gain just a +2 bonus to your armor class.
Works for me.
Okay.
All right. That'll be it.
Siluro.
All right. Let's see here. How's the horse currently?
Freaking the fuck out. You surmise that it's probably going to try and bolt now that the cart is lighter too.
Ruh-roh.
What are you doing?
I try to. Oh, God. We can't lose the horse. We cannot lose the horse. Or we'll be fucked.
Yeah, the thing that's keeping the horse here right now is the sort of like the bridle, everything keeping it held together. But with enough perseverance, a horse this large is going to be able to bolt with the cart just into the wilderness until eventually the cart snags or it breaks free. These are, you know, horses aren't fighting animals. This one specifically isn't bred for combat. It's a draft horse, which makes it fucking huge, but even they get scared.
Well, Frank should call out again. Alaric! The horse! Fucking help it! I really don't want to fight these things. Fuck. I have 0 animal handling, bro.
You can certainly try. Or you could attack the source of its fear.
Yeah, I know. Where's the square for this thing? Oh, there it is. She will... Fuck. Try to calm down the horse. Pat it. Something. It doesn't work. And she will charge forward to attack. And she will try to bring the flail's ends down directly on its face.
For what purpose?
Well, its face is made a weird fucking spitting thing, and she figures if it doesn't have a mouth or a face that can move and spit, then they'll be okay.
I simply remove the spit.
I want to plug the spit hole with its
Make
own
it
mouth
strong.
and face.
There are 3 mouths on this horrifying monstrosity.
I have a flail.
I've got 2 arms.
Perfect. Let's see it.
Imagine.
Bash its face in, essentially.
22 hits. 7 points. A bludgeoning damage. All right. Sort of cracking it across the head, sort of ripping out a sort of segmented portions that align perfectly with the teeth of the flail. Its head sort of rears back, and you would hear the laughter that initially had been coming from all 3 of their mouths become stifled, replaced now with this very low growl.
Good. Also not good. Good and not good. We're neutral.
Perfect. You doing anything else on your turn?
Until I get another level.
Okay. No bonus action, nothing like that?
I'm saving that.
You got it. Marana Lamordia. You would, laying in your prone position, look up and hear the beating of wings as the manticore now appears down inside the cart.
Kind of takes that into stock, like, damn it. And gonna spend half my movement to get up. And I will take a pot shot at it.
Let's see it.
That's
10
gonna miss.
misses, I'm afraid.
And got another. Gonna also get under tree cover.
Okay.
And she'll call out, "Get under cover if you can. It's taken to the sky."
I'll get right on that.
You do it. You're in. Do it. But yeah, that's my movement. I'll try and hide.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me your stealth.
I tried.
You tried. That's all that matters. All right. Movement, action, bonus action. It is the Nightmare Manticore's turn. I'm going to roll to see if their breath recharges. Okay. Okay. Siluriel and Sabine. You would watch this creature, the face of this creature contort, all of the mouths opening at once as numerous eyes now begin to sort of open atop them. Siluriel, I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
Hate that. Hate that.
As you are the one directly in its face.
Ooh, hate that. Don't like that. Quiet, no clicking. Quiet, no clicking. Oh god, we're all gonna die. No, just me.
That is a fail. You are frightened. You would watch as this creature's face contorts, the numerous faces now that are spread across this creature. As one of them laughs, another talks, another one cries. And as they all make these noises, you would watch as their faces contort and twist into the faces of your family members. You would see your sister, your older brother, your father, all in various states of anguish. And you are frightened. So, the frightened condition. You have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of your fear is within line of sight, and you cannot move willingly closer to this creature. And they are, they're going to try and nibble you up. They're hungry. So let's go ahead, let's get a bite in. That misses with an 8. As you instinctually, not even your own action, just your natural reaction as a person in danger, you instinctually bring your flail up, sort of catching into the numerous rows of teeth that are here. And that is it. It is going to fly up into the air. You would get your attack of opportunity, but it would be at disadvantage.
Yeah, I think she would be pretty scared and just swing. Like, she's in Siluriel's mind, it's not flying away, it's like coming towards her.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
That's still perfect. That works perfectly. I forgot it has flyby. It does not provoke opportunity attacks when flying out of reach of creatures. So you would swing instinctually, that scared reaction trying to get the creature away from you as it soars upward 50 feet into the air. Okay.
Yeah, Sabine being this close would be able to see just like the sheer, like, wide-eyed terror on Siluriel's face. Whereas normally her swings are very calculated, they're very like a dance because Sabine has fought her before. This swing was just to swing, as to defend, to attack, to swing, anything. It is like core reaction of an untrained soldier.
Perfect. At the end of its turn, Yorin and Alaric are no longer blinded. You, Siluriel, are frightened until the end of its next turn. Alaric, the first thing you would see would be Shane desperately trying to wipe at your face. Yorin.
Shaking off the blindness, pinching his fingers against his eyes as they regain focus, and the words of Marana echoing into his ear holes, he would look up, seeing both manticores in the sky at the moment. He...
Bjorn, as a soldier, as a man experienced as you are, safe to assume that if everybody hides, there's only one target left.
I'm aware.
Okay.
I was going to hide under the cart. However, I'm now thinking about the weight of a manticore versus the stability of a cart and deciding otherwise. And so instead, he will rush over to this tree over here. Right here. Sort of hide under the tree. Perfect. And he's going to cast Bless.
On whom? Three creatures.
Indeed. We are going to cast it on, since both creatures are flying. We're going to be casting it on Kellen, Arana, and Silverroll, so maybe she can stop being frightened.
Yeah, don't give it to the chick with the wings.
Oh, you have wings out?
Yeah.
Okay, well, fine. God. I give it to Silverroll anyway. Fuck you.
Okay. Silver, you are blessed. So, whenever you make it...
feel like in my current scared state?
Jordan?
Well, with a 3, with like that sort of terrified motion, it would suddenly feel like something grabbing you and shaking you by the shoulders. You know, it would feel like this sort of mystical snap to attention. It'd be firm.
Perfect. Now maintaining concentration and blessing those individuals. What else are you doing on your turn?
Hiding under the tree.
Okay. Alaric, you are prone on the ground. No longer
I
blinded.
am. No longer blinded, and when finally Alaric's bloodshot eyes break free, they're crimson red from the corrosive effect. There's no time to thank Shane either, having realized it was him who helped them seconds ago. Here! And Alaric fumbles around himself as he can to break free his pack of javelins and press them to the stable hand's chest. You're no coward! Prove it! Get up there and get me my hammer! And Alaric, having heard Siluriel, tries to stand up as he can, hands to the cart, the wheels, anything to help him steady him on the way up as he stumbles over to the front. It means he stand up, that's 15 points of movement. On the way to the front, an antlered crown descends upon his head with the innate casting of Speak with Animals. Let me post that for you. So here it is.
Okay.
Move the 50 step right here. All right. And he'll begin hushing and appeasing to the best of his abilities their draft animal. And just to be safe, he will also be taking its reins in one hand and the girt strap of its belly band from the wagon harness in the other.
Perfect.
So in case he can't keep it there through words and a little bit of animal handling, he can at least athletic check with a draft horse.
I would like a persuasion roll
Very well.
versus a terrified creature. 2 persuasion rolls, actually. 1 for Shane and 1 for the horse.
All right, we're okay at this. That one is for Shane,
Okay.
and that one is for the horse. Very well.
One and the same they are.
Indeed, indeed.
Okay. I'm going to... Give me one moment.
Oh, and for specific mechanics-wise, the same bag that contains Alaric's javelins, as I've explained before, is tied together with the net. So that also has a net. So he essentially gave him 5 javelins and a net.
For what reason?
Well,
Did
he
you want
told
him to
get
join
up-
the fight?
He told him to get up on the cart and get his hammer. So he may choose to get him his hammer and hide again, or he'll start throwing javelins and using the net. Who knows?
Okay.
If you put my cute little farm peasant boy in danger.
Well, he said he was no coward. This is his chance to prove it.
I don't believe him.
Never said he wasn't a coward.
Oh, he did. He did say he was no coward.
He said he
Like
was
in the
a
last
he was a good, honest High Lord's man.
Right, but last session when Alaric was afraid to take him on, he said he wasn't a coward.
Yeah, people lie, brother man.
Well,
Oh, we're fucked.
Perfect. Okay.
you say
Rushing
so.
out to appease the horse, you manage to begin calming it, much to its chagrin, looking up and seeing the horrifying visage of the nightmare manticore above. Sabine!
Seeing the current situation, Sabine is going to go up in the air 30 feet, closing the distance between her and the manticore. She's going to let her smite fizzle, and she's going to compel duel so it can't run away any further, so it stays in range of everybody.
Sure. Go ahead and show me that compelled duel card. Wisdom saving throw. It is compelled.
All right.
And its eyes lock on you. You would see those terrifying visages across its face, now beginning to spread with a sneer, to scream, to cry.
You'll be fine.
And with that, I almost want to check my shield, but I know I'm not getting it back, so no.
That'd be hilarious.
I'm going to... Actually, I can use the rest of mine to double move up to it. So it'll be 60 feet.
Okay. You are face to face with this creature.
And I'm gonna end my turn because double move means I can't attack, so...
Correct.
Yeep.
It is the other manticore's turn. Ooh. They're hungry for some revenge. Swooping down, and now you would watch as their entire body slams into the ground as they roll up to you, Murata.
Fantastic.
It's not. Stop it. There we go. It kept trying to say it was 30 feet. It's not 30 feet. It is going to make all 3 of its attacks against you. It's going to start with its bite. That is a 17. 6 points of piercing. It is then going to try and rend you with its claws. That is a 7, which misses. And then it is going to attempt to impale you with a tail spike.
Lovely.
That is a 23.
Yeah.
That is 10 points of piercing as it sort of rips free this section of your abdomen, the largest portion of your body that's able to grab. You would watch as pieces of your armor are sort of have these now multi-layer like holes throughout as it rips back. And as it does, its tail like a scorpion lashing forward now, driving that final sort of spike and sort of piercing the same spot that it had just ripped free. And you would watch as it begins to ascend, sort of wings beating now and pushing itself away from you.
So how much damage is
Do
that?
I get an attack or does it have flyby?
It has flyby.
How much damage was that?
That was
lot.
16. It is Shane's turn. Shane, ooh. We're gonna roll a wisdom save for Shane.
My boy.
Shane. Right, all right. You can do this. You can do this.
My boy.
You would watch as he immediately sort of tucking the javelins under his arm, reaches up, one hand sort of curling along the edge of the cart to pull himself up, sort of leg kicking up as he flops in. And as he does, he picks up Verdict, this sort of heave for a moment, as he shouts out to you, Alaric, tossing Verdict to you. And he's gonna try and throw a javelin.
Oh my god.
I am an adventurer.
Give me a moment. I have to slap a javelin on his character sheet and take away all proficiencies.
I can't wait for it to go straight up and then right into his own head.
Oh no. Did I miss what Shane did? No.
Oh, you did?
Oof.
I did.
Pity.
I'm sorry.
He's going to attempt to throw the javelin.
Oh my god, yes! Derotion, baby!
That's a
Let's
6.
go!
That misses.
Right, well, come on, even Hercules had to have a montage. Like, come on.
You'd have watched as he sort of emboldened himself, curling the javelins under his arm. He'd reached up, sort of pulled himself into the cart, rolled in, grabbed Verdict, yelled for Alaric, and threw it to him. And then brandished a javelin and tried to hurl it towards the Manticore, but whiffs.
Yes! Free action catch.
And now he's exposed. Woo! Kellen. Actually, real quick pause. I gotta piss like a fucking racehorse. Give me one moment.
So did I.
Attack
I get
opportunity.
it.
Do your thing.
I attack opportunity the gym.
Just go like.
Is that allowed? Is that allowed? I think that's allowed.
Yeah, you had to intercept him on the way to the bathroom though. You gotta basically tackle him.
Get down there and just
He's like 5 feet from the door and just.
wait outside the door and just as he opens, just whole body tackle him like a quarterback. Just gotcha, bitch!
You got pranked as he pees himself.
My man is out there. He's fighting. Let's fucking go.
Nay!
Your man is
Yeah,
out there about to get fucking impaled.
I thought you meant to be.
Nay!
Wait.
Where
Wait.
are you going? Someone saved the 2D cartoon horse.
Nay!
And the idiot tied to it.
Oh
Nay!
god, it's abstract.
Really?
Oh my god.
Plus something.
Alright.
Okay,
you
so
know
the
what?
horse is dead.
Forget the manticores. That horse is. That ain't next.
Okay, Kellen Aldane, it is your turn.
Okay. Gosh. So this one's back in the air, isn't it? This-
Correct.
right? Oh crap. I don't like
To
that.
see it from your current location, you would have to step out, but it's nothing too egregious.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, basically like here, kind of thing. Or you mean like way out?
Out probably like 10 feet away from the trunk. That way you're on the edges of the tree. You're not
Okay.
shooting through branches and the boughs and stuff like that.
I mean more like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I will step out and take yet another shot at it and try to give Marana that cover to do what she needs to do. Get out of the way there.
Perfect. Let's see it.
20.
That hits.
That's 5 piercing. 2, so 9.
Okay.
14 points.
It's looking rough.
Okay, well with that, and they only get 1 attack, I will scoot back
Okay.
and then call to Mana like, get out of its line of sight!
Perfect.
Easy turn.
So you are frightened. Let me double check something.
Doesn't she go like every time to see if she's unfrightened?
No, she gets for the Nightmare Gaze and the Blinding Spittle. Both of them do not end until the end of the Manticore's next turn.
I was spittled on?
No, you were glared at,
They both.
which made you frightened.
Man,
Yeah. Well, I'm not spittled on.
Nope, not yet. It hasn't recharged its spittle attack.
I hate that word.
it just sounds like a baby drawing.
Oh, darling, you've got a little bit of spittle on you.
You are frightened. What are you doing?
Um.
Yeah?
What is this? Is that a tree?
That's a tree.
Yeah, that's my tree.
Duly noted.
We are hiding underneath the tree.
Okay. It would be adjacent. This center portion is the trunk itself.
I want to be the tree.
Okay.
So Silveril backs up, seeing it fly in the air, and there's like visible movement of her chest as she is just heaving, and she steps backward all the way until her back hits this tree. And she's there just like hand shaking, gripping the flail as she stares upwards at this thing.
Perfect. Okay. Are you doing anything as a bonus action, anything like that?
Nope. I
Understood.
only have one bonus action, and I've already used it.
Miranda Lamortia, you just got ripped into by a manticore.
Yeah, how rough is he looking?
Roll me a survival check.
Sure, I can do that. Oh, okay.
Oh God.
Very rough. It looks mortal.
Mortal, you say?
Mortal, I say.
Mortal, you say? In that case, if it looks mortal, you say, I'm going to
Shoot her.
I swear to God.
bonus action, steady aim,
Okay.
and give it
Ooh.
a shot.
Same thing I told Kellen. You will have to get out from underneath the tree.
Well, I can't do that with steady aim. So I guess it'll just have a higher DC.
It'll have a higher armor class. That's all.
You do have a +3 to attack.
Okay, neat.
Perfect.
So
Go ahead and
short
let's see it.
bow, advantage.
Well, shit.
That hits.
27.
Plus an additional 6.
11 points.
Go ahead and tell us, Lady Lamortia, how this manticore mate falls.
Honestly, as it shoots up through the trees, Marana follows it, and she just kind of trains her eye on its head and sends the bolt directly through the bottom of its chin and into its head.
That grotesque, human-like screaming sounding out now as it's trying to get away. It sinks beneath, and on its turn, it'll finish its fall to earth. Right now, it is currently falling.
That's my turn.
Okay. It is the
can't
Nightmare Manticore's turn, and they just saw their mate die.
Wow, we're really good at killing people's wives.
You would watch as its eyes unnaturally snap to the final moments as the Manticore's body now begins to fall and its eyes just go pitch black. it becomes enraged.
Oh shit, I'm in danger.
Not the Wilbur effect. God damn it. Fuck you,
It's
swine
still,
person.
it's still compelled.
Flies towards you, Sabine, catching you and attempting to tear into you effectively. It's going to use all 3 of its attacks into you at advantage.
Actually, it's slain like 3 wives so far.
I need to roll for its breath.
Why don't we just kill and mate?
It don't get its breath back. That's a 25 to hit. It's 11 points of damage. I need you to
Okay.
roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay.
You maintain concentration. It is going to rend into you. That is a 20.
Does not hit. Or hits on in the nose, I think. Let me look. Yeah, it hits. Sorry.
That is 8 points. I need another con save. You are no longer concentrating.
It's no longer compelled.
Indeed, it doesn't care though. And it is going to drive its tail into your chest.
You're not
That is a 26. That
Okay.
is 13 points of damage. I need contested athletics. Ooh, yeah. You would watch as ripping into your body, sort of wrenching this large chunk of celestial flesh from you, its tail driving that iron rod through your chest, its claws tighten, its teeth sink in, and it drives you into the ground with a thunderous slam. You are both now at ground level. We're going to roll some damage.
If you do more than 10, I'm out.
That's 12.
And she's unconscious.
With a thunderous slam, your body crashes down to the earth like Icarus. You are gone. Your wings depleted. The Nightmare Manticore looming over your body. Silro, you are.
What was the hit?
It was body slamming Sabine into the ground. Contested athletics.
Oh, okay. So it didn't deal any damage.
No, the ground did, I'm afraid. However,
Did she mitigate that?
I don't think she can. I think her protective barrier says it has to be a melee attack or a weapon attack.
She goes underneath the catcher, of course.
It's any type of damage. I can just reduce it.
Oh, that might be enough then.
Yeah, Sora will, out of fear, of essentially, she's thinking when she sees that he's like the big creature's pushing her down. She's like, oh shit, that could happen to me. And so she will, just like a flare of her psionic power, the scales coming forth again as it radiates up her body, and she will use protective field. Reduce it by 7.
Perfect. Okay.
There's a shimmer of gold, almost like a scaled egg surrounds you that is transparent and just shimmery as it is cracked and shattered, taking a
Good.
brunt of the damage.
Shit, Sabine, you are at 5 hit points. You are prone, but you are still conscious. And at the end of the Nightmare Manticore's turn, Sabine, your frighten fades.
Scylla.
Sorry, Scylla.
I made.
You see this? They're out here confusing the bonds. Do you see this, Momo?
It's either Sibylla
Yorin, what are you doing?
What?
or Stellarine.
I was blind. You're God. Why are you blaming me?
Which one is it?
And that means your wings would still be active, too.
Motherfuckers, pieces of shit. Fucking bullshit.
Yorin.
Well, I was gonna do something very fancy, but since Sabine's still up, he's gonna see Shane trying to be a hero and bark at him. Shane, you bloody fool, get down! And he's going to rush right about the time the Manticore slams into the dirt. He's going to charge the creature. Can I touch Sabine with the Manticore looming over her? Am I able to reach her?
Technically, the horse and the Manticore in your way. You can certainly try.
I'll just sort of shimmy under. Excuse me, just like.
Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Coming through. Excuse me. Pardon me.
That's fine. If I can't reach her, then I will cast Healing
It
Word.
can inconvenience you, but coming through.
Pardon me.
If you want to try and go toe-to-toe athletics versus this creature.
Nah, we're just going to cast Healing Word on
Perfect.
Sabine, since that's a ranged spell and a bonus action, very pog. He will plant his feet and touch his very basic healing symbol and bark. Erisive. Boom. And you'll get 11 points of healing.
That's Mexi.
Nice. This is what it's like to have a healer. Oh, I didn't mean to.
Casually
make it a crit.
pushes over Uria's statue.
You get 15!
11. Your wounds begin to mend, Sabine.
All right. Now his duty done, preserving the life of another. He's gonna fucking charge this thing.
Okay.
Actually, that wing isn't.
15 is where you would get up close to it. 15 feet. It's a 3x3, so this is where its square is at.
Okay. I'll do like a little shimmy up. And then he'll cast his breath weapon at the creature.
Okay.
So he will, after it'll be like a 1-2. He'll like breathe in, screech the word of magic, and with that exhale the fumes of flame.
Right now I'm enthralled.
How do I fucking move this thing?
That is a fail. And as is a fail for you placing your ship. I don't know how to do it. You fucked up. You fucked up. You turned it the wrong way. You
Shut up,
doofus.
you
You fucking moron. You
You don't
idiot.
know how to use your own fucking thing. You suck. I hate you.
Full 6 points of damage.
I didn't do that.
Stop rolling. Jesus Christ.
No.
Oh, actually, now is applicable as well. Okay. Go ahead and describe what your breath weapon looks like. Dragon Knight.
You would see. It would be the inhale that's probably most notable. As he inhales, you'd see that sort of glow, like this sort of warm glow appear at the top of on the top of his head, underneath the scales, before as he gathers the flame, and then unleash this cone of fire from his mouth, with the words of healing on his lips in conjunction. Kind of like an engine, like revving up, like it warms up.
Perfect. All right. Anything else on your turn?
Let's see. Bonus action. We're going to. We're in a position behind it to flank.
Perfect.
Actually, be right. No, that should be fine.
Yep. Okay. Aluric.
DM, hello.
Hello.
You said that Shane passed the hammer to Alaric, right?
Yep. And you'd have watched Sabine just get rocketed down into the ground.
That's
that
right.
protective barrier shattering and keeping her safe.
So, having heard him call, Alaric turns suddenly to Shane, and his left hand reaches up to catch Verdict by its neck. And once in his hand, a kind of calm finally rushes through him. Whatever comes next, he will face it with courage. And when he turns around, he's witness to the torpedo of bodies that slam into the ground not too far from him, sending a hail of dirt and bloodshed all around. Seeing this, an anger rushes through Alaric. Well aware of Savine's violent manhandling, his body begins to violently heave, the anger to swell with adrenal purpose. His vision hardens, his clenched grip around his hammer so hard that his knuckles click into place, and with a terrible roar, Alaric charges into the Manticore, heedless of any self-preservation, and once within range, he will issue a terrible verdict upon its body with the build momentum.
Perfect.
Taking a swing right here.
Let's see it.
Yo!
24 hits.
We're gonna smite. by the
Let's
way.
see it.
Yeah!
Oh, sorry. Shit.
Oh, pre-damage. Oh, it's healing.
Seven points. Okay. That thunderous slam as the head of Verdict crashes against this jet black body, and as it does, it violently recoils from the strike, causing its head to snap over where it had been looking at Yor, now to looking at you, Alaric.
Alaric greets the stare with bare teeth and anger clear on his face. It's a challenge.
All right. Is that it for your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
Sabine, you are prone, pinned beneath the Manticore. What are you trying to do?
I'm gonna stab upward with my rapier
Let's see
after
it.
bringing myself to my feet.
All right, moving yourself to stand.
Uh-huh.
You have flank.
And that would be hit with advantage, I believe.
+2.
+2.
+2, I'm sorry. And then okay. And then I'll have a +3 to the damage if I hit.
Three to damage?
Wings.
Oh, wingeding. Got it.
That would make that a 12?
Mm-hmm.
That misses, I'm afraid. Lashing out with your rapier, imbued with that holy energy, you would watch as the creature's entire sort of upper torso, its neck, sort of pushing itself back just out of the range of your blade.
I'm going to maintain my position beside Alaric so I can disadvantage if I need to.
Okay. The Manticore mate slams to the ground with an audible thud. It is Shane's turn. Having heard the the command of the Dragon Knight, immediately follows and drops down, sort of going over and trying to make sure that Uria's body isn't, or the statue isn't ruined. Kellen.
Big kisses.
Mwah. Oops, that was a trick. So first bonus action to move Hunter's Mark to the Nightmare Manticore.
That's it. All right.
You gotta do.
Shut up.
Jeez. We're all over this thing, aren't we? Definitely can't move like that very well.
Shane be like, I've never been this close to a woman before.
That's a lie. We sat next to each other.
Why are all the women in this party beautiful? What the fuck?
Feet. Oh, right, and it's on the ground.
Even the statue's pretty.
Yeah, the statue's handsome.
Man, it's just
pretty.
real awkward, you know, us both being here at the same time. Who would
You can't even
imagine?
tell she's pretty. She's wearing a hood. God.
She's got a helmet on.
She's got a helmet on.
Okay.
What are
it's
you
on
doing,
the
Kellen?
ground, right?
Huh?
It's on the ground.
Does it have any little markers above its head?
Guess not. I'm not used to that yet. So give me a fucking brick. Yeah. All right. Well, with Hunter's Mark moved, I will flip and shoot it.
Let's see it.
Flip and shoot it. +3, by the way.
I guess it'd be like 13. I doubt that hits.
A 13
Yeah.
just barely misses.
Yeah.
That arrow, as it sort of hears, you would, again, it's this strange, unnatural sense that this creature has. As it hears you knock the arrow and release, it's one of the eyes on its, like, sort of throat turns to look at you, and it watches, it brings its wing up, sort of deflecting the arrow. Doing anything else, Ranger?
That's all I really can do, unfortunately.
Okay.
I only get the one attack, so.
Siluro,
All right.
you're no longer frightened.
Let's see. How hurt does Sabine look? How hurt does Alaric look?
The only person who looks hurt is, in this current vicinity, is Sabine, and she looks bloodied.
Okay. Upon regaining her strength of mind, there's like a grit of her teeth where she feels almost embarrassment for being scared during battle, and that is something that brings her a lot of shame. And so she will step forward and she will bring her hands to the back of Sabine, and her eyes will glow, and from her back will sprout these wicked looking golden spiritual wings that wrap around her and Sabine for a brief moment, and she will cast Cure Wounds.
Hey,
Very
how
nice.
you doing?
Let's see it. Seven points of healing to Sabine, bringing her above the bloody threshold.
These wings look like dragon wings, they are gorgeous and pristine.
Are you saying we touch spectral wings? Ooh.
No, mine are bigger and wrap around yours.
Just the tip.
I'm the top.
And upon seeing that come forth, Silril will... How does the horse look currently?
It looks tense. It's trying to back up currently.
Is it now?
Yeah, it's not trying to run away. It's literally trying to get away from the Manticore.
Cowardice.
It moves on. It moves on Shane's turn. So, on Shane's turn, the creature will move back with the cart, or try to. It's really hard to back up as a horse. So,
Silril will as the wings, they fade from her back and go. They essentially look like they are crawling back into place, and they are very pretty. And as they come back together, Silril's eyes will cease to glow, and she will no longer have this sense of shame. And she will step alongside Sabine, bolster her, and attack.
are you using an action search?
Right. I didn't think that was a... Hold on a minute.
That is your action.
No, my gift of the metallic dragon is a reaction.
Your cure wounds.
Yep. It's under the reaction part.
Your protective wings is. Your draconic healing is an action.
Weird.
Yeah, protective wings is a reaction. Your draconic healing is an action.
Yeah.
And she will step alongside Sabine and bolster.
Perfect.
Look as if she's about to attack.
I believe it. All right. Marana Lamortia.
Nothing stronger than an embarrassed fighter.
That's right. Marana?
Yep, I'm here.
You took my pride and my riches.
Neat.
Don't.
Cool bean. Okay, he's in range.
Don't bring that here.
Alright, we're gonna... Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Everyone was still talking.
Sorry.
Alright, same thing as last. We're gonna steady aim and fire at the Nightmare Manticore.
Let's see it.
And
19
plus
hits.
3. Yep. And
God damn it, I keep doing that.
Taking away its health? I like it when you do that. Keep doing that.
so 15 damage total.
Perfect. Striking out with that short bow, you would notice the same thing that your other compatriots, had they managed to hit, would notice, which is as you strike it, generally the creature would flinch or move, but it doesn't seem to react as much to these hits.
Like, it doesn't seem to notice, or it doesn't seem to be as affected.
As affected.
Understand.
Perfect. Are you doing anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Understood. It is the Nightmare Manticore's turn. I have to roll real quick. Okay. Ooh. Alaric.
Hi.
Contested athletics, please.
Oh,
It's hugging you.
Okay.
That's cute.
I love that. Let's be friends forever. Oh god, it will
Okay.
Your friend.
You are friends, as it immediately, you would watch its eyes now looking to all of the people around it, sort of those frantic multi-eyes, looking to the arrow that just struck them, looking to Silveril, to Sabine, and its eyes latch on to Alaric, and as do its claws, as it grabs Alaric
It does, huh?
and begins
Does
to
do
take
that.
you into the air.
Oh, we're off?
50 feet.
50 feet are we, eh? Nice.
Bounding its like claws into you, sort of sinking in. Its wings beat once and it's into the air immediately. This rush of wind as it sort of causes you all to stagger for a moment as it carries Alaric 50 feet into the air and doesn't look like it's stopping. It looks like it keeps going up.
Oh,
It's okay, bud. We can heal you on the way down, assuming you're not buddy.
Let me... Yeah, okay. As it stands currently, Alaric, you are 80 feet in the air.
80.
That is
What?
the Manticore's turn.
Amazing.
Yorin.
Oh. Wow. After watching this, he was sort of braced, waiting for the tail to strike, and then is caught off guard when it instead leaps into the air. And that moment of triumph is met with horror as he realizes someone is not on the ground. And he looks up and sees Alaric being cradled. Ooh. He's 80 feet in the air, huh? All right. Well, there's only one thing I can do. He's gonna cast Guiding Bolt on the Manticore.
Perfect. Let's see it.
He's gonna say a very funny word.
Hopefully
As
not a
he-
gamer word.
No, not a gamer word. Ah, shit. But he's gonna miss anyway. So
An
fuck it.
11 misses, I'm afraid. that bolt firing out, almost hitting the wing until it pulls itself in with one of its sort of beats to keep soaring up, just narrowly missing and passing into the air before dissipating.
He curses Draconic. Can I use an inspiration on that?
Ooh, yeah. That is inspiration. You get to
Nice.
re-roll, spending your inspiration to re-roll the die. Roll again. A 15 hits.
I remember.
That moment, hand outstretched, guiding this beam of holy energy, your fingers curl and the beam twists suddenly, this corkscrew as it strikes into the side of the manticore. And it is marked with mythical light. I can't put 2 target strikes on it, but yeah. Okay, good job.
Thanks.
Anything else?
That was a spell. So no. I'll move towards the cart. Try to basically pull onto the horse's reins.
Okay.
Unable to do much else but watch.
Alaric, you are rapidly ascending into the sky. The G-force pushing down onto your frame. What are you doing?
I'm off on a date.
You are. The Manticore needs a new mate.
So it seems.
Oh,
Or it.
no, sir!
So, DM, I have a question.
I assume you do.
When a flying creature is restrained, can they still fly?
He's not
Or is it
restrained.
No, but if it is?
I don't believe... I think there's a sort of size difference going on here.
Okay. But what happens to a flying creature once it is restrained?
Begins plummeting.
Very well. Just wanted to make sure. And as Alaric and the Manticore both go hurtling through the sky in their romantic takeoff, he will cast Channel Divinity. It's this right here. Posted for you. Wait, posted it twice. I apologize. It's a long shot, but
Creature must succeed on a strength or dexterity saving throw of its choice or be restrained. Okay. That's a 9.
oh, let's go, baby!
And it is restrained. And on its
Nice.
turns, you both will begin plummeting.
Yeah. I did it, he says. Smug. I wish we had a coolest emote right now.
Right, and the way it happens is, as Alaric is taken, he immediately lets go of the hammer and hugs back the Manticore wherever he can, and from his grip, these sinuous vines begin expanding out and seizing it across its body, its wings, its head, kind of giving it the same treatment it gave Savine, like restraining it in every way.
Actually, yeah, that works. Only problem.
Ooh, boy.
You begin falling
Yeah.
because they can't hold on to you anymore.
Oh, he can? Amazing.
So you
hold on
both
to
are
it?
plummeting now.
Can you, like, hold on to it and use it as a giant manticore pillow?
Comes the next question. Could I use my reaction, maybe bonus action, to try to hold onto the Manticore?
Jeez.
I'm afraid not, brother man.
I see. I see.
Unfortunate.
I see. Well, the second coming, everybody. Alaric begins to plummet.
Yeah, what is your... actually, I need to look up how fast you fall.
You did it.
Yeah, I did.
You did. You got free. How's it feel?
I really did. I'm pretty sure I'd hit the ground
Just,
within the first turn, by the way.
Just tuck and roll.
You
bro.
wouldn't.
That's fine.
You fall 60 feet. When it comes your turn, you will fall for the full 20 of your remaining feet and slam into the ground at the full force. As you let go, as more or less it lets go of you, those spectral vines sort of pulling its claws in on itself. You are free, and for a moment there's this where you reach the apex of that flight, that momentum, and then Earth begins calling to you. Gravity begins to take back, and suddenly the rising ground now becomes the ascending ground as you now fall drastically towards it. So you have fallen 60 feet. When it comes to your turn, you will take you will fall the remaining 20, and then we'll roll damage.
God, I wish I was level 5.
Sabine.
I'll do.
Seeing Alaric plummeting, the wings are going to go back as she darts into the air, and she's going to try and intercept him. Catch him.
Hold on.
Hey, you ever seen that part in like the Spider-Man comics where Spider-Man tries to save Gwen and she dies horribly?
Yo!
I love that
Oh,
part.
that's dirty.
It's rough. It's rough.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are
You-
you like this?
You
I hate
Since
you.
he dropped verdict, he is lighter. So I'm hoping.
are not strong enough.
Not that much lighter.
You are not strong enough, I'm afraid.
Can he reach out and catch me, though?
Oh, you will.
Bob! Throw me, Bob! Throw me!
Well, that begs the question then, can she slow him enough to reduce the damage?
Yeah.
Even if it's not...
Roll me in athletics, Sabine.
Dear sweet dice gods.
I'm gonna set the DC actually. Hold on.
Oh boy.
And if you fail by more than 5, you're gonna make this worse.
Oh boy.
Oops, I stepped on you.
At least you have
Let-
a +3?
2.
No, I didn't bless her. 'Cause she
Oh,
yelled
you
at
didn't
me.
bless her. Got
She
it.
yelled at me. I didn't like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna say DC 20.
Oh,
Holy
fuck,
shit.
I thought I hit an 18.
That is a hard difficulty. Which is what this situation is.
This is a pretty rough one.
Alright, guys, start stacking your bedrolls.
Yeah, just put him out there real quick.
Immediately unfurling them. Go, 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 go!
Just
Let's see it, Sabine.
string him out like a trampoline.
Hold
DC
on.
20. And if you fail by more than 5, it gets worse.
I can't wait for the one.
Can't wait for you to fail and then he gets disfigured and then your god hates you.
Damn.
Maybe it makes
Now
him
who's
prettier.
putting the energy out
It
there?
fixes
Yeah,
his
hold
nose.
on. What's wrong with you, still? No!
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Oh
Some of that in.
my
I
god.
have spoken.
Okay.
I hate you all.
Okay.
You're all welcome.
Okay.
Everyone just look at Solero.
There is this moment, Sabine, there's a stillness in the air.
I
Your
tried.
wings unfurling, slamming into the ground as you skyrocket. You immediately kicking up dirt and pebbles as you soar towards Alaric. And as you do, there's this moment, hands outstretched for one another. Alaric's grip, desperate to take your own. And as it does, the fingers touch each other's palms and slip as you go soaring into the air and he goes soaring past. That was your action, Sabine.
How close is the Manticore?
It's when it gets to its turn, it'll start plummeting.
Good. When it comes past me, since it's not able to do flyby, since it's not flying, I'm going to hit it in the face.
We'll see. Shane is still tending to ensuring that everything is safe with Yuria, his attention does flick back to the encounter that's currently happening, and he watches as Alaric just begins plummeting to the earth like a meteor, and he yells out, hand outstretched, unable to do anything. Kellen Aldane.
Man.
I tried, buddy. I really did.
And I have like nothing up my sleeve to help with them. God. Can I can still shoot the manticore though?
It is a it's a falling target.
I mean, it's a moving object, but I've got the range, so 150 feet, so
Yeah.
even at an angle, it should still be good. So I'd have to move out of cover, I'm assuming.
Correct.
So I'll just move there. Okay. God, I wish I could do this something, but I can't. I don't want Alaric to become a splat. That's not cool. Alright, well, yeah, well, here we go. Let's try to shoot it. No.
Let's see it.
Yeah, 18.
18 hits.
9 pierce and... Roll 9.
Your attack has advantage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because of guiding bolt.
No, sure, that's true.
And because it's restrained.
It might not be a double advantage, but... I don't have that elven accuracy.
And damn it.
It also has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
So I don't have any... I don't do anything to it dexterity.
No, just putting
Yeah.
it up there.
Yeah. So 18 damage.
Yep.
And just kind of watching like, oh shit. It's like they both fall.
Yeah, it would be this moment where it's already a tense situation. The Manticore just flew off with Alaric, and then up at the apex of this sort of soaring upwards, you would watch as they split, and Alaric begins to just fall. Either the Manticore let him go, or
Something happened.
who knows?
Something happened and he's now free falling.
Indeed.
It's unfortunate. I don't like this. But all I can do is shoot things. So that's
Okay.
it, I guess. Cry. Hold up. Morbidly curious. I gotta move forward a little bit. Like he's running. I have 15 feet left. He's running forward, like that youthful moment of ignorance, where like maybe I could catch him before he gets before his high wisdom score kicks in, and he's like, "You're an idiot." It's like,
Celerol.
Okay. Upon seeing, how far off the ground is he?
20 feet.
All right, Silril steps backward just out of sheer just, oh my god, what's happening? And in a moment that is like very snap, her free hand not holding the flail will just reach upward, and from her toes to the top of the tip of her fingers, her tattoos will illuminate again in her eyes, and she will use telekinetic movement.
You are out of psionic dice, I'm afraid.
didn't she get
I
that
used my
recharge?
psionic die to move Yuria. I have telekinetic movement as an ability. I can use it once for every short rest.
Hold on.
Let me double check.
Or I can use psionic energy to use it.
Pull an extra 5 feet.
Okay. All right.
The way that I treat this is when I want to use telekinetic movement as like a, first say, moving Yuria, I had to use all 4 of my psionic die. That is more of like a premeditated use of this. And any other time I've used the actual ability itself has been in reaction to something else happening. and it is much stronger, and I don't have to expend things for it. That's how I've been using it, and that is a reaction type here, is the same as when Yuria was almost flung off the ship. This is the same kind of reaction she holds. It's almost like she's doing it subconsciously.
Double checking. Hold on. Okay. He still has to take some damage, but not nearly as much because of that crit fail on Sabine's part. So, you Gwen Stacy him this time.
Well,
Oh, God.
It's essentially, so she grabs him, but it is, you know, he's still falling. So it's like if you were to dive into water, the surface of the water is like stone, right? But it still would hurt if you dived incorrectly. So it's like that. She grabs him, but the force and jerk of him probably causes him some damage.
But the psychic force kind of attenuates his fall, in a sense.
Yeah, it would stop him from hitting the ground. It's just his body would jerk around.
So it's like a net.
Yeah, you won't take the full damage plus whatever else I was going to throw on there for the fail. But you will take the fail damage as you are caught before slamming into the ground like a meteor. Good job.
Can't believe got flint.
Okay, that is your action, I believe. Are you doing anything else?
That's all I got.
Okay.
This bitch is 80 feet in the air, and I am a melee fighter.
Miranda Lamortia.
Neat. Sweet. So I'm going to. Hold on. Good question. Where is the trunk of this tree? Just so I don't run
Directly
into
in
it.
the center.
So basically, right where I think.
Correct.
Neat. Okay, so I don't want to be there. So I'm going to move.
Unless you're a druid.
Ah, right there. I am going to bonus action hide. Hold it still.
Okay.
And then I'm going to hold my action until the falling manticore is within range of my short bow. Because right now it is out of it. Kind of like shooting clay pigeons.
Correct. You'd also, again, just like before, be shooting through the tree.
If I move here, then?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So, neat. That's it.
The Nightmare Manticore begins falling. So Sabine moved her 30. So Sabine, go ahead and take your attack as it plummets past.
And I'd probably get my held action.
10
Shit.
misses. Yes.
At advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Because of
okay,
restraint.
Yeah.
It's restrained still, yeah.
That hits.
Smite.
Smite it now.
What the hell is going on?
Go ahead and make your shot, Marana.
Oh, yes. Sorry. And that's advantage because it's restrained. Okay,
That hits.
18.
On God.
On God.
Nice.
We've gotta stop meeting like that.
Oh, if only I could use that stupid ability.
Ooh, classic Dark Souls. Now watch it one shot everyone.
Okay, I'm going to roll to see if it escapes the restrained at the end of its turn.
If not, the ground's gonna kill it.
That's a 25. It is no longer restrained. And you watch as its body sort of shuddering violently for a moment, its wings snap out, sort of breaking the vines and everything that had been holding it. Yeah. As it sort of catches itself, this twist of its form as it pulls itself back into the air, its wings fully outstretched. At the start of Yoren's turn, you would watch the Nightmare Manticore being this low, you would activate its legendary actions.
Glad to be here.
Jesus, 1 fucking damage. You couldn't have smited higher.
Classic Dark Souls.
Okay.
It is going to spit.
Ew.
I need...
Stop.
Fuck. Ew.
I need Siluril, Sabine, Alaric, and Yoren, and the horse to all make me dexterity saving throws, please.
It looks like Yoren's
Oh, not
sitting
sorry,
on
not
his head.
Sabine. Sabine's flying. Apologies.
Oh.
You would be on
Yeah.
the ground because of that. I
Yeah, I'm
need to roll
flying
your damage.
You're not flying, you're on the ground. Alaric.
Did Siluriel bring Alaric to the floor?
Yeah, I can't hold people in the air.
Siluriel
can only
plus
move
3
these.
to her saving throw.
13 damage to Alamarin.
Callan,
Schnit.
And I think you would be... Where would you put him?
where would you like to collapse?
Where would you like to put him?
Probably right where he is. She would just bring him right down. It's a more of a reflex rather than like a
Straight
you
down?
know- yeah, it's
Perfect.
more of a reflex than a premeditated choice.
Alaric lands and immediately turns to watch this globule of blinding spit splash off of Siluril.
So
What do I
she
get?
doesn't like slow down his descent. She catches him and moves him down, like sets him down.
Again, yeah, very like Gwen
It's an
Stacy.
abrupt stop. It's like the movement of you is like, and
Yeah.
you take
Yeah, like-
that.
You would
Getting
feel
caught
your
by a noose around the neck.
you would feel your spine sort of bend the wrong way, your every like muscle straining, as you would take half of the initial damage that was going to be added on top of it. So you suffer 13 points of bludgeoning damage to your body, just contorting from the very sudden momentum stop. You are also blinded. You land and then immediately are hit.
What plus do I get? Was it?
You get a
Three?
plus
Plus
3
3.
to your dexterity saving throw. You succeed. You are not blinded. Alaric is the only one.
Imagine just collapsing and then immediately it just shits on you.
Yoren,
Take that for the road.
Can you go up and bop it in the forehead?
it's
With
still
your
20
finger?
feet in the air.
Do be like that. How much? What's the action to switch out weapons? Or to
It's
drop
a
weapons?
free action.
Okay.
Yeah, storing and stuff like that. As long as it's not like egregious. Like I draw my short bow, I shoot, I store it, and then I draw my great sword and I swing. Because then I'll stop you.
Whoa. Whoa. Well, I mean, if I wasn't going to, but since you said something,
What are you doing, brother man?
he's gonna drop his hammer and then whip out the light crossbow.
Let's see it.
And he's gonna miss horribly because he doesn't actually know how to use one.
It misfires. You hear the string sort of miss the bolt entirely, sort of dragging over the surface of it, and the bolt doesn't fire at all.
Okay, we're gonna use a bonus action to cast spiritual weapon 20 feet in the air to stab him in the face to make it
Okay.
look like I killed him with the.
Let's see it.
I got that.
23 hits. Yoren, describe the end of the Nightmare Manticore with your spiritual weapon.
It would be this very cool moment where he whips it out, almost like whipping out like a pistol from his pack, and then he shoots it, and it just completely goes whisk past his head, and there's just this moment of pause where he just mutters, "Ikeshirai," and then the Manticore looking at him would instead get there'd be a flash behind his head, and the spear would go right through his cranium.
This howl that comes from the creature, it's one of its mouths having been used to fire that blinding spittle. As it's sort of rearing its head back, you can hear that sort of cackling laughter, getting ready to unleash something you hadn't seen yet. And as its mouth opens to its entirety, that final spear drives through the back of its skull, and with it, this wet gurgle as the body shudders violently, held by the spear before being released and falling to the ground with a heavy, audible, ground-shaking thud. And with that, combat is over.
Sabine instantly moves to Alaric. Oh god, I'm so sorry. And she
Nope.
15 points in.
Shut the fuck up. We're taking a 15-minute break.
Thank God I gotta pee!
Yep.
Did everyone just have to pee right before this Manticore showed up? It
I've
seems like
been trying really hard to drink lots of water, and what I've realized is when you drink a lot of the recommended
Normal
amount of water, you gotta pee a lot.
Yo, bro, that's so true. True.
Good job, party. A lot of really good teamwork today. Big fan.
I just wanted to look cool, okay?
You did. You got the killing blow on the Nightmare Manticore.
It was beautiful. The complete whiff. Crossbow, didn't even hit. It just, jammed. He's like, oh, right. It's been a while. Anyway.
I'm sorry. I'm not usually like this.
Never happened to me before. Slow.
Shakes it once.
Yeah.
Rattle.
Well, 2 out of 5 men sometimes.
Experience misfires with their crossbows, if you know what I mean.
Very good job. With no casualties, I might add. There could have been one, had it not been for the quick thinking of the party.
Alaric could have gotten clapped by gravity pretty good there.
Ain't that always the truth, though?
Both paladins almost got clapped by gravity.
Gravity.
There's a lot of things you can fight in this world.
Yeah, BBEG,
Gravity
the
is one of them.
real one.
Yeah, there's this sort of learning moment where I'm going to fight the huge thing in the air and then realize that the huge thing's pretty strong.
I just didn't want it to get away.
Well, you succeeded. You killed its mate. It didn't want to go anywhere.
You have my attention now.
Can we roll the fall damage to see just what would have happened? Absolutely, Varys.
Ooh.
Fantastic. Let's go.
They were
Let's see.
80 feet in the air. I think a d6 each. For
Each
10
what?
feet of...
On top of the fail damage, which was an additional 4d6.
Woo!
So
Just
12d6
colliding
total.
in air.
Oh, a surprising 38 points of damage. Nothing too bad,
Survive.
actually. If he had been at full health, he'd have survived.
Yeah, that would have been fine.
It's just we would have seen him hit the floor with a loud crack.
I mean, I would say his brain would have been jostled, but...
I mean, again, he'd have landed that high. Even if you survive, I'm going to stun your ass for a round. There's no way you're surviving that.
The wind is just knocked out of you completely. Your ribs are broken.
Yeah, but imagine if we were that cold-hearted and that calculating. We were like, that's only that's not a lot of damage. We'll just let him fall.
Puts hands up, sort of measuring distance. No, that's not that bad. He can survive that.
If you're broken ribs, I'll have him back up in he'll just be in excruciating pain for about a minute.
The moment we don't do anything is when he rolls really, really well, and that becomes most of that max damage.
True.
It'll be fine.
I rolled a lot of ones.
An awful lot of sixes.
I rolled a lot of ones for that damage, so
True.
could have been way worse.
You can survive with a punctured lung for at least 2 minutes before I get to him.
pneumothorax in both lungs.
The asshole cleric. If I was a grave cleric, that'd be like, all right, are you dead yet? Nope. Keep fighting.
You walk over, bonk him the 1 hit point so he's unconscious, and then get the max heal.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Exactly.
I helped you.
Do you trust me?
No, as the hammer's coming down. That's a lot of damage.
That was great.
It was Pog. I had a great time.
Fear.
I feel like this is the card we should have picked.
It picked us, if that makes you feel better.
It had a potential max damage of 72.
He would be alive, I think.
Yeah. It wouldn't have killed him outright.
Perfect. See?
It
Not
would have
killing
only
him.
done 36. It would have need to have done 39. Had he gotten any higher, had he what the Manticore was going to do, which was bring him up to about 200 feet and then drop him.
Yep. Then we just have to watch. Happy 4th of July, everyone, as we watch Alec plummet to his death. Look
They're
at the
like reverse fireworks. They're reverse fireworks. The splatter, the color is when you
Yeah.
hit the ground.
He's about to get turned into a Roman candle.
Jesus.
But yeah, my plans for
As shall your wishes return to the earth, kinda.
I am the soil.
Get balanced on, idiot.
Yeah, he wouldn't need to have worried about a burial service. That's right. They'd have just
Yeah, he
kicked
would've
over
been-
some rocks on top of him. He'd have been perfect.
True. Hey, you think we could put like bits of him in like a glass bag of gold?
Maybe.
We can have a Jara Paladin in this party, too.
Nice. The tradition continues.
The mention of how much damage that spell could have done. What is your rule on overkill damage? Well, it generally depends. Minions have a different role for overkill where you can sort of like cleave. But I think overkill stuff will start becoming more prominent the higher level they get, where I start introducing cleave-like abilities for the party, where they can sort of like attack. If they kill, then that damage goes over to the next character type deal if they're within range. Certain stuff like that.
Oh.
What?
But for like massive damage, it's still the same. Like if it does negative your hit point total, you're dead outright.
Yeah, I mean that rule doesn't change.
Okay, massive damage doesn't change, but overkill.
Yeah,
different.
when they say overkill, I assume they meant it for the monsters, not for you guys.
Ah,
Overkill for you guys is your entire health pool. Like,
yeah.
overkill for a monster is generally like how minions work, where like melee can chain their attacks as long as there's another minion nearby. So if there are 3 minions and you do 15 points, you can gank all 3. If you're ranged, if they're lined up in certain angles, you can fire an arrow through, and if you do 12 damage and they all have 4, you can pierce through all 3.
if only I had done 1 more damage.
It was so funny watching the bar tick down. And I was like, is that enough? And then it got to I had to right click it again, and I was like, that's 1 hit point. That's brutal.
Classic Dark Souls.
If I had just rolled 8 damage.
Gets a 1. PK is
Because
a
I
party member.
maxed the shit out of that.
That's Elden Ring,
attack.
baby.
Are we going?
Max.
What would you say is the best fighter subclass? Echo Knight.
True, honestly. Super pog. Imagine fighting without ever having to care about taking damage. That's an Echo Knight. It's pog. And also you get just a free 15-foot teleport whenever. For free. Doesn't matter. Extremely poggers.
It's very poggers. That's 1 contract target killed. Indeed it is. The Nightmare Manticore was the one of the 3 marks that Reynold had put out there. Are we going to roll to see where the Manticore lands as his body falls? I'm not that mean. If I wanted to, that horse would have been dead round 1. And the players
True.
would have been fucked.
Start pulling the wagon.
You
At
would-
least it's on
I
wheels.
mean-
It'd have been easier.
There is that. I mean, we
It'd been
could
fun.
have used Siluro and Alaric as workhorses. And
yeah,
just have
sure.
them pull. What?
Good
You don't
luck
wanna
on
get-
that persuasion roll.
You don't want to get strapped to the cart,
Nope.
donkey?
Oh
How do
my
Warforged work in your world? If there are Warforged, also I just came back. What the hell happened? Welcome back, General. Yes, there are Warforged in my world. They are incredibly rare. They are a byproduct of the Wizard King time, of which they are known as Celestial Killers. They are made with the sole intent purposes of fighting celestial entities such as solars, planetars, stuff like that. They are either lost entirely, or those that are still in service are in service to a number of individuals throughout the world. If you want to play one, there's a rule. If you want to play a Warforged, you have to be found by the party. Meaning they have to delve into a ruin, a weird location, whatever, and generally find you pinned somewhere as a result of a previous battle.
My conspiracy theory is that Culinarian Prime is actually a Warforged that they modified to be a cook. They just took some fucking crazy, I would say gnome, but gnomes don't exist, so it'd have to be some fucked up, insane elf. High elf was like, yo, I need a
Listen.
toaster now.
Listen to this idea, bro.
I found this. And they're like, what is it? And he's like, I don't know, but it's got arms and legs, and it makes a lot of heat. And they're like,
Hello, my friends.
kill all the gods.
My designation is Culinarian Prime. I want to kill Verodas.
I'm gonna put her in an oven. Holy shit, he's a madman.
I'm completely new to D&D. I'm watching this
you
currently
say?
to get an idea of what a game is like. Welcome, Jack. I am the Crown DM. Welcome to my lovely party, and welcome to Cometh the Fall. This is a game that we run every Friday. It is set in 5th edition in my homebrew world. If you are interested in learning more about D&D, stick around. And if you're interested in potentially playing, meeting some other lovely people who like TTRPGs such as D&D, why not join the community? We have a Discord that's available for you to join, where we have some people that are running games. Is that a drawing of a carriage? Yes, because every time I tried to get a token of a carriage, it wouldn't fit.
Indeed, that's our new carriage, guys. It's got RGB, blue light.
On top of that, the players just met the Nightmare Manticore and defeated him and his mate. The Nightmare Manticore is one of 3 marks set by Reynold Donvir, the Slayer here in Elion's Tier.
This is actually Shane's gaming rig. He's actually a gamer. He's a Twitch streamer, guys. That's why he's like so pale.
Right. Welcome to my stream. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Today we're going to be playing Mountain Warband. It's going to be pretty pog.
Why do I get the feeling he plays like Farming Simulator,
Yeah, he
but
plays
like
Stardew.
actually
Welcome to
plays it?
Stardew. This is my farm. It's pretty good. I just got the mountain obelisk set up. It's pretty nice. It lets me teleport back and forth.
Yo, Shane's
This
a
is my
gamer,
chicken. Somebody just knock on my
wonder-
door.
though. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Shane's definitely a gamer. That's why everyone thinks he's weird, but he's actually nice, because he just sits indoors and games out. And he's like, hey. They're like, what's your job? And he's like, oh, I'm a Twitch streamer. And they're like, that's not a real job.
Well, I mean,
So you're
it is
unemployed.
to me. No, I have a job.
So,
I get money.
okay, but like, what's your career?
I stream every
You have a-
Friday.
Like Netflix?
No, I stream to people that are watching. They come in, we talk, I'm playing my
OnlyFans?
game. What?
You a stripper, son?
No.
Loving this conversation with a hypothetical.
I don't think they really like that
This
term
guy
anymore.
is- Yeah, well.
I think exotic dancer is a more appropriate word.
You're a weird one. I don't like you.
I don't know about you
me-
guys, but my boyfriend has 3 mouths.
Yo, I feel like there's karma brewing. We keep killing people's mates. I fear for any character that tries to get a romance at this point.
Yeah, you guys' nickname is the wife beaters. I mean,
Whoa.
that's already a given.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's your
goodness.
canonical Adis name. That's your party name. You don't even get a
God
choice like
damn it.
SOE did.
The
You guys are
heck
known
did
as
I
the
come
wife
back to?
beaters.
The
No.
mate players.
I've killed 3 of them, but
The domestic disputers.
We're the mate slayers.
like hitmen, but only specifically for romantic relationships. We'll not take any other contracts.
See that? Some hitmen won't do women and children, but we'll only do wives and husbands.
The Homewreckers? Maybe. I made a character and I may have done it correctly or not, just seeing how the rules play out. Perfect. We also have a creation showcase. Jack, if you want to join the Discord, you can post your character sheet and we can take a look at it, see if everything's right, if you need any help or anything like that. The Widowmakers?
Call us the Blue Ballers. I
sounds
wish
like if
they
we-
didn't, but they do.
That sounds like if we had taken the other option at Haynes Keep.
What do you mean? You guys did. This is your dark path.
This is our foil
You
moment.
keep killing sentient creatures. You're
Well,
monsters.
Maybe. That's not true. We're better because we kill sentient.
We're
The more
better.
human they are, the more justified we are.
But manticores are delicious.
I point at the owlbear. Reject sentient.
Manticore are actually not delicious, as I found out.
Oh.
No.
They are monstrosities, which means they have vile or distasteful meat. They have
you mean
rancid
munch.
tasting meat.
Monstrosities. As in, good eats.
When you pickle them a little bit,
Look,
that funkiness
You
really comes
motherfucker.
out.
All right,
Sure.
Look here.
Yep.
Just because you think it's gross doesn't mean that some Cajun down south isn't gonna spice that shit up.
Listen, I'm not saying that there aren't people out there who would absolutely. You're
I
gonna
would
walk
term-
in and they're on a spit roast. Okay,
I would
like
term crabs and crawfish as monstrosities too, but that shit's delicious.
they're bugs.
They're bugs.
They're
and we eat
insects.
them.
That's what they are. And we butter them up is what we do. I douse them things in so many spices they don't got any blood left.
Oh, bro.
It's just butter and pepper.
You think we can't cook that? As I point at the manticore.
It's
you ever
just
met a
lemon
Creole
butter.
before, son?
Never really understood the whole attraction to lobster. I'm like, listen, friend, if you just want an excuse to eat butter, just own it. Like, you don't
Look
need
at
an
this.
excuse to
As
eat
I pull
butter.
out my Tony Zatries. This is a magical artifact that makes anything tasty.
It's like Old Bay seasoning or
Yeah.
whatever.
We find the crabs again, go at them with some Old Bay.
Just douse it. I'm like, they're like, now,
Masters, what are you doing? I
This,
thought we were yours.
as I pull out the sriracha.
You are mine for dinner.
It adds heat damage, but we still use it. I don't know why, but it's good.
Those spines on it, those are toothpicks after.
You just gotta crack off the shell. Stop being a baby as I crack off 80% of the monster to get at like the one good kidney. That's,
My favorite has always been, you would think that like crabs would give a fuck, but I've watched crabs whole ass just rip their entire claw off and throw
True.
it to the ground and be like, what?
yeah, they're the true D&D party members of the underworld. Everything wants to eat them, and they have no life. Like you'd think they would be well protected with shells, but everything around them has evolved to get around the shell because they're just so goddamn tasty. Up to and including just eating the shell.
MILF Murderers Anonymous, MMA for short. That's true.
Oh no. No
Until
wonder
they
we
start
haven't-
killing husbands, then who knows?
Oh no.
Dilf Murderers Anonymous.
They're all terrible people.
I'm not
We're
saying
not
you guys
anonymous.
can't cook the manticore. I'm saying you got to treat it first before you cook it. Isn't it like
treat
it's like the
everything.
same?
No.
Sort of like the same thing with like hogs, right? You have to do a certain thing to be able to eat them before you can.
It's like
Drain all the,
pufferfish.
you gotta drain all the blood out.
It's like pufferfish. You got to make sure you don't die eating the pufferfish. But it's pretty good if you do.
Oh no, I mean like isn't it like if you cut the pig wrong, you could like rupture it and spoil all the meat.
Well, that's like any animal, right? If you're processing it and you like rupture its bladder or its intestine, that's a big bad thing. Also, if it's like a wild pig, you have to, when you're skinning it, you have to make sure you don't get any of the hair on the meat.
Yeah, that too.
So there's a lot of things, but you also have to make sure you drain the blood out because that's the bad shit for pigs. So you generally gotta like hang them upside down and just bloop. Yeah. Yeah. Wild pig though, some fucking good eating.
Is there any way that a Warforged can wake up in a mystical land where there's mysteries to be uncovered? Yeah, dude. It's your world.
Deadass, I woke up in the
Dude, you
astral
could-
sea, dog.
You can run Warforged however you want.
Bro.
Warforged come from Eberron. They're already fucking weird. I would look
Yeah,
at Eberron lore to where Warforged actually come from, and you'll be surprised.
Dragonborn lore is actually also kind of fucky-wucky. Not gonna lie. It changes with like every edition. As if you're looking at like vanilla lore.
Yeah, in 3.5 it was like a prestige class. You had to undergo a ceremony to become a Dragonborn.
Yeah. Now they're from like the same dimension that dragons were, but like somebody did an oopsie and teleported one of their cities over to Toril or whatever.
Like, whoops!
Yeah, our
I
bad.
dropped
Also,
that.
they hate dragons because the dragons enslaved them, like all dragons. They also don't have tails, so you already know that they have shit lore.
Oh,
That's how you know they're
Damn.
bad.
sorry. I'm looking at
What?
the food that Kitten just posted. That shit looks tasty as fuck.
I want to see where.
And the food tax.
Yeah, see, that's Basilisk. That's why the Rock showed up. He was like,
Damn. Give me some of that.
"Why you give me these graham crackers?"
Smoked chicken
I smell
and a pork shoulder? Holy fuck. Oh, they're separate. I thought that in the pan was both. I was like, geez, what are you doing?
The Basilisk King looking real nice right now, huh?
What? No. Basilisk King is still terrible.
Imagine the flavor.
Still horrible.
No, but imagine the flavor.
Imagine the flavors.
Imagine the sensation. It's like Ratatouille. A billion.
Mixing that cheese and the fucking pineapple and strawberry together. Mm.
Gourmet.
If we go into that battle ravenously hungry, do we get a bonus?
We all walk in with chef hats. What do you
The
think I'm a joke?
trick, the trick is truly just to fight it while hungry. Then
Get in the pot.
Why do you look hungry when you look at me? You see,
You already ate my mate. What the fuck?
Stop it. Go away. What are you doing? No, not the knife. No, please.
Get the thigh meat. Get the flank.
Hold it down. I want his eyes.
It's a
Morana in
basilisk
one of the
code.
corners, one of the desks, grabbing one of the young. Betty.
No.
It's a basilisk. So it's kind of close to like
Basilisk
an alligator, right? But like gator meat, by the
Basilisk
way.
veal, yes.
Finally,
You gotta-
adventurous. Wait. Why
you
are
gotta
you
just-
holding kitchen knives? Where's your halberd and shit?
You just got to go after it like it's a gator and get that tail meat, bro.
Go at it
No.
like it's a gator.
That jelly roll, it's mine.
The party's turning into culinarian primes. I agree.
Destroy Veridon. Yeah, I think you said make veggie sauce. I got
Right.
this right.
That's what I heard.
Are you? Is everybody here?
Yeah.
Silo real?
Yeah.
Perfect. Having defeated the Nightmare Manticore and its mate, one of the marks that Reynold had put before you now lay slain on the ground. What are you all doing?
Well,
Healing Alaric.
yeah, see, about that, I think that due to the blending effect of the blob on Alaric's face, and the fact that he just landed, he hasn't been able to ground himself properly, to perceive the ground properly. That feeling of falling, that sinking sensation in his chest, it hasn't left. A part of it's still there, even as his feet now feel the ground, and now that he's unaware still of the Manticore's demise, you'd watch, Savine, as your paladin friend begins blindly swinging his hammer at the empty air. And at some point, he catches false ground, a kind of pitch pocket of mud on the wrong spot, and his heel digs into it, sending him on his back again, feet kicking up into the air. He lands hard, with wet all over him, blood-soaked dirt and sweat, and his constant complaining.
Sabine would kneel next to him, kind of put one hand on his chest, one hand on the back of the head, and 15 points. It's kind of like a warm energy. I'm so sorry I tried to catch you.
He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he's trying to blink to get this effect off of his eyes until it naturally wears off within 6 seconds, right? Because that's when it ended in the Manticore's torn and it's dead.
Indeed. Well, it wouldn't have ended on its death. It'd have taken a few moments for it to eventually wash off.
All right. You and her squinting slightly. I didn't even notice, to be honest. Thank you for the attempt. Now help me up.
She helps him up to the best of her abilities, not the strongest person.
He gives her his hand and stands up all on his own.
Having slain the beast, the celestial platinum decorated spear, very long, by the way, a fragment, a remnant of Yorin's time as a dragon knight, does a flourish, flicking blood onto the floor, and then sort of floats over to sort of rest next to him, as he in turn is patting the horse to Cometh. He sort of barks out a general,
Is everyone all right?
he peers over to see Shane, or if Shane is still around even.
You would look back and see Shane has sort of is holding the javelin like a spear to his chest, sort of wide-eyed, having watched the entire thing go down. Mouth agape. He's just in a different land entirely.
Silver will turn around and go, just make in that direction to check on him. He's in the cart, right?
Yep. Sort of having positioned himself over Uria's statue. Sort of you would see his hands trembling, white-knuckled grip, sort of holding this javelin head towards where the Nightmare Manticore had been. He looks petrified.
I see what you did there.
Thanks.
Oh.
You're a monster.
Now we got 2 statues.
Are you alright?
You ask. And it's almost like his whole body shudders for a moment, sort of blinking rapidly, now aware of the rain that's falling on him, sort of turns to acknowledge you. Yeah. I'm fine. I'm fine. And then you watch as he just throws up.
Oh, there it is. I cannot do that, or I will.
Oh my god.
And he just throws up from all the stress, the adrenaline, the fear. He just throws the javelin to the side and just hurls. Hands holding where the benches were, just sort of very violently shaking. He's now aware of the cold as the heat of the adrenaline begins to wear off. His palms are partially bloodied from how tight he had been holding either his quarterstaff or the javelins. And yeah, he just spills his guts. But you would hear through it that sort of that shuddering, trembling breath as he sort of reaches a hand up, sort of wiping the spittle and the bile from his mouth. I'm sorry. I've just never.
Silver puts her fist over her mouth. That's alright.
He says, "I'll look all right. I saw him falling. he okay?
Silreal turns around to check for herself as well.
You would watch as Alaric's being helped to his feet.
Wiping himself too, kind of looking down at himself.
It
Aghast.
appears that he is fine. Worry not. Alec is a strong. He's a strong man.
He is certainly mulish and can take a beating like one.
Shane just sort of silently nods. What do we do now? It's late. We can't. I'm surprised Hilda's even still around, that she didn't just run off. What are we doing?
Speaking of Hilda, Alaric will lay a thankful hand upon Savin's shoulder and move gently past to check on the horse. Feel her mane, scratch her torso, see how she's holding up.
You would see she's like frothing at the mouth.
You try to hush away her fears and say some sweet things in her ear and promise her that she'll be safe and whatnot.
Go ahead and roll me an animal handling. You would hear that trembled breath, very mirrored, just like Shane, where the sort of whinny that sounds from within, the sort of shudder of its nostrils as it exhales very violently, as if also trying to catch its breath, as your hand gently rests on it, sort of stroking the side, sort of gently against its mane and its neck.
Good girl. You did wonderfully.
You hear that breathing eventually subside and relax. And they sort of stomp their hoof into the ground.
She's not hurt or anything, yeah?
Surprisingly, no.
She really is a good girl.
Thankfully, manticores like intelligent creatures. They are very sadistic in that regard. They like eating humans, which is probably why they went for Shane first. Shane wasn't covered in armor or anything like that.
Damn.
Just a guy. And had they been successful in killing or incapacitating Shane, you probably wouldn't have had this encounter. They'd have probably taken him and just left. So good job. Not only did you slay a mark, you saved Shane. Good job, heroes.
Oh, thank you.
Another day's work.
It is late. You'll need to find camp.
Well, Yoren's stoked. He's standing in front of the manticore with his hands on his hip, throwing back a hearty laugh. This brings me back to better days. Well, younger days, anyway.
This was one of the beasts we were contracted to kill.
That sort of sobers up Yoren. You were sent to kill this and the basilisk?
Marana gives a nod.
Like, how many beasts did he put on your list?
It was a choice was made.
Ah,
But this means we can bring back the manticore. Get more information that we need.
I'll even give you a choice. You could attempt to harvest the Nightmare Manticore now. Or you can attempt to try and bring it to Reynold. That will occupy the entirety of the cart, however, and you will be forced to walk.
We're walking. That's Alaric's boat. We're walking. We're shoving that thing in the wagon. We're walking.
You're just gonna shove it on top of Yuria? What?
No, not on top of Juria. Jurian, like...
It would have to be
Faber's
on top
face.
of Yuria.
What?
Yeah. This thing is huge. It occupies the entirety of the cart.
Couldn't we sort of fit her on top of it?
No.
No? So we're gonna have to carry
It would
Juria as well?
destroy this. It would either rip the wings or crush the bones, which are all pivotal things that you want from this creature.
I see. So it's
It's
back
like-
to carrying Juria.
It's either putting it on top of Yuria, which is Yuria weighs more, is more dense, or you put it on top of the Manticore and potentially ruin the Manticore.
Yeah, but we could potentially ruin Juria with the Manticore. We pull the body up and Juria is like a broken jar. Just shards of her on the car. Boy, sure, I'm glad we got that Manticore blood.
Typical ground shipping. Yeah, we put the...
Again, the choice is yours. You can attempt to harvest it now and get some vital components from it, or you bring it to Reynold and Reynold can harvest it, the entire thing, and make stuff from it.
I vote we load it up.
We can harvest the other one, though.
We can do that.
There is a second Manticore.
Well, my goal is to get all of you home. If you want to take this thing along, that is on you.
What we can do with Yuria is we can load her into the front seat with Shane.
She is in the sitting position.
Just chilling up there next to Shane, like, so,
Yep. Just staring at him.
where
What would be
where are
holding-
you from?
What would be anchoring her from momentum?
That's the only part. That's why I'm
Oh,
laughing.
what? Hey, wait a
Not-
minute. That's my seat. The fuck?
Move over. I've spent more time with him. As a statue.
No, you haven't. I rode the entire time, and you're unconscious. Shut up.
When he was scared, who did you run to?
Let's find camp.
He didn't run to you, bitch. He ended up by you.
Let's find camp, get ourselves situated for the night, get our watch underway, and then discuss in the morning what the plans are to do with the Nightmare Manticore. So, who's finding camp? Are you camping here?
How long until these bodies start to smell?
I think
Well, you-
as soon as blood is spilled. the
Thankfully,
smell
you
begins.
have
yeah.
nature on your side. Currently, it's raining.
And it's cold.
So the smell isn't as potent. Give it a day, however. You'll smell stinky.
No,
Ah, stinky.
not that. We're on the road right now, right? This is part
Correct.
of the main road.
You are on the road.
On the road again.
If you'd like, you could potentially try and push the horse and yourselves.
Well, before everything, we're going to harvest this Manticore.
The
So
other
probably
one.
we should get that out of the way.
That's a lot of manticore, brother.
I mean, if we make camp off the side of the road, we should be, close enough still to do that, I guess. Unless
Yeah.
there's going to be like 15 manticores descend upon us looking for their mates.
What'd you do with our dad?
She's every Manticore's wife. Right here.
No, no.
14 angry Manticore
She was the first
husbands.
lady. This was the president.
We get drowned in
Mr.
Manticore
President, get down!
spouses.
So,
Hmm.
who's harvesting the manticore then while somebody else finds camp?
Yeah, nature guys.
Don't everybody speak up at once.
Guess.
If you're harvesting, I need a nature check. If you're finding camp, I need a survival check.
I guess if they're. I'll work on the manticore, and then someone wants to help, that's cool, and then everyone else can look for camp.
You said finding camps is survival?
Correct.
I do have a pretty high survival, even though I'm not proficient. Does anyone have a higher survival than +5? Besides count. Understood. I will go. Can I cast guidance on myself?
Think so. Read what it says.
You touch one willing creature. I touch myself.
You're not willing.
What's
What?
What?
Sorry, made me giggle.
Continue.
I'm having a giggle, mate.
I was.
Yo, on stream? Go ahead and give yourself your guidance.
Pog.
Roll your d4. Roll me the survival. Shut up. Shut up. I hear you fucking...
10, guys.
That's still a 10.
Let me get that goddamn kettle off the oven. All right, Yoren with a 10.
Nice.
Initially, smugly,
Mute.
smugly, you begin to set out. You will find this camp. And as you're walking, you look up skyward as the raindrop hits you perfectly, dead center in the eye. Ah!
No! My morale's ruined.
Reaching a hand up, rubbing at your eye. Eventually, you would sort of veer off the main path, trying to find enough room for both the horse and the cart, which is the biggest thing, and then begin to set up your camp. You will be about
Plus 10 stress.
we'll say about 40 yards away from the road. While that's happening, let me see that nature check, boy.
Is anyone
Sir.
assisting me with the nature?
We already had this discussion. I think Alaric has the highest dice on that.
I am watching the carving.
Okay, well then I guess you're rolling then, and I will assist.
Very well.
Okay.
I don't need anybody else.
And I only
When
got-
I want to do good, I bless myself. Oh.
17.
I
Okay.
only have a +3 in nature, so I don't know if it matters.
4 here.
Ugh.
To be fair, you shouldn't be metaing this hard. Should fit into the role of your character.
Yeah, so as we did last time when we discussed this, it was Alaric explaining and sort of guiding Kellen's knife.
Okay. You would be able to get a small pouch of manticore teeth. A manticore has rows of sharp pointed teeth that they use to tear into their victims. Prying out the teeth can be difficult and often result in chipping or cracking the teeth. The teeth can be used in jewelry and decorations, and they can also be used in to line blades to make serrated edges and saws. You would get a small pouch that weighs about 3 pounds. It has no expiration date. You would also be able to harvest manticore tail spikes. You would be able to harvest a large pouch of them. They weigh about 5 pounds. They have no expiration. A manticore has a cluster of deadly spikes at the end of its tail. There are about 24 barbs in total, and they usually regrow within a day. The barbs are dark, bone-like needles, some reaching to a foot in length. They can be used to make daggers and other implements. So you get a large pouch of manticore tail spikes, weighs about 5 pounds, and you get a small pouch of manticore teeth weighing about 3 pounds. Anything else from this creature is not harvestable, especially with Marana having rendered one of the wings useless previously. It has a hole in it and cannot be harvested.
So no manticore cloak?
I'm afraid not. Not with the 17, especially.
Man.
Maybe once
Give
we
me
get
more,
Reinhold to take a look at the other one.
Yeah. I don't know. Counting on it.
Okay. You have harvested that manticore to its entirety. It has nothing else to offer. Let's roll for how much meat you get.
Some grody though, like you said.
As Skellen works, Alaric is bagging things, unfurling burlap sacks and things, filling it up with the pouch outside space, trying to organize everything together. while hanging over his shoulder, looking at his work.
I need... What's the roll here? Go ahead and roll me another nature check.
Bueno. This one is at advantage or no advantage?
This is for harvesting the meat.
So it's...
Oh, I mean, you're still
See-
being helped, right?
Yes.
Then yeah. What a stupid question. Idiotic. Stupid question.
I'm just clarifying before
Oh,
you
God.
get upset. All right.
Okay, you would be able to harvest 96 pounds of manticore meat.
Oh,
Large, sort of chunks of this creature. 96 pounds.
Bang.
Sure, we're gonna do
Spoils
all
in a
this.
day.
No, and we can't eat it because it's gross.
You can
The
certainly
rock
try.
will be here. But the rock will be here in 5 minutes.
I want manticore meat. I'm like, well, here's 96 pounds, I guess. Holy shit.
This team's kind of toxic. Calling us stinky, calling us stupid.
nah, I bet it's delicious.
No, in fact, the meat
No,
of many
that
monsters
means good
is considered vile and distasteful. Monstrosities and aberrations in particular may have tainted blood or rancid tasting meat.
Them's good eatings. What are you talking about?
Sure.
Uh-oh. Here we
Uh,
go.
Whip out the skillet. Let's go.
Perfect.
We'll go pound by pound. No, I'm kidding. Jesus.
You can try and cure it.
That would take like a few days, though, I believe.
I meant magically.
Oh. I have no idea how we would do that.
Purify food and drink. I can prepare it for tomorrow.
But it expires in a day.
No, when I wake up in the morning, it'll be before the day's over.
Yeah, you have a whole day. It's not like it hits midnight and the meat's done.
Just dead.
You have a whole ass day, 24 hours.
Well, there we go.
I just want to know where
So-
you're keeping 96 pounds of meat.
So 2 pounds is one
my
ration,
trousers.
right? What?
What?
Right. So 2 pounds is one ration, right?
That's a lot for a ration.
2 pounds?
You eat 2 pounds of meat in a day?
I thought a ration's weight was 2 pounds.
Sizzle,
That
gentle
includes-
repost the manticore.
That includes like
Everything.
that includes like hardtack, your drink, the jerky, all the other shit that's a part of it. Just 2 pounds of meat?
I don't think rations have water.
I think we have problems finding water out here. But the point is that a ration isn't just one thing.
Yeah.
It's everything that goes into it.
Yeah. So we're gonna split it into pounds per meal.
1.25 pounds of semi-firm or firm cheese. 12 pitted dates, dried figs or dried apricots, 1 cup roasted nuts, 4 handfuls of wheat crackers, and 4 whole pieces of fresh fruit, 4 small bunches of grapes. Those are the products of iron rations. Regular rations consist of jerky, dried fruit, hardtack, and nuts. So very similar situation. It's not just meat; you have a bunch of shit.
Right. This is a meat ration, then, sir. Right. So it's 2 pounds per.
Sure.
Taking it easy here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Perfect.
right.
Where are you keeping it?
So everybody eats a day for 5 portions of 2 pounds each. So probably
It's-
gonna try to.
Spoils in a day.
Yeah. But assuming she can cure it. How many days do we
Well,
have?
I mean, cure it so it's edible. Not
Yeah,
cure it so it
no.
doesn't expire.
Oh, by the way, if it's cooked, do we extend its lifespan at all?
Probably not.
2
No,
words,
no.
gentle repost.
That's
That would work if the corpse was whole.
yeah.
It's currently in many pieces. Once you separate the meat from the body, you can gentle repose the corpse, not the flesh, I'm afraid.
Yeah, the best we're probably gonna get right now is just manticore steaks in the morning once they're purified.
Correct.
All right, so
Nice
they're just gonna
hearty
cut.
breakfast.
I mean, we'd need like drying racks and shit like that in order to like.
And a shit ton of salt.
Yeah, we need a lot of stuff to make it preserved.
You have your breakfast in the morning, which would be more than enough to get you through the day.
Now, if
Yeah.
we grind the meat back up and put it back on the manticore like a meat statue,
Shut up.
could we gentle?
Shut up.
No. Stop.
So,
Doofus.
so, calculating the amount of people in the party and all that, we're gonna cut 28 pounds for a morning meal and a night meal, like our afternoon meal, to make up for the day's food.
Okay.
Because after that, he'll just go bad. So
Perfect.
There you go.
You'll be able to
Leave the
carve all
stack
that
out
out.
with a sign that says "For the Rock, we're sorry."
It'll eventually just attract the rest of the predators that are out here, and they'll just come have a ball. You'll eventually find whatever other wild animals are out here feasting on corpses. So, if there are any like, what's the
Scavengers.
No, there's a scientific term for what hyenas are.
I don't know. They're just carrion feeders.
Carcass something, carrion eaters. Oh, yeah, he said scavengers. I think that's what it is.
Anyway.
You would. All right. Jesus. With your meat in tow, who wants to load up the body?
I feel like that's going to be a group effort because that's a lot of body.
Are you leaving it here?
No, I imagine we're going to have to load up the nightmare thing onto the cart and walk it to camp.
Perfect. Let's see it.
So
We're just gonna throw it on top of Juria, huh?
I think we're going to arrange it artfully around here.
I hope so.
Probably like on its side.
Who, seeing as this is a group check, if everybody's participating, which I assume everybody's participating.
Yeah.
Okay. Who wants to sacrifice their rope?
I'll do it.
You're going to need about two full lengths to be able
I
to
got it.
wrap the entirety of its wings and its body and everything. So you'll need, two entire lengths of rope. So
I got 50 feet.
perfect. Who has the other?
Alric already used his on Juria, so.
Well, I mean,
I thought we used mine on Yuri.
We used mine and God dang it, your Dragonborn's name is messing with me. Yoren's name. Yeah, we used Yoren and Kellen's rope, but I mean, once Yuri is, well, I don't know. Once she's back in
Sabine
the
hands
cart,
over her rope.
once we disassembled the litter, we probably didn't need the rope, so I'm sure we got our rope back.
I don't think we're getting those bedrolls back though.
Marana and... No, those bedrolls are fucked.
Yeah.
Marana and Sabine using your rope to bind the entirety of the manticore. Who is binding the manticore? I will need a survival check.
Oh boy.
It's going to take a bit. This bitch is huge and heavy.
Make sure you arrange it so that it looks like its head is laying on Yuri's lap, all like aesthetic and shit, while you're at it.
I vote for B because we know how I am with knots. I've not done well making them.
I don't have a survival check, but I can certainly try.
Save.
I mean, I can assist or do it either way. Well,
Alaric
20?
watches.
Nope.
Alaric, what? Thank you. Alaric.
He wants to see them at work.
Sabine uses her rope tying skills from other.
You hold on. No. You said you don't have proficiency?
No.
I'm not letting you roll then. I'm not gonna let you shibari this freaking manticore.
Why not?
Why not?
We have to make
That
sure the rope
sounds
isn't
like a
too tight.
creative use of skill to me.
Yeah?
Remember?
Why aren't you proficient in survival of the bedroom?
Yeah.
What?
You let her do this, you have to do it for everybody else in the future. I do plan to cash in on that.
Alric knows Barry?
What?
What?
What are you
We had it
talking
wrong.
about? If I let her do the survival check without having proficiency?
Oh, now you caught on.
Yeah, that's why I said no.
I was just being funny, but sure.
Sort of,
What?
takes away from the people who have survival. So, who with survival would like to bind the manticore? Sorry, Sabine.
Sure. I guess I'll go.
Sag.
I'll show someone my good rope tricks. God
Yep.
darn
Yes,
it.
you will. Just won't be the manticore, I'm afraid.
Safely, with consent.
There you
Consent is key.
19. Perfect.
We need to find more dumb people. You keep trying to seduce smart people.
What?
I don't try and seduce anyone, if you notice. I only seduce when I get paid.
The manticore is bound. It does take, with how heavy this would be a group effort.
Yeah.
So this would be
Alaric would help.
pushing into the later part of the evening now as the manticore is bound, its wings fully pushed in to making sure you, A, don't damage this creature because you want as much of it intact so you can get the most out of it when you get it to Reynold, as well as ensuring that it's properly bound so it doesn't accidentally, destroy the cart. So, with this creature bound, it does take the better part of an hour. How are you loading it into the cart?
Probably gonna lead the horse around, let it sort of backpedal into the woods, and then turn it so it faces the opposite direction, and leans back the cart facing the manticore, so they're face to face. And then after that, it's a group effort of slowly dragging it onto the cart, opposite to Yuria.
And how is
Folded and
Yuria
tied up as it
being
is.
kept in the cart?
Yeah, how is she?
go. She's probably flat on her back or something, I would imagine.
If she was flat on her back, her legs would be up. Remember, she's in the sitting position, so she's probably on her side.
Okay, she's on her side. And we'd have to basically bind up the manticore to make it look like a fucking wrapped up turkey or something and try and slide it in on the opposite side.
Jesus Christ.
That's how
Okay.
it goes, man.
Who has the lowest athletics roll in the party?
It would probably be me.
I have a 2. What about you?
I got a 1.
Okay. Who would like to roll the d20 plus 1 for the group check?
The weakling.
You want me to roll for it?
You said it. Let's see it.
Okay.
It is a struggle. Your first attempt is met with complete failure. You would watch as its claws sort of hook into the wood and just sort of scrape its way down, leaving these deep grooves in the seats. Shane's standing there, holding his quarterstaff tightly, just watching, staring as you damage the cart. I don't know if this is the best course of action. As you're loading it again, go ahead and roll again.
Why don't we ask Shane what the best course of action is?
To leave
Afraid
it
he's
here.
out of wisdom.
To leave it here. It's you just gonna destroy my card.
Noted and ignored. Oh no, goodbye, Kurt.
Sorry.
Holy shit.
You made me. We're doing great tonight, guys.
You guys had a lot of great rolls. It's only fair that eventually the dice say no, 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 no.
Am I there or am I still out looking for...
This is under the assumption that you are here.
Oh, I thought I was out still looking for a camp at this point. Alright. Well,
Second
will give
attempt
you
is a failure.
It's artfully bound.
It's artfully
But
bound
it's-
indeed. This time it's the tail that the sort of spines having got caught and sort of deave these even deeper grooves across the surface of the wood. And Shane just sort of throws his hands up for a moment, attempting to protest and then stopping himself. Are you helping at all, Yoren? I assume that's why you're asking.
Yeah. If why are we having Marana do this again?
Well,
Because
we're
I have
using the lowest athletics roll of the party.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna give the lowest athletics person guidance.
Perfect.
You're welcome.
Go ahead and roll your guidance. You have a 2
That's
to the
not
next roll.
bad.
Anybody else have anything else they can add?
Unless you're going to let us use all of our combined athletics somehow.
This is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking like supernatural, magical, mundane, what have you. The DC is 15, so.
I am
Alright.
silly. I cannot help unless I've rested.
How long of a rest do you need?
A mere 4 hours will help. If we rest here before we go in the morning, we should be fine.
Nothing saying you guys can't rest on the road.
I thought we would just be making camp like over there somewhere.
Are we all tired? Can we not try again?
Alright. Let's see.
Yoren's looking at the marks on the cart dubiously.
You're all tuckered out, I suppose. Maybe.
I am
Just-
not concerned with our exhaustion so much as the quality of the cart when we are done. Points at the scratch marks, the tearing of the cart.
I also would like to keep the cart as intact as possible. It was a very kind thing. And she would look to Shane. Shane, he has done for us.
Shane's just sort of watching this very, very sort of somber expression on his face.
I would like to wait until morning.
I considered
least-
that myself, Silver. It's only that if we stay put, such a corpse, it may attract other predators. And
We could
Shane,
just-
you will not have much use of a cart if you're dead.
I mean, if we were going to load it into the cart anyway and take it with us, why don't we just take the corpse separately and load it in the morning, like Silver said?
Elric kind of shrugs and takes 2 backward steps from the manticore, assuming they're done trying. All right.
Because if we leave our quarry here, then perhaps Reynold will not believe us if we come back empty-handed.
If there's any way to get it easily into the cart, then we should do it that way. Apparently, whatever we're doing is not working. So, we've got it wrapped up. If we camp, 20 feet over there, we can keep watch over it. And then load it in the morning with Silderol's help. Silderol's. Mouth.
It is very heavy. Very, very heavy.
If you do still wish to exert yourself, you could try dragging the other one away. That one which you have butchered is probably more likely to attract attention than this, I would think. Besides, it could act as bait if we drag it out far enough.
We could always disperse the meat in small piles and maybe a good half-mile away or something to keep away the scavengers and the like.
Make sure it is the way we came. Don't want it to attract attention the way we're going.
I was just thinking about a good half-mile in the wilderness. Roads traveled. Wild animals tend to avoid them unless there's a reason to go there.
Then let's do that.
Well, if you want to set up camp, I will start dispersing the meat in about a half-mile away or so.
How much of the main corpse is left after they've chopped up all the meat and stuff?
You mean the smaller one?
Yeah, the small one.
Fair bit, I'd say.
Got like the skeleton and the body parts and things.
There's
like
still
that.
like 60-something pounds left. Remember, we cut out 28.
And that's of harvestable meat. There's still parts of it you can't, like, take the meat
Gotcha.
from. So,
Disperse the innards and stuff.
yeah.
So there's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot still. It's also a large creature, so.
Yorin would grab one of the wings. Who is going to help me drag this thing out into... Well, whatever we want to take.
I'm not sure I can help you, old man. I feel like we'd need 3 more of me.
He snorts.
All right. I'll pick up your slack.
Thank you, mule.
Mulers are very, very good creatures. Hard workers, And they don't complain as much as you.
I have not complained once.
Sure you do. Every time you quip. Think you're witty? That old ancient wisdom coming about?
Oh, so you have been paying attention. That is good.
I am a good listener. DM, is this
Sure.
going to require athletics?
With both of you? No.
You were saying?
Your honesty could use some work. Perhaps some self-reflection.
I am very honest. Alaric squats and takes the manticore by its haunches? By its whatever isn't spiny and dangerous.
There's a lot of spines on this creature. But yes.
Yeah.
So, the group of Yorin and Alaric are going to take this body and drag it how far?
Oof. Probably just like a few hundred yards.
Okay. While they are doing that, the rest is setting up camp.
Trying.
So, did they drag the cart, or is the cart?
The cart's
like,
there.
staying with us?
They're dragging the smaller manticore away.
Yeah, the one that they already chopped up is going to get dragged out as basically bait to get eaten by whatever might want to eat it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Silver will go around the cart and clean up bits of it with Presty.
Yeah.
Nodding apologetically to Shane as she does so.
You would get those sort of like the mingled blood and mud that sort of has splattered across the
Don't forget the
lips
vomit.
here. Yeah, and the vomit.
Yep.
And the leftover corrosive fluid of its
Yeah.
spittle.
Yep. She's just
Tasty.
cleaning the cart. She'll kind of like point at it and show him how she's doing it and everything.
He's just sort of nodding along this sort of like 1,000-yard stare.
We are thankful, we just have ways of doing things. And a lot of those around,
She'll be whispering to him.
are very used to others doing things for them.
This sort of causes his brows to knit together. What do you mean?
Well, many of us have people who serve us to do these things or fix things and such for us.
She kind of hints at their nobility and their disregard for things that would have been if they had, she's essentially telling them that, if we were to cause damage to things, back at home or wherever, someone else's responsibility would be to fix it. To clean up messes, to reshoe horses, or to, do those different things.
You would see as Shane sort of watches you for a moment, his attention drifts off towards where Yorin is, sort of pulling the manticore body away. Are you sort of like him then?
Mm-hmm. I am unsure of his nobility.
Of course he is. He's a dragon knight.
Well, that is a given, but there is a difference between his divine nobility and, those who live in castles and rule land.
She suggests.
He's sort of like, you can definitely tell he's like, he has that look where he's like, what's bigger than a dragon knight? I mean, they're in stories.
No, I am not saying that they are lesser by any mean.
And she seems like very lost for word, where she's like,
If anything, we are far lower than him. I mean, look at him.
Shane's sort
Sabine.
of like gives you a very curious look, Silverl. Sort of. You're wearing your tabard, aren't you?
mm-hmm.
Sort of eyeing you for a moment. Right. I appreciate this, what you're doing. You're cleaning the cart. Right. I'm gonna see if Hilda's alright.
Yeah. Silver like sighs very awkwardly as she just kind of smacks her forehead as he walks away. And she's like, what is wrong with me?
Okay. Eventually, having drug it out a couple hundred yards, the cart being redirected, and with the full weight of the party moving the manticore, being able to move it so that way it's within camp, along with the horse, the cart, and all of yourselves. You all begin to settle down for the evening. Now, similar to as we've done before, any pressing moments, roleplay and the like, that would like to happen tonight?
Sabine would just ask Silveril, before going to bed, your resemblance to a dragon, but on that ship, I had to translate Draconic to you. Are you a dragon, or what is that?
Silverhill's eyes open widely.
I am no dragon.
Well, surely you are blessed by one to have that.
To have what?
The golden scales. I've seen them multiple times, even when you and I fought.
They Oh, a gift from a friend.
I understand. But they are beautiful, nevertheless, and I wanted to tell you so. And she'd smile.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
So we're at camp. I think Alaric would come to sit next to Joran at some point with like a mug of water, one for himself and one for the Dragonborn. And sharing a log, I'd say, he'd reach over and sitting down with a bit of a he offers out the vessel. So, I see age has helped some. Lifted with your knees instead of your back. Wisdom, huh?
Indeed. Not grown, as you may think, naturally through age, but learned the hard way. Through experience.
Had it hard.
Yes. Very much.
In some measure, I feel everybody here has had it in such a way. But, never mind all of that. Where are you from? Well, I understand you're from the Ethanmore, but where are you from really?
He snorts.
Specifically.
I am not from the Etmore. I am from a land.
Well, from the capital? Truly?
Yes.
You
This
serve
is
the
where my...
king directly.
Yes.
As what?
A dragon knight.
Alaric makes a show of looking around. Whatever happened to your dragon?
Silwell leans in at this point, very interested in Yorin.
At this point, Yorin sort of shifts uncomfortably on his log.
We do not talk anymore.
Feel awry of you? Or did something happen?
You see his shoulders slouch. You have asked my story before. I suppose now is as good a time as any. You know of Geralt's history, I presume?
Roughly.
He nods. Then I will roughly tell you of why I am here and not serving the Rin dynasty. He sets the mug down, untouched. A few years ago, there was an incident. Back when I was captain. An airship pioneered by the king himself on a mission to head north was sabotaged and crashed. Reports say there was a dragon involved, a white one of Tiamat's ilk. And the show looked very bad for the king. It embarrassed Eland and their people, including us, the supposed chosen of Bahamut. So I took it upon myself, seeking glory and a fix to my hurt pride, and those under my charge to hunt the beast that would destroy Elon's cargo. Especially since one of the fatal the cargo was one of our own dragon knights, killed in the prime of his life.
Oh. So you were compelled by duty?
Duty, shame, pride. If you'd asked me then, yes, duty. We hunted for months. We piled on corpses and blood of Tiamic's ilk, the scattered remnants of her cultists. Months turned to years, and we got lucky. Eventually, we found a cult leader who used one of the beast's scales as a focus, and we were able to catch the creature, to follow it through that scale. It, of course, got wind that we were tracking it, and so the chase was on. Through the northern mountains, we chased. A week, I think, maybe 2. Eventually, it could no longer fly. It was fatigued by its constant flight. And we had become something else other than Dragonborn. We had become Furies, mounted atop our steeds. We knew only one thing, one objective: destroy this creature so close, yet ever elusive. We found it. It found a village. A small fishing village. It coiled itself like Garasa around a tree, threatening to destroy the village should we approach. His jaw works. His eyes flick to Shane.
Shane is watching with, like, eyes wide, leaned forward, and he is just fixated.
Silver's the same.
I swore to Bahamut, much to my shame, that I would not let this creature escape. And so I ordered my men, the dragons we rode, to burn it and the village to the ground, condemning the dragon, who did not even have a chance to try to fly away, and the men and women of that village, who probably did not even know they were burning before they were dead.
You gave them dragon fire.
I gave them their own version of hell. Yes.
You made the grandfather's choice, as he did back then. Fighting the Avatar.
Do not lecture me about this, boy.
I'm not trying to lecture you. I understand. Didn't he make the same choice?
That is what I thought. But when I returned, not with joyous hearts, with a grim, hollow sensation that it was done, and I only felt empty. And I gave my report, honest, as all Dragon Knights should be. My rankings were stripped from me, and I was exiled.
Do you believe this was fair? Looking back.
At first, no, I was young and I was hot, full of the fire that birthed me. I stalked the Twilight Vale like a mad beast, furious at what had happened to me. Eventually, I found a secluded hut. with only an old man within him. Somehow, I do not know how, his words, well, have you ever met a wise man before?
Far too many for my liking.
Then you know how their words, when struck against the young, confound them, but give men's pause.
As already you have given me.
He chuckles. Well, he did that to me. And though his words irritated me, they gave me pause. And they finally stoked the flame of ambition and anger. And eventually I settled with him, away from civilization, learning simpler things. Herbology, for instance. And more importantly, he opened my eyes, or at least enough to start questioning my beliefs, what I thought was real. He has opened my eyes to the fallacies of Tyros, or at least its shortcomings. So now I wonder, Elond, Tyros, wherever I go. Not as a lord, but as a simpler, unnamed traveler. I do not meddle in courts. I do not strike down Tyros' foes. I do not curse Tiamat's creatures. Well, at least I do not actively pursue them. No, my duty now is humanitarian. I raise the common man. I feed those who must be fed and clothe those who must be clothed. And what I own, he nods to the bag that he gave Shane, is not what I own. It is merely a tool I can use to further that goal. He shrugs. I hope, along the way, I will be able to answer some of the questions the old man gave me. The true meaning of strength, for instance, for it is certainly not mere brawn. Picks up the mug of water and sips on it.
My calling you Lord, that, sort of looks at you for a moment.
He glares back. I told you. I am no lord. I hold no title.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Apologies.
When they stripped you of your rank, whatever happened to your servants, pages, squires, your state as a whole?
Ah, well. It was probably given to another. They do not tell you these things when you are thrown out.
Have any next of kin?
Plenty. I live within a clan.
Of course. Have they sold you out?
No, not yet. I fear the day they do. I can't imagine the ones who I led fared much better. Though I tried. When I realized that I was getting punishment and not reward, I did try to save them. take the blame. But you know how these things are. I cannot protect them if I cannot protect myself. And
They
I
were
never...
only. Go ahead.
And of course, as you asked, I have not seen my companion for a few years at least. I do not know what has happened to her either. Some things amongst dragons, even the Dragonborn do not know.
They were only following your orders. What wrong could be ascribed to them?
Do you know that Bahamut is the god of justice? Of course you do.
Since little.
But it is an open-eyed justice. And so we too must be open-eyed. We cannot put our own actions at the foot of another. We must take them into account. They should have questioned my order. They should have denied it. They should have found another way. They did what I said without question, immediately. While yes, I suspect I received the brunt of the punishment, with exile, stripping of my title and everything, I cannot imagine they got off free of charge.
Alaric takes a moment before answering. He sort of leans back and releases this bread he hadn't realized he's been holding for quite a while now. Looking at the ground, brushing at his knee, at his right knee with a hand. I am not sure what I would have done if I had been in your place. Difficult decision all around.
Do you want my honest opinion?
Of course.
Like I said, you remind me of myself when I was younger. I imagine you would have done something similar. Stormed out in a heated rage. Wandered the lands with nowhere to go. With a chip on your shoulder. Until you were saved. Or you died. I was lucky. I was saved.
Very slowly, Alaric nods, although more to himself than Joran. I like to think I'd follow the Dragon Lord's footsteps. That I would take the difficult choice as he did. But people are more complicated than that.
Indeed, I suspect some would call me a coward for not falling upon my own sword from the shame. I hope to prove them wrong, or at least convince them. Perhaps even convince myself that this is the right path.
Chance at the redemption? I think so.
No. I can never be redeemed. Life lost is lost. I cannot bring it back. I can never ask for forgiveness for the ones I have slaughtered. And I do not expect forgiveness for the ones I have led astray. The only one I can ask is Bahamut himself. But he can only forgive the sins I have committed against him by going against his teachings. He has been merciful to me, rekindled old power, slowly, over the years, with every good deed. It is the one thing that encourages me, that spurns me forth. But he cannot forgive me for the sins I have committed against my own men. They will have to do that in time, if I ever find them again. Or I will take whatever punishment they deem necessary. Anyway, I am sorry. It is not a happy story, nor an encouraging one, especially in these times, to know that even a dragon knight can fall. The eyes, Shane. I am sorry to besmirch the image that I am sure you had in your head of our glory.
Shane's real quiet. His attention sort of down for a moment. Sort of poking at the ground with his quarterstaff. Onitsume.
Don't stray far. Stay within view.
He sort of looks at you for a moment. Turns. He's making his way from the camp.
Yorin's head lowers. Shame on his face. I did not want to tell him that story. The way he looked up to me.
I wouldn't worry too much. He has a lot to work through. Levy's just been made acquaintance with his own mortality today.
I hope it is for the better. I know at least I cannot live in a lie. To see him look up to me as a lord is a lie.
I noticed that you weren't quick to tell him when he first called you it.
I would not tell the story in Adam's Ferry. Also,
Of course.
I would not wish to stick around long enough.
For them to use it in some way.
His eyes watch Silveril also depart.
Her head is low, and she is not looking at you. Her hands are in fists.
I believe it is late and we should sleep. I guess I will take first watch.
I'll sit with you.
Perfect. We're going to do the group watch. So, lowest perception roll from the party. Who was it?
I got a +5.
Like between us two?
I said lowest.
My perception's a +2.
+3.
+4.
My wisdom score is
+4.
11. I believe the lowest perception is me.
Okay. Using Silveril's perception bonus, who would like to conduct watch? This is how we've done it in SOE. This is the way of sort of fast forwarding, as it were.
It would be either Yorin or Alaric, right? Because they're awake.
Whichever one of you wants to do it.
Do it, Jordan.
I already did. It's a 12.
12.
Nice.
You want to buff yourself at all?
Hell yeah, I do. I touch myself.
Nice.
In camp.
I don't need anybody else.
Oh, you touch my trolley.
Guide me.
When I want to take,
my
watch
ding
I
ding
buff
dong.
myself.
I hate that.
Bahamut be guiding me to release, brother.
Oh my god.
Nice.
That's bad.
Shut up and roll the goddamn thing.
Okay, give me one moment.
I'm guided, sing bro.
Who would like to roll a D100?
Oh boy, not me.
Perfect. You said it.
No,
No,
tell them
no, no, no,
they're
no, no.
awake. We're asleep. It's on them.
Person who said no is rolling.
Oh, come on.
You roll it, Silveril, then.
I think it
Do
should
it.
be Alaric or Yorin.
Do it. No.
Guys, it's not like it's the person's responsibility for when the dice go up, right? Right? We don't
Sure.
blame people for what they roll, right, guys?
The dice just dictates how it happens. You can blame the
I mean,
person.
it's gonna be an 86, I assure you, but
Either somebody rolls or I roll 2d100 and you get double
roll.
encounters.
Oh, fuck you. It wasn't a 36.
That's a D20.
Hey,
Things got serious. Everybody chill.
no, I refuse.
Don't yell at me. How dare you yell at me? Don't yell at me.
Okay. I need...
Is it the camp? Is it the rock?
I'm back, gamer.
Please.
You thought you could get away?
Honey, it's 3 a.m. It's time to feed the birds.
I need a d20. $13.
13.
Okay. As you all are preparing yourselves for sleep, getting ready, your watches intact, you would watch as eventually that rain begins to subside. The cold wind like whipping through as the rain is replaced with snow once more. And the temperature drops considerably.
God, it makes me really miss Shefflin.
Fine. Someone turned on the air conditioner.
You would, as it drops, having been wet effectively the entire time, I do need con saves from the entire party.
Con save
Correct. Constitution. Saving throw.
comes. All right.
You didn't make a fire or anything like that?
Oh, Alaric is at home.
I guess I am too.
I'm cold.
I breath weapon.
If you want to.
I
Who am I missing?
Silveril.
Right.
There she goes.
I'm gonna use my Blessing of Odwin. And reroll
It's
again.
not necessary.
Are you
The
sure?
DC was 10.
burr. Burr,
Be a
bitch.
dragon thing. Huh.
Imagine breathing fire and then getting cold.
Yikes.
Kind of
You
cringe.
get very cold, in fact. So cold, you
What?
take a point of exhaustion.
What?
Indeed. You rolled a 9.
Thank you.
DC was 10. As that wind begins to whip through, sort of catching into your waterlogged clothing, it just begins to freeze you to the core. And you would feel the strength being sapped from your bones. You have 1 point of exhaustion.
Yorn would just sort of take it, especially after basically explaining his sins. Just basically chalk it up to divine punishment.
As the
Hunched.
morning... Oh,
Just saying he'd be hunched over on the log.
all right. As the morning comes and the snow continues to fall, you all wake up, having completed your long rest. Go ahead and hit your long rest button, please.
Goodness. I
It's
really
like
could
lost
use
exhaustion,
that.
right?
Not you.
Damn it. I took a long rest.
Not you.
But... Damn it.
I lose mine though.
You would, Marana.
Welcome back to the land of Ham.
Not fucking
undead?
exhausted.
Half undead living.
Okay. I believe you all had a plan for early in the morning.
That's right. Cyril was going to psychically, is that the pronunciation? Put the the masterfully tied up manticore onto the cart, right?
And I was going to purify the manticore meat.
Perfect.
I'm gonna use the sword on it die and move it onto the cart where it doesn't cause any damage.
Okay.
That's nice.
You would watch the cart just sort of groan and protest as the weight is now being added to the back. Purify food and drink. Yep. You would cure the sort of malady that had afflicted its very vile meat, and now you have purified manticore meat that you are able to eat. So who's cooking?
Looks at Sabine and Alaric.
That's exactly what that question was leveled towards.
Who's gonna make us vomit first?
I guess I can try.
Couldn't he help her? Couldn't they cook together?
You'd be able to help if you had proficiency.
Turns out neither of you are cooks, so you're just helping.
Correct.
I've been-
Neither
I've
of you
been-
are cooks.
I've been working on it though.
Correct. You are continuing to train under Guinevere, and after enough time, you will gain proficiency with the chef's kit.
Okay.
The cook's utensils. As of right
You
now,
s-
I need an intelligence check, please.
Okay, I'm just saying, be careful.
My roll
I don't know why I
advantage.
did that. I was holding Alt to talk, so I apologize. So it's a 17.
Be
No,
careful.
it would be the 19, wouldn't it?
It's the first
Because
one.
you rolled it first.
Oh,
Yuria, Yuria made some delicious basil steak and then immediately got petrified. I'm not saying there's a coincidence, but
You've made some delectable manticore steak early in the morning, foraged with whatever vegetables or berries Kellen is able to find. You have yourself an extremely hearty breakfast. I believe it's how much per person, Alaric?
It's going to be 14 pounds today, and later on in the evening, again, 14
That
pounds.
is 2 pounds per person.
Yeah.
A lot of meat.
Shane looks ecstatic.
What does
Shane ain't the
manticore
only
taste
one.
like?
did I do it right?
What does what look like?
What does manticore taste like?
Ooh,
shit.
let's see,
It's
actually.
real gamey, I imagine. But if you get the jowl near the face, it tastes a lot more like pork. You know, near
It
that
is a
very
mild-
humany face.
It is a mild taste, like a cross between beef and chicken.
Sick.
Shane looks, again, ecstatic. You can definitely tell this is probably the biggest meal he's ever had. And it's free. So, Pog.
Did I cook? I'm gonna look at everyone, seeing if I did it right. You know, kind of judging their things.
He's sort of like cutting into it and then looks at it for a moment. There's this moment of hesitation where he's like, "It is a monster. Can you eat monsters? I mean, it talked. Is it wrong to eat a monster that talks?" He's sort of like having this debate with himself. What makes it a person? Is it a person because it talked?
What
Or
is
new
the
words?
nature of the soul?
And then there's just this moment or two where it's the smell just sort of gets to him, and he just takes a bite.
What is the nature of medium
What's his
rare?
reaction?
He's
when
sort
he
of
takes
like
a bite?
Opportunity attack.
chewing, and then he sort of like nods along, and you immediately see him fucking cutting into another portion. These big portions as well. Sort of like shoveling meat into his mouth. He's a peasant who lived on a peasant's diet. This is probably the same amount of meat he'd have eaten in a year.
Nice. My man.
Yeah, he ain't the only one shoveling it away. It's a taste of home.
Sabine praises Sariel with her victory against the manticore meat.
I'll give this meat up to God. On God.
There's this I forget it. My nana used to have this saying that basically if the food was good, the only way you could tell is nobody was talking. All you would hear is the clatter of forks on plates. And that's pretty much the situation right now.
Silence is the best praise.
Urine ain't talking, but it ain't because the food's good.
Emotional damage.
There would be a moment as everybody's still eating or whatever, he would get up, having previously unbound Hilda in the night from the main sort of rigging, and instead sort of kept her bound by one of the trees, sort of letting her off, sort of letting her walk around, leading her around so she can stretch, and then give her her feed for in the morning so that way she's eating with everybody. You'd watch as he sort of reaches into one of his own little satchels on the side, and he produces this very wide palm brush, and he is just sort of goes through this morning routine of cleaning Hilda, sort of like brushing at her side, cleaning out her mane, and just sort of tending to her while you all are getting ready.
Silver would eat her food and silently get on the cart. Thanking Sabine. Thank you. It was quite good.
Thank you.
I've never had anything like it. It was amazing. Thank you.
I've been trying to learn what I can from Guinevere, but I don't know if it really applies to this situation.
It's better than anything I could have done.
With the group intact, your meal having been consumed, the manticore bound away. Thankfully, you are still traveling on the road. You, however, do not get to ride in the back. You have to leg it the last of your journey. And you are away. Who would like to roll the D100? Unless there's anything you guys would like to do before we leave camp.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Would it have been possible for me to change the spirit sticking around?
To whom? Or to what, rather? Sorry. What bonus are you looking for?
Well, since we are back in the wilds, I would say maybe call out to the hunter again.
Sure. Yeah. Sort of focusing yourself. Is it a long rest or a short rest?
Long or short.
Perfect. Then in the middle of the night, you'd have probably had visions of Amira's father, who, these sort of sparse moments where while you all are enjoying your camp, your night for the evening, he is sort of up, his attention fixated on the forest as a whole and just sort of keeping his attention out there. But there is a moment, this look that he gives a small nod as if looking past you. And he turns, sort of leveling that hammer onto his shoulder, and takes a step, dispersing. And you would feel a very gentle touch on your shoulder and a hand come up. The ranger from before lifting a finger. You are now proficient in survival.
Yep, it's just not letting me edit that on my sheet for reasons.
Weird.
Let me try that again.
Refresh.
Oh, no, I got it now. I have to click on the little boop button
Okay.
thing.
Who is rolling the D100?
I got cold last time. Someone else do it.
Perfect. You talked. Let's see it.
All right.
Never
Yo.
mind. Sabine rolled a 5.
That's because I'm awesome.
Yes, you are. 5, huh?
Is that Tiamat? Hell yeah.
Sabaton starts playing as the sky rips apart.
Shit.
Ooh, she heard me. She heard my backstory. All right, guys, time to go.
Who would like to roll another D100?
I did the crime. I guess I have to do the time.
I'll
Listen,
do
if you
it.
guys are going to keep being quiet, I'm going to just start rolling.
Are you gonna roll it, or do you want me to do it?
Do you want to do it?
Roll it, Alaric. For fuck's sake.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe it does matter. 77. Perfect, actually.
Oh no.
As you
You're
all are
gonna have to
traveling,
Is it the fucking rock?
as you all are traveling,
Travel.
Shane sort of leading Hilda as you guys continue to travel along the road. You would see as you begin to sort of pass into this long stretch of plains, there is a number of trees. What were trees previously before? You would see that there's this sort of scattering, this break of earth and tree, loose pieces of lumber and pine needles sort of scattered everywhere on this road. And you would see that there are these deep, pronounced grooves in the ground as well. These sort of carved trenches, sort of adjacent to one another in a row. And you would see that not only are there splinters of the trees, there's splinter of like refined lumber and shards of metal and everything that are here. And you would also see this deep, dark brown and white coloration that has sort of scattered itself along the road and along the hill that is here. And there are small fragments of bone within. This is who wants to roll me a nature check?
I'll do it.
Let's see it. Anybody helping?
Sure.
Perfect. Roll with advantage. Brother.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Taking a moment, you step forward from the rest of the group and begin inspecting whatever this is, this strange site that has sort of imposed itself on the road. After a couple minutes of trying to discern just what this is, Alaric, you have no idea.
Alaric gives a sideways look to Kellen, head tilted slightly in question. What do you make of it?
What do I make of it? I guess nothing, or?
Well, you were helping him, brother, man.
Yeah.
So, it's hard to tell.
Miss Cullen just kind of shakes his head.
It almost looks like slime, like ooze.
Like an ooze, or this looks like ooze?
It's oozing.
That's a trigger word.
Looks very viscous.
I don't know, but it looks disgusting. Truly, it could be just about anything.
And I'll reiterate again. There is a broken portion of trees here, like 2 or 3 trees. The ground has deep carvings into it, and there is this viscous material that has sort of coated the floor. And it's not a tiny, like, sort of area either. This is about 15 feet across from this large sort of central formation of this viscous material. Again, where you see fragments of bone and the like throughout.
Well, whatever it is, it can't be good.
Starting to think that almost nothing is in this area.
Okay.
Well, given that I can't apparently tell anything from the nature check, I will use primeval awareness to see if there is some kind of nasty thing nearby.
Sure. Go postcard again.
Second section.
Oh, it's your favorite enemy, right?
Yeah, basically looking for like monstrosities.
You do not sense anything. Opening your attention, your senses out, passing through the rolling hills into the clusters of trees that make up small portions of the nearby forest. You sort of open your attention up and find nothing.
Is there any way I can tell if there was like a track being made that leads in a general direction? Or...
These are the only marks, or the deep trench-like grooves in the ground.
Okay, well,
I'll give you
I don't have much to go on, so
I'll give you one final nature check.
Okay. Do you want it from me or from Kellen?
Not from you.
Okay.
Could you, what was the color of this viscous fluid? If it had any?
Currently, it has a sort of dark, ruddy brown with some tinge of yellow.
Does it look at all natural? Like just mud?
Don't look like mud, no. Has mud in it.
well, I can do one more nature.
Yep.
17.
This, taking a step back, inspecting it fully now, you exhale. These are droppings.
Ew.
Rock droppings.
Well, it appears that our friend the rock has come this way after all.
What? Why?
He like points at one of the droppings.
Oh, the whole thing is a dropping.
Oh, the whole giant thing is a
Yeah,
dropping.
the giant splatter is the dropping.
There's some kind of egg?
No. Shit.
What? Alric stands up immediately, taking 2 stagger steps back and huffing and puffing, wiping his nostrils.
It's literally the Jurassic Park scene.
It is. There's no telephone ringing, I'm afraid, though.
Damn.
You knew this whole time.
Oh, I just realized it when I took a step back.
Oh. Oh. No wonder it smelled funny. Should have known. Always trust your nose, my grandfather said. So what does this mean for us, Kellen?
Well, it means that when you sent the rock eastwards, this is apparently one place where it came to eat and then, well, the opposite of eat.
Well, it is good to know it had enough to eat to discharge it.
Maybe. Well, such a thing is probably still very hungry, so we should be very careful.
What's very hungry?
A large bird.
I mean, I've seen large birds.
A rock. Not to be confused with the mineral.
Yeah,
It is a bird.
it's right there. A rock can't be a bird. It'll make no sense.
ROC.
Shane, do you
These
know your letters?
Sort of pauses for a moment. I have no idea how to spell, I'm afraid.
Do you not know how to read? Right?
What?
No, my dad never told me.
You are elite. It's at this point that it kicks into Alaric, the noble prince, that not everybody knows how to read. Right. Well, I'm sure you know that certain things are in written different, no? Different letter.
He shakes his head slowly.
No, right. Signs. You seen signs, the funny little scribbles on them?
Sure.
Now, some have more things put on them than others. Well, imagine rock has 4 letters. Rock has 3 letters. The one with 3 letters is the bird we're speaking.
Why?
Because the one who discovered it thought it'd be funny, maybe? I'm not sure. They just called it that and everybody started doing it.
So how do you know? Does it have the letters on it?
Letters written on it? No.
That's what you just said.
Well, it is with signs. It is that way. I'm trying to expound on you the usage of letters. All right? On a sign, you put letters, and with them you make the words. When it comes to rock, 4 letters. When it comes to the bird we're speaking of, also pronounced rock, 3 letters. No K yet.
Why don't you just name it something else?
Because it is not up to us to name the damn thing. It is just its name.
It's just like why anything is called anything. It just stuck for whatever silly reason.
Right, well, who named you Shane anyway? Why didn't they name you shit? Easier to say.
Alaric, be nice.
Name
He's driving
myself.
us.
So, suppose shit probably would have been better.
Okay, and now we are sad. So,
Alaric.
No, I understand. I'll just keep quiet.
oh boy.
Alaric's kind of flexing his fingers, having gotten all swell up, upset, now coming down with very quick regret, but not knowing how to work it through his expression that somehow manages to still seem upset and belligerent.
I'm gonna rest a hand on the back of Shane. Gently. Listen, we appreciate everything you've done. But
Don't.
Alaric...
I'm fine. Let's just get there. Please.
Right. You know, the fucking bird. Kellen, do we continue then?
Well, It's either that or turn around. So I suppose we should keep an eye on the sky.
How will we know if it's near?
Oh, you'll probably hear it.
All right. He snaps the reins.
With any luck, it's eaten enough to return home, and that's optimistic, but sometimes that's all you have.
Held on the cart. We're moving.
I guess as we're walking. At this point, it's because I didn't get a chance to encamp, but as they're walking, Kellen will take that moment to step next to Marana and hand her a pair of manticore teeth and 2 of the spines as well. 2 teeth and 2 spines. And just presses it into her hand like he's done before with a grin.
She kind of protests at first, but seeing he probably isn't going to take no for an answer and they're pressed for time, she just kind of accepts them, but Kellen can probably tell that there's something that she's not saying.
Won't push on it, but she's still got the kill, so she gets the trophy.
Hi. I'm sorry, my computer blue screened.
Ruh-roh.
Oh no.
Yeah, pretty strange. Never done it before.
Stop it.
Stop.
But yeah, that's it then for now.
Okay. It would be well into the evening when you all arrive on the outskirts of Elian's too. The scraping of hooves against the stonework that's here, the cobblestone path, beginning to navigate now through the town proper. Where are you guys having Shane take you?
Probably to the front of the inn.
I would say to Reynolds first to drop the stuff off before it spoils.
Oh, yeah, that's smart.
And maybe Reynolds first then.
And maybe get the potion for Uria cooking.
Yeah. And the corpse, that's a big deal too. Before it gets messy.
Okay. Move the token.
Move it.
There we are. And Reynolds was all
Reynolds was
the
where?
way over here.
Reynolds is right there, I believe.
Good. Slam through the side of his house.
Hey, fucker, how's it going?
GTA park job.
Pulling guided, Shane drives the cart sort of up that winding path, up the small hill, and then eventually makes it to the secluded farmhouse here. Well into the evening, you would see that there are a few lights sort of flickering inside of the window, until eventually you all knock. A moment passes. You all would hear shuffling, this sort of creak and closing of door coming from upstairs, as heavy footfalls then announce themselves, getting closer and closer, and the door is pulled open. He sort of opens his mouth as if he's going to start, and then stops as he sees all of you. Right. You're all alive.
Points to statue.
Sort of.
There is no statue to see. It's a giant manticore.
It's kind of burrowing.
Points to Manticore.
Right.
long story.
He sort of, as he's talking to you, his brows knit together very tightly as he looks past. Is that a manticore?
Big black one, in fact.
Multiple faces.
I'm sorry. I thought I sent you to hunt the king.
Oh, that was a thing too, for which we may have gotten in over our heads, just a bit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Urian standing there glaring at the man with his arms folded over his chest.
Here and counting, and Kellen just like, yep, you're getting it.
He looks at you, Yorin. Who
He
are
glares
you?
back. I am the one who saved your mistake, sending these greenhorns to their death. Who are you?
Oh boy.
Name's Reynold. Thanks for saving him.
You're welcome. You're experienced hunter, I am told by Geralt.
Yeah. I didn't think it was anything they couldn't handle, so I gave it to him.
You were very mistaken.
I see that now. Especially counting that, well, the chatty one's missing.
Well, she's here.
We got the vial from the mates.
She got petrified.
Yes.
Fuck. Hand it over.
Yes.
Quickly.
Marana opens the bag of cold and
Give me the whole. Just give me the whole thing. Give me the whole thing.
Oh. And she just hands the bag over.
Takes the whole bag. Right. Good job on killing the manticore. I was not expecting that. Good job. You fucking idiots.
To be fair, we weren't expecting it either, but to the latter.
I mean, who you had failed to kill one, so you went after the other.
No.
More like it found us on the road, and we just sort of had to deal with it.
His face like scrunchens for a moment. What are you saying? It jumped you?
Yes.
Yes. It ambushed them, along with its mate.
Both dead.
You killed both.
Well, the manticore and its mate.
No,
Yes.
no. Were they both like this?
No.
Just him.
Just him.
Fuck. Right. I'm gonna get this started.
Is there more than one of those big, nasty manticores like that?
We'll find out.
Oh. Well, shit.
Come in. Come in.
Do
I
the
need
thing.
to figure out what the hell you all done.
Alaric would have stayed back with Shane.
Shane, having heard the offer to come in, is sort of like pushing himself up.
He's one of us now. He's a level 3 peasant.
Alaric would kind of clear his throat as he comes around the cart, clearly intent on talking to him before sliding in.
You can see this like wide-eyed look as he's looking to the rest of the party as they all step inside, and then as he turns and looks at you, that look disappears. Is there something I can help you with, my lord?
Alaric seems very apologetic, but is struggling with displaying it. Look, Shane, what I said before about your name, I didn't mean it. Didn't mean to be rude like that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Not the first time somebody's made fun of my name. That'll be the last. Just sort of struck home, I suppose. Made me think I'd even really leave the ferry.
course not. I shouldn't have. Shouldn't have said the things I said. There is this curse in my family, our temper. It's hard to keep in check. So don't feel less for it. If anything, see me as being less novel. Again, I am sorry.
I wish it was just that easy, but I don't think I could look down on the people who were kind enough to save me. So
Save you? What do you mean?
I would have died trying to come in on my own.
I recall that you were on that cart, throwing my javelin. And fighting just as well. You gave me my hammer, no?
I don't know what that was. It didn't feel right. Like I was scared out of my mind. I swore I pissed myself.
I was afraid as well. But really, that fear is a mean to stay alive. You acted in spite of it. We didn't save you, Shane. You saved yourself.
All right. Thank you.
And your girl there. Alaric nods towards the horse.
She's a stubborn one. I'm glad I picked her. Any other one, she'd have bolted, and we'd have been proper screwed.
Aye. You two are real brave together. Wanna take off her harness? Let her walk a bit here? Crop out the grass?
Yeah, well, I'll stay behind. You can go ahead with the rest of your friends. I'll be out here.
Alright, I'll leave the door open a bit, so you can step in when you're done.
I appreciate it.
Whatever this is, you'll want to hear it. Might just be that whatever we encroached upon may yet live near your home.
Right. Yep. Yep, I'm scared again. All right. All right, come on, Hilda.
Alaric, as he moves by, gives him a hefty pat on the back and moves to the door to slink inside.
Stepping inside, you would be met with that same aromatic, that musky smell of tobacco that filters through the room, the disheveled bed that is the couch, and the loaded desk and table that makes up Reynolds' workspace as he is sort of clearing off this corner, this other bench of alchemy supplies. Right. It's going to take about a day. Get it all fully worked out. Reduce down enough of this so I can make another one as well.
What shall we do with the Manticore's corpse?
Right.
Like that.
I suppose that's up to you lot. I could carve it. I can make some good things with it if you're interested.
No.
You have to choose though. If it's fully intact, I'll be able to make maybe a handful of things.
Well,
What about Yuria? We have anything on her?
Well, that's what potions are for. Give me a day and I can get the bio reduced and make a proper tonic. Get her petrified.
well, if we've got a day,
Thank the Dragon Lord.
I suppose we can discuss what to do with the Manticore and what you'd be willing to do to help us with it. I'd be willing to help carve it.
I appreciate the offer, but what I intend on doing is not normal carving.
Hmm.
Unless you're an adept and I didn't know.
Maybe I can observe at the very least. I'd be curious.
Do you have any intent on becoming a slayer?
I don't rightly know.
I'm afraid it's a trade secret. But if you're interested, becoming a slayer, maybe.
Guess I would have to know more about what that entails, but I suppose we should let you get started. I don't... Seeing as we stepped in it with the basilisk,
Right.
I don't suppose you have anything that we can research, some things.
Tell me what happened.
How
did you go from hunting a basilisk to fighting a manticore, killing it and bringing it back, and only losing one person, I might add?
Right. When we entered on its territory,
One of its hunting grounds, I think, where we found its first mate.
Correct. We found its first mate, and it was a bit dodgy, but we killed that.
Right. First off, Stone Eye or Venom Eye?
Stone.
Stone for the first mate. What else?
Upon retrieving its glands and bile and the like, we retreated back out of the thicket to figure out what to do next. Upon that, we ran afoul of its range, and it was able to sense us. It was none too happy that we'd killed its mate. We'd resolved to carry on, to continue the hunt by whittling down its mates until we could take it by itself. That night, it sent 2 of its mates and...
Whoa. I don't want to skimp in details.
The thing spoke to us.
Yes.
When you say you made contact, you saw it.
It made contact with us through its mind. We never actually saw it.
All of you?
Yes.
All of us.
This knits his brows together.
It probed around in our minds, trying to find information.
When you say probed, what do you mean?
It brought up memories. Like, it pulled them to the forefront.
Right.
Read our minds, essentially.
And it talked.
It did.
Yes. It invited us to its den.
To be
It
killed.
invited you.
Yuria mentions he was able to resist the effect.
Right.
Not the second time, unfortunately.
It talked. When you say
Told
talk,
us it said we would stand trial for our crimes.
And he was very intelligent, full of perspective, spoke, as I said, like a man. A magister.
But it also mentioned its brood. That there'd be more of them.
you would watch him sort of very quickly set this large beaker down, pulling the tops off of the bile and letting that viscous liquid sort of work its way in until he's emptied all of them, sort of throwing them to the wayside, them no longer usable. And as he lifts the beaker up, you would watch sort of him setting it down, and then another vial of this dark sort of green mixture. As he pulls it up, pulls the stopper with his teeth and lets that fluid mix together and then sets it over a flame. And the two begin to sort of mingle. These very violent, almost like water and oil, begin to sort of bubble and push themselves together. And as he's doing that, he very quickly turns away to the desk and flips open that large grimoire, that lexicon, and begins flipping back to the Basilisk King page. Right, you said it could talk like a man.
In our minds.
In your minds. It
Much enthusiastic nodding.
wanted you to stand trial for regicide.
For killing its mate, yes.
It's queens, it said.
And you said it had a brood.
It said it had a brood. But considering that following night, where it ambushed us with 2 of its mates, it was not present, but the mates were, and that's how Yuria got turned to stone.
And it sent its mates after you.
Yes, so there was a total of 3 mates that we've killed. 1 poison and 1 stone eye, by the way.
2 stone eye, 1 venom eye.
Yes.
Shit.
And it made claims that it had many mates and many children, and it claimed to want to take over the land, and so on and so forth. And
Don't be so blasé. Right.
Well, that's what it said.
Well, then this is all wrong. The last recorded sighting of this Basilisk King, it was broken words, like a child speaking. Not really able to form full sentences. You're saying it was able to fully talk to you. That means it's getting stronger.
Or at least smarter.
Oh, strong enough, before. Again, the records reported maybe 1 or 2 people being able to hear it. And you saying it was all 6 of you that heard it.
Yes.
It's getting stronger. Which means all of these are getting stronger. You just may have caught the manticore before it mutated further.
I didn't realize that they could mutate like that.
That's the whole thing. It's the whole point of this, is they're all variants, mutations.
I suppose that makes sense. If it's a normal manticore, nature will take care of it. But if it mutates, then you call for the Slayers.
Fuck. Right. Okay. I'll get this mixed up, this concoction. Leave Yuria and the manticore here. And, by probably this time tomorrow, Yuria will be walking back to the Singing Deer. That'll give me time to start working on the manticore as well.
And I suppose we'll need to come up with a better plan to deal with this stronger than anticipated basilisk.
Well, I have a few ideas.
That'd be good.
The range of his abilities may be far more than the half a mile we were given.
Indeed. Which doesn't bode well, but there are means of circumnavigating it. Bypassing without putting you at too much risk. If you're willing to continue your hunt.
I'll have to speak to Yuri about that.
It's, as you said, an ever-present threat. It's still... If it is getting stronger, that means that it will possibly be able to threaten the town at some point.
If Olva will be. That means the spider too. That means it's getting stronger. Gonna mutate eventually. And become an even bigger threat, not just to the Underdark, but probably the surface as well. Fuck. I'm sorry. I had initially tailored these challenges for greenhorns, adepts that Slayers would generally take. I didn't realize just how dangerous they had become. I apologize. I didn't mean to put your lives at risk that way.
Ultimately, we made out alive, more or less, and Yuri is not gone, just indisposed. With any luck, she'll be back, although I agree with Marana. I suspect that she will be less willing to continue. She's not a hunter like some of us,
If what you people say is true about this regicide, and this thing is actively hunting you, his eyes turn to Reynold. We fled north to Aram's Ferry. Do you think we put them in danger?
Shit.
That is what they thought.
Maybe. Maybe. The problem arises with how you traveled. I don't take it none of you can fly, and I don't assume you have your Drake with you, my lord.
He shakes his head.
Right. Means you were probably walking. Did you rest? You camp?
We didn't rest until we got to the ferry.
Okay, that could
There
help you a bit.
There was some talk of a blessing from Silaril's patron. I'm unsure exactly, but she said that it wouldn't be able to track us for a day.
His head slowly cranes to look at Siluril. What are they saying?
What he means is...
He brings up a
Siluril
hand
here.
to pause you. So,
Alright,
patron,
pauses.
I want to hear
Patron?
from her.
Oh,
Silril was, I guess, off in very deep thought, just listening to everyone. And as he addresses her, she kind of looks up. I do not have a patron. No, so I am a champion. And she kind of grips at the necklace and pulls it out of a Uluin Goldmane.
Right. You had mentioned a unicorn before.
Yoren's eyes, well, his brows raised.
You managed to petition him. It's pretty
That
bold.
is what you would call it, yes.
That's what I would call it, yeah.
It's bold. And she like widens her eyes.
Yeah. Unicorns, at least regarded in our law, are servants. Deities choose them and they act as guardians to certain locations. They don't often help for as much as they say they do. They protect their land and the like, but going out of their way to help somebody else, generally not the case. Not too altruistic. You managed to get it on your side and get it to help you, well, that's something to add to the book.
In fairness, he did owe us and also Silveril a debt.
This sort of like slow crane of the head to the side to look at Marana and then sweep back to look at Siluro. You have a unicorn indebted to you. Of which you would hear the door closing as Shane steps in. A unicorn? like the things from the stories? A unicorn? Like the big thing coming out of their forehead and all that? Those aren't real.
Yes, they are.
That wide, playful smile immediately subsides. What?
They are real. Just as real as I before you.
His lips purse together in thought as he starts to realize, good creatures from the fairy tales exist, which means all of the horrible things exist too.
So you had to find out sometime.
Yoren helpfully pats Shane on the back.
It is okay. This is all news to me as well. Well, most.
Really?
At least their part.
Oh, yeah.
I believe Urine would know that unicorns existed already.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, he'd be like, their story at least. I
You've
mean,
lit-
obviously, unicorns are real.
You've literally seen the like avatar of Bahamut, so
Just making sure. You know, just because I see some avatars doesn't mean I don't believe in other avatars. People are stupid like that.
all right. Reynold there for a moment, this very subtle smirk on his face. Right. Okay. Let's get that manticore loaded in here. I want to start picking it apart, see what I could find. See if I can make you folks some nice things.
Snorts.
Before we do anything else, this is here is Shane. Drove us here with his cart. Brave lad.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Shane. Of which Shane gives a very small, respectful nod. Is there a reason you're telling me something, Alaric?
What? No, just introducing you.
Right. So, get it in here. You want your reward, don't you?
You're going to help us a bit, right?
Oh, right, yeah. Let me get both my arms involved.
We just need one. One will do.
Yeah, I'll keep the door open for you.
No, it's very heavy. Well,
You want me-
fine enough.
How big is his door?
It's not gonna fit. You would, he would point you towards a portion of the house where it is sort of leads to this bottom cellar portion. And it is these double wide doors. Almost like a
I'll really
garage.
go to help.
My garage.
And it is occult as fuck. Stepping in, the most immediate thing that you would see is, with the doors pulled wide, is this dark stone-like material that makes up the walls, the floor, and the ceiling, as if this entire thing is made of one material. There are these deep teal lines that segment each tile here on the floor, with a center leading to this very large, smooth slab of granite. Off to the side of it, maybe no more than a few feet away, is a singular anvil with a hammer resting on top of it, and the wall is covered from one side to the other in numerous tools and instruments.
That's a low whistle for me.
Morana is impressed and intrigued.
Silverell's like, is this man in torture?
I mean, some of these tools definitely look like they would be torture devices. Not only would you see that there are like hooks and barbs and everything, there are also mounts in the ceiling where like chains and ropes go through to keep creatures elevated.
Silverell is visibly uncomfortable.
Although I imagine I've seen similar devices.
This is very nice for where it's at. It should be more crude, especially given it's out in the country. But there are like workshops in Malgrove that hold a very similar sort of design. This one almost seems very like Dexter. With how, like, compared to the upside of compared to the house where it's a mess, down here it is flawless.
Yeah, she is markedly less perturbed by all of this.
Sabine would take one step in, take a look, and be like, all right then. I thought I had the interesting hobbies, and turn around and walk right out.
With everybody's help, save for Reynold. Even Shane's helping. He doesn't really know where to hold or what to keep up, but he is attempting to.
Don't touch that part, or that part. That part will sting you.
Right.
Don't touch this.
You know what? I'm just gonna make sure there's no rocks or anything for you all to trip on, right?
Rocks or rocks?
Yeah.
Ah, very funny.
Smirks. I try.
Wait, is that the joke?
At which Reynolds like, why are you talking about rocks?
Mm.
You know what? I don't want to know.
We found droppings on the way here.
I do want to know. Get the body in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you really not want to know? Because
For some reason, it launched into this conversation about a mineral and a bird. And it
Of
was
which, as you all eventually bring the manticore in here with the sort of weather beating down on you, you step in, of which he sort of gestures it onto the slab, which manages to hold most of the creature. Its tail sort of unfurling and falling down onto the ground. You would watch as he begins to sort of pull at the bindings of the rope to undo it so you guys can get your rope back.
Oh, neat. I can add that back to my sheet.
And you would watch as he begins to feed these long segmented portions of these like wrought iron chain through the loops at the top of the ceiling, of which he begins to attach these very gnarled looking hooks and begins hooking them into sections over the creature, sort of piercing through and hooking under the sort of muscle and sinew to hook around firmly around the creature's sort of shoulders and keeping their wings outstretched. Right. So before you tell me about this rock you found, okay, I can get a number of things from this. Number of pretty useful items, all things considered, for your party. I can make, well, obviously I can take the wing, one of its wings, and sort of, actually it would probably take both. Yeah, probably both for the enchantment to hold. Right. Taking both of the wings, I can make a cloak, sort of offering you some of the same protections that this manticore would have had in life. I can also make you, I can sort of tan the hide of this creature and make armor as well. You see, it's sort of coloration here. It's very dark, like shadows. I can sort of use that to your advantage for those of you that wear like leather armor or hide.
both sound pretty good so far.
I haven't been able to make one of these before, but I'm very interested in doing it. The spines, yeah, I can sort of carve them out. The portion that keeps it together, I can mount it onto a shield. And get you a spiked shield. It'll also give you some of the similar powers of the manticore. You won't be able to fire the spines out, but you'll get something else. And if it's still all intact, I can carve out one of the segments of its spine, one of the vertebrae. I can mount them into a pair of braces that I have. Provide you some of the similar healing properties that these creatures often have. Their natural regeneration. As well, I can take the gland of this creature. The nightmare manticores are credited as having a bile. I can harvest it and turn it into what's known as a fetid charm, or a festering charm, depending on where you're from. And it'll act as a means of protection from similar effects, poison and the like. So, I can only harvest a few. What's it gonna be? All in all, you'll get about 4 of the items.
Like you only listed 4 items.
5.
Listed like 5.
Oh yeah, okay. I missed
Cloak,
one.
leather armor, bracers, spines, harvested vial. I forget what the spines do.
Spines are for the shield.
Spiky shield. Yep. What does
Sorry, DM, could you repeat what the vial, the glands did again?
It offers protection against poison.
Oh, the
It's a
charm.
very it's a very simple thing. He called it a fetid charm. Using the bile of this creature, he could make something to sort of ward off those poisons.
Like any poison, or just poison, like specific poison?
You don't know. Guess you'll have to pick it and find out, won't you?
Yorin.
So,
But it's quiet.
pulling back the curtain, you have the fetid charm, which he can make you. It gives you advantage on saving throws against being poisoned and resistant to poison damage. You can make the Cloak of Favor. This cloak has been imbued with the properties of Nightmare Manticore and allows you to reroll 1 failed saving throw per long rest. You can get black leather armor, which, whenever wearing this armor, once per long rest, you may choose to begin combat as though you had surprised your enemy. You have Bracers of Respite, which, when wearing these bracers, any ally adjacent to you that regains hit points, you or one other ally adjacent to you also regains 1d8 hit points. It recharges every day at dawn. You also can get the Blood Guard Shield. Whenever you are subjected to a critical hit while wielding this shield, you may use your reaction to gain resistance, minusing 5 from all damage you take until the end of your next turn.
I put my votes in the chat, but at the same time, I vote cloak, armor, bracers, and charm.
Yeah. What does the charm do? It protects from poison, right?
Charm gives you advantage on saving throws against being poisoned and gives you resistance to poison damage.
Oh, okay.
Alternatively, someone who uses the shield might want the shield.
Yeah, I would.
The shield, whenever a critical hit is scored against you while you are wielding it, you can use your reaction to gain resistance to -5 from all damage you take until the end of your next turn.
Yeah, I would replace the charm with the shield, but other than that, I would say the same thing. Cloak, armor, bracers, shield instead of charm.
Cloak, armor, bracer, shield for me because I am.
You'd like a new shield.
You want that shield, do you?
The shield is all of them are uncommon items. The shield, let me see. Because these will require attunement for some. The bracers do not require attunement, but the shield, the armor, and the cloak all require attunement. As well, the shield gives as well as being an uncommon item, which allows you to do your, be magical and all that. It also gives a +1 bonus to the armor class. As well as the black leather armor does the same exact thing. Instead of an 11 plus dex, it is a 12 plus dex.
So it's studded leather, but it's also magical, basically.
It is leather armor.
But it's studded leather in armor class, is what I meant. So I think studded is 12 base. I'm just saying and comparing them. Pretty good, though.
Anyone else gonna vote?
I'm gonna keep mine roleplay, and Silro would not have any say on what you make out of this creature. She quite
Kinda
honestly
freaked out by
doesn't
the
want to
process.
be down here.
In his murder dungeon? Why not?
Everybody already knows that Alaric wants that cloak, so he's happy with this.
You would watch as Reynolds' hand sort of traces along several long hooked instruments and then grabs one, sort of lifting it up. Right. So, what am I making you?
I'd love a cloak.
The cloak did what once more?
The cloak I can make you, give you a chance to sort of slip out of tight spots you may have found yourself in. Think of it as a more luck-possessed cloak.
And you look great, no? Two on the shoulder.
What?
The cloak, you look good.
When I'm done with it, yeah.
Great.
Once per long rest, you may re-roll one failed saving throw. So if you failed a saving throw, you can enact the Cloak of Favor and re-roll it.
Nice. But you look good, right?
It looks hot. It's jet black.
Hell yeah.
Till it mutates a new manticore and eats you.
Yep. You become the new Manticore. Woo! You ever seen
That's the
Animorph?
favorite.
That's it. So I see a lot of votes for the cloak. Although seeing Silaril's lack of speaking up, he sort of...
What?
You said you're keeping it in character, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant
He sort
you
of
were with me.
sort of rests the instrument down. I don't imagine your quietness is because you didn't help slay this beast. So what is it?
I'm fine. It's just personal thoughts.
You're right. Well, I won't pry then.
Thank you.
If you don't want to say, then I'll leave it to the rest of you. I figured I'd offer everybody a chance to get something.
I think the armor could be very useful. Considering, well, our luck with ambushes in the dark.
Better way to show off your trophies, too. He says with a very subtle smirk.
Sabine would be peeking in from the doorway. I'm personal to the shield.
Are you going to come in or not?
It's kind of crowded in there. I don't want to get in his way.
It's pretty spacious. He looks around.
It's very
Well, I guess
spacious.
it was.
Even with the manticore taking up the slab, it's still spacious.
She'd step in looking at everything. Just kind of like, all right. I mean,
If you wouldn't be opposed, no, the door's being closed at least for now.
okay. Steps in then.
With the doors closed, there's a momentary darkness before the tiles sort of shine that brilliant teal light upwards, illuminating the whole room. And then the teal light almost turns to this sort of pearl white light, fully illuminating the chamber. Like you're in a surgical room.
Does this room, like, who knows, scream good or evil?
You have no idea.
Oh, great. Don't like that.
Right. So, cloak, shield, armor, braces. Braces are good if well, your friend here sticks around. If not, well, if any of you others can heal, might be good.
You think the charm would work better assuming when we get Yuria back, of course.
I don't know. Never fought with you, so I'm not certain.
We know we're getting Yuria, right?
It'll take a day. Or, like I said before, this time tomorrow she'll be walking, talking, and probably downright angry.
Oh, no need for her to be walking anywhere. I'll wait right here. Do you have some manner of couch or something like that?
Yeah, my bed. Where I sleep.
You make some room, take left. I take...
Pretty sure you have a room in the singing tier.
I want to leave her here alone.
She's petrified. She's not going anywhere.
I'm not saying I don't trust you, it's just want to be here. She
And
comes
I'm
back.
not going to be carving pieces off of her either.
Didn't think that. 'Cause I'm not sure.
Silreal definitely looks like she thinks that.
It's just when she returns, I want to be there when she's back. I want to apologize.
If you can make room on the floor, sure.
Thank you.
I'm not housing all of you, though.
Huh.
Of course, wouldn't think of it.
Good. So, cloak, armor, braces, shield, talisman. What's it gonna be?
Well, if you're making a shield, maybe the talisman would be good to keep someone from getting poisoned by more venom eyes.
Is that what you want, Ken?
I don't really have much of a desire in this particular realm. I'm just thinking of what everyone might be best for everyone as a whole.
I think we should get cloaks.
Yeah, not possible. I can make one using both of its wings.
No.
Alaric, I think you would appreciate wearing those wings since, well, considering what those wings almost did to you.
Right. I mostly wanted it to look good. And I really like the pattern of the wings.
I think it would be a good reminder to keep your feet planted.
You think I'm foolish enough to need reminding of that? He says that with a look that implies he is.
Right.
Smirk.
If all in favor of this one getting the cloak, speak now or forever hold your peace.
If any of you would prefer it, I don't mind either. I don't want to die on the hill of the cloak.
You almost died in its wings.
It is a bit ironic in that sense. I suppose I'm for it. Go ahead and take the cloak. Besides, what better way to spit in the eye of your enemy than to wear it as a trophy?
Right. You would watch as he grabs the hook again and sinks it into that leather-like material that makes up the wing. And as he does, sort of hooking it there, you would watch as the hand comes up. And he begins to sort of mutter in this abyssal speech. And you would watch as the wings shudder violently and then rip themselves from the body. Now free floating. Right. So, that's the cloak. Armor, braces, shield, talisman.
I'll be okay with that.
No. I'm telling you to pick 3 of those. I'm not making all of them. I can't.
All right.
Yeah, there is a limit here, Ranger.
No, I misunderstood. I think everyone is quite partial to the armor, and it seems Sabine would really fancy that shield. It just leaves the choice between the braces of the talisman.
Armor, shield. You would watch as he reaches over, grabbing another of those hooked instruments, and as he sinks it into the flesh, he sort of wrenches it up and pulls, the hand coming up again as he mutters an abyssal, and you would watch as the entire sort of flesh of this creature, the skin and hide, pulls itself apart, leaving that bare, muscled body of the manticore.
Yikes.
Laurel's very unhappy.
Stepping back, he would grab this sort of thick-headed cleaver and bring it up, sort of cutting it down onto the base of the tail. His hand muttering, or his hand coming up, curling, him muttering, and you would watch as the tail rips itself from the body and sort of floats there from him. Each of the needle-like spines beginning to pull themselves out one by one. Right. So, spine or gland?
I think the ability to heal might be more useful.
It only works if there's somebody who is able to, correct?
If somebody else is healing, it'll draw that power and bring it into itself. So your paladins, for example.
Okay, that was my question.
They touch that divine will inside of them. That works. They have to be pretty close, though.
Maybe that is the better option then. Can always use with a bit more healing.
The power is limited, though. It's once a day. It'll take time for it to recharge, get its juices back.
I'll leave that vote to those of you that can heal.
Well, one of them's keeping her thoughts to herself. So.
Sabine would kind of glance at Alaric. I mean, we do all typically stand pretty close to each other.
True. It is your thing when you think of it. You like to watch our backs. Very good at that.
I don't know if it'll work if the wielder is also the one casting the magic. Think of it like a channel being opened. So healing goes out, the channel opens, and it can be directed to another person.
All right. Perspective. Let's say Silmaril and Savine are side by side. Silmaril has her bracers, and Savine's been wounded. I come upon Savine and I heal her.
Should work.
Will also heal Silmaril.
If she directs it to herself, yeah. If not, she can channel it and push it out to somebody else who's near here.
If I am injured, then she could use it on me,
If
even
you
though
all
I
are-
healed Savine.
We're all close together. I'm talking within touching range.
Right. No, that could be very, very useful, Savine, you're right.
I mean, all 3 of us have the ability to heal to some point.
But who be wearing it, is the question.
Well, if it's who gets healed, then effectively our typical positioning is Silmaril in the middle and you and me on either side, if given optimal.
If Silmaril is wearing it, and Sabine heals, Silmaril can choose to heal herself or heal Alaric in that hypothetical you're talking about. As
And
long
so
as there
make-
is healing magic near her, she can channel it somewhere else once a day,
Could even amplify the heal itself to herself.
potentially.
I'd give it to her. Sounds good.
If she's willing to wear them.
How will they look?
Ask him
Laura
no
looks
questions.
no, she looks dead serious. It's not like a joking haha. Will they look good? It's like a literally.
Give me your gauntlets and I can make them look like that. Otherwise, they'll be in my own design.
You can change how it looks to some degree.
If I have some basis to work with.
Oh dear.
Sabine hands shield.
Oh,
Smile.
yeah. The design on this is going to be mostly ruined with those spikes.
Couldn't
But I
you
can
make
work
it?
with it.
Couldn't you make it the tendrils of hair coming down?
You brought
It's a
this
lot
on
of
yourself,
spines.
Slayer.
Yeah, I'm realizing that now. It's a lot of spines. That's its main thing.
Then I ask that you put the spines around the outside.
Not sure that's how that works.
Ooh, you're stretching it.
I believe the point of it is it's supposed to be covered in spikes so that you can smash something in the face with them.
I cannot besmirch the face of my god. No, thank you.
Then I
Just-
can make it just a basic shield then.
Honey, just turn
A
it
cat
inside
shield.
out. Put your design on the inside. That way you're always looking at it.
That is acceptable.
Right. Give me a shield then.
She hands over the shield.
You would watch as he reaches for the final tool, this sort of strange, teeth-like pliers, and sort of digs it into the top of the manticore's body, sort of gripping something. And as he speaks that mutter, you would watch as the entire back of the creature splits open and the spine pulls free, fully intact.
And Sabine would hand him back the mirror shield.
Oh, you're not done with that yet.
Okay.
If you intend on fighting the Basilisk King still, you're gonna need it. Right. Armor, cloak, braces, shield. I'll have those whipped up for you about the same time that Yuria is walking around again.
Silro takes off her gauntlets and would slowly hand them to him.
Right. I'll make sure that whatever changes aren't too egregious. You'll have to have a place to hold that fragment of the spine. But they should still look the same. How do you feel about,
Yeah. Make it look like this. And she would pull her Ashford sword out and show him the altered part of the hilt.
I got a bit of dragon lying around. I could.
Excuse me?
You needn't worry any, my lord. It's chromatic.
Silro's eyes go, and then as soon as he says chromatic, she's like, ah.
He gives him a dubious look, knowing the eagerness of slayers, but nods.
I ain't so foolish I'd be go out killing Bahamut's kin. I don't have a death wish. Chromatics,
No.
however, that's a different story.
He begrudgingly nods, sort of flicks his hand to dismiss it. I am not a lord, by the way. He corrects as an afterthought. Do not address me as such.
Right. Apologies. So, we have our pieces. You brought back one of my marks, which wasn't expecting, but is wholly appreciated. And it shows you have at least some competence. Not too bad. Why don't you go ahead and get some rest? I'll get that concoction made for Yuria. Make sure she's turned from stone, brought back to the singing tier with Alaric, why don't you all get some rest? You can stop by here to come pick up your equipment whenever you're ready to head out again. I'll have also some research prepared for you in the morning.
That would have been my last question. We're obviously going to need some way to deal with the king. Only thing I could come up with on the road was hogweed sap in vials to try to hit it in the face.
Interesting. It could work. That could work. If nothing else as well, I'll speak to Alexander. See if he doesn't have anything lying around in that tower of his.
Oh, good. I rather think he might be getting tired of our company.
You there every day?
Seemed like it for a while.
Probably not then. Especially if you at least come in with questions. If you're just there with pleasantries, don't be surprised if the door never opens. But if you're there asking, seeking knowledge, well, that's what M&As are all about. Just like me.
Oh, understood. Well, I think you're right.
If you really want to get on his good side, make sure that you're not grinding him when you're there. Bring him some tobacco.
We do have some things we can sell. We managed to get.
Whatever I don't use. Well, actually, aside from the meat, but nobody's really going to want to eat this here, so. If there's
I don't know. I
any,
made a pretty good steak.
Silent.
Right.
One condition to your items that you wish to sell. You are forgetting someone.
Oh, I haven't forgotten. Once we sell these items, it's paying the boy and making sure that his wagon's in good repair.
Speaking of the boy, Siluriel, once you take Shane back to the inn, if Geralt has no room, have him take my room. Should fit him for the night.
I think that is Geralt's decision.
Well, he gave me the room. Just want him to know that it's free to take, as I won't be using it.
Not
I'll
tonight.
figure it out. Thank you.
We'll figure it out when we get there. Don't worry. But whatever monies we can make from selling teeth and spines and the like.
you also harvested the basilisk's mates, right?
Yes. Well. Yes.
If
One
nothing
of them.
else, if nobody else in town wishes to buy 'em, which I imagine there'd be a few people that do. If nobody else in town is willing to buy 'em, bring 'em back. I'll buy what I can.
Understood. And we'll make sure that Shane gets paid and that his wagon is in good repair. And from there, figure out what our next step is.
I look forward to it. Go get some rest. I'll see you all in the morning. Or you could take a day. Nobody would blame you.
It may take that long to convince Yuria to set back out again. I have to imagine she won't be too eager.
Good night.
Night.
Keep the doors closed when you leave.
Sleep well.
Yes, let us get to Geralt. I can make sure he is no longer sweating over you lot.
Give him my hellos, if you can.
Well, I certainly won't give him your insults.
What do you mean insults?
Right.
Nothing.
No, we're leaving.
With Yuria in the main foyer of Reynolds' home, with the concoction brewing, you all stepping out, leaving Reynold to his gruesome work as a slayer. You will return tomorrow with your new items waiting for you. And later in the evening, an unpetrified Yuria Zairi. You all, with Shane and Hilda, load back into the cart, now free of any bound remains and begin making your way further into town. And that's where we're going to call it for tonight.
Nice.
And as you all have made it to a place where you can rest, you're level 4.
Oh wow. What?
Yay!
Oh,
Yo, I can't believe it. We killed the terror. We didn't even know.
Now, wait a minute.
That
Does
was
that mean
him.
Yuria is not level 4?
What? No,
Damn,
she's
unfortunate.
still
Correct.
Damn.
That's how it works, I'm afraid.
You said it's an ASI, not a.
Correct. You are not allowed to
Correct.
take a feat at level 4. It is an ASI. Or
Tell
a
me,
multi
Mike
class,
Claire.
what have you.
My temp cleric, who's been around
Yep.
for 2 sessions, gets level 4.
Yep.
What the fuck? I'm
hey,
so mad.
boss.
Yeah.
I'm mauling.
Are we rolling for hit points here?
Yes, you are. This is the first level that you will be rolling for your hit dice going forward. Now, my rule stands. You have a choice. You can either choose to take the average, you re-roll your hit dice when you level up. If you roll a 1, you get to re-roll it once, and you have to claim that you are rolling your hit die. You do not get to roll shittily and then say, oh, I'm taking the average. It is a choice. You either take the average or you roll. You get to re-roll your ones once. Do you understand?
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go down the line then. Alaric,
I choose to roll.
go ahead and roll your hit die for level 4.
Do I use the hit die roll on the...
Do however you want.
All right. It's going to be a public roll. Gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
Better.
Perfect.
Nice.
Max.
Taking that. Haha.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
It's good HP there.
Added 13 to Alaric's total hit points. Kellen Aldane, average or rolling?
I'll roll.
Let's see it.
I just
Good
roll
luck, my friend.
a 1. Thanks. I just roll my hit die like.
However you want to do it.
Sure. What's it gonna do? It's going to fucking. Oh, maybe. Ugh. Really.
4. Okay. Marana Lamordia, average or roll?
I am, I'm not gonna gamba. I haven't been feeling good about the gamba all day, so I am going to take the average. which is
Understood.
7.
Sabine,
I'm gonna roll.
let's see it.
Gonna re-roll. Okay. 7.
Okay. Silura, average or roll?
Oh, roll. Why not?
Let's see it.
How do I roll it?
You can either choose to roll it manually. You can choose to hit the hit dice button. However you want to do it. Do you know what your hit die is? Okay.
Let's go.
And Yorin.
Greed roll.
Let's see it. Okay.
9.
Yuria.
Hold on. Wait. Gotta flip.
Level up. I thought he said she was done leveling up. What the fuck?
Okay, so I'll leave it up to the players then.
What?
Do we want there to be level differences?
No.
I'd rather they're not.
Negative.
So.
Because I'm totally fine with it being old school, where the party's this mixed mash of different levels.
Yuri's been with you guys for all but 2
feel like-
sessions.
I
I'd
feel like
rather we're like a hive mind
I feel
and
like
everybody gets the same.
I will scream.
Yuria still went through a lot up to that point, and she's really only been petrified for like.
Guys, just
2
think of
sessions.
levels as levels of PTSD, okay? I think she should be level 5.
So for Yuria Zairi, average or roll?
Oh, we'll roll as well.
Let's see it.
Gambling always pays. Come on.
Not always.
This thing was made before whatever they did to Foundry updated, so I think this is also 1d8.
Oh, belay my last.
What?
Actually, continue. I'm going to need to talk to Alaric.
Why are you making?
And
why are you doing this?
You as well, actually.
Stop it.
Oh, we're being spoken to?
Correct.
Hot.
Oh, 1d8.
Correct. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll talk to
There you go.
Chunky.
Very nice.
Yes.
Gambling, baby.
Okay. That is everybody's
you.
level 4 hit die. What?
Hold on. Let me check. I fucked up. Because we're multi-class.
That's right. You're
Oh.
using
So
a D6.
1d6.
Roll
Are
again.
we able to multi-class into what I asked you about?
What are you trying to multi-class into?
Uh-oh.
Bard.
You got any bard teachers around here?
What the fuck? Ow, Genji!
Nice.
What the fuck?
I would. I was gonna
you?
base it off the training that you go through, Order of the Rose. You and I discussed it earlier. They're all about the art and the singing and the dancing and everything. But if it's a no-go, I get it.
Okay, so it's a 37 instead of...
How many levels of bard are you trying to take?
Just a couple.
No.
Just a few.
The other thing that I did discuss with you was going into cleric, though.
Just a little bit.
Uh-oh, I'm hearing some mad happening as we speak.
I'm not angry. I don't get upset. These are things that I've discussed with him. I said I want.
No, that's not what it means. By mad, I mean you're making a crazy build. That's what I'm saying. It's a term.
No, the cleric. Prior to what he rolled into, when he was petrified, cleric is helpful and it also fits because she is very devout. Devout. Thank you. I'm tired.
That's okay.
No
level
excuse.
3 paladin, level 1 cleric?
Mhm.
Do you meet the... Oh, no, let me double check.
If I throw the ASI into strength, yes, I would. But that
There's
is another
no strength
thing.
requirement for the multi-class into cleric. You need a wisdom, which you meet.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to discuss with you was that strength requirement to get out of paladin.
Oh, that's right.
Whoa.
Yeah, you would need to put your ASI
Because
into
even though I did the dex, because I did the dex build, unless you allow it, because I did say dex build to make it easier on the
you know
armor.
what? Give me some time to think. I'll get back to you on that.
You can start as a paladin without meeting the strength, right?
To multi-class out, you need to meet your own class requirements.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So you need to be proficient in your own class first before you can be another class.
That's pretty neat.
And that's why I'm regretting the dex build. It was nice, but I didn't realize what I did to myself.
Okay. So, going through for those who are sticking to your main class, what are you putting your ASI in? Starting with Alaric.
The easy thing would be to put 2 points into strength, but for the sake of roleplay and how his growth has evolved, I'd say I'll split it 1 for con and 1 for charisma and just make it an 18 all across.
Okay. Kellen.
Kind of undecided, and it's sort of think I know what I want to do, but I'm not 100% on it.
Oh.
holding a cat. He was being squirrely. I don't know. I was thinking like 1 into charisma, 1 into con to boost those up for another bonuses and stuff.
Yeah, that would boost them up.
That are points into intelligence or something. I'm not really sure. That's the thing. I think charisma would be a good choice, though.
You do like talking to people.
Who doesn't, though? We should all just run around with like big macho charismas, you know? That way we're always charismatic and we're always right.
If everybody's charismatic, nobody's charismatic. Oh, but I say rolls persuasion roll. No, I say rolls persuasion roll.
What, you only a 16?
DM,
What?
given that I'm adding 1 point into Constitution, how is the HP, the hit points
Your
change?
health points would go up by 1. So for every level.
Per level, 1 point. So it'd be from 53 to 56?
You're level
Or
4,
55?
so you would get 4 hit points.
Okay.
Yep.
Because this level also counts, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Sabine wants to multi-class. Marana.
57.
I'm thinking of going straight dex,
Put it to 20.
but that would put me at a 20. Yeah. Now, granted, it is very tempting to even out the odds. Have a whole
Indeed.
bunch. Have a whole bunch of 14s.
It would keep adding to that jack of all trades that rogues eventually get. Especially with your being able to swap proficiencies, having, you know, at least decent scores and everything does add up.
Yeah. Though for right now, I might want to go just with the straight dex, get that capped out, bring up my AC a little bit, bring up my attack a little bit.
Okay.
Because admittedly, my skill rolls haven't been good, but I kill things.
Silveril.
I will be taking a point in wisdom and a point in charisma.
Rounding those up.
2 12s.
You got it. Nice.
Awesome.
Yorin.
Ooh.
This is big.
Chunky. Yeah. He's got some chunky stats. The dex is tempting, but that's not really his character, and it's not going to affect his armor class anymore. As much as not buffing dexterity is just a bad idea. Sometimes we just do bad ideas. I think we're going to pad out his odd numbers and make them even. So a point in charisma and a point in int.
Okay.
Why do you sound surprised? What did I do wrong?
Nothing.
Explain.
I thought you were like beefing up your strength or whatever.
Ooh.
That's what I thought you were talking about. But then you were like, yeah, let's round out the odds. And I was like, yeah, that falls in line with everybody, which is good choice. Brings all your lower stats up. There are less risk when doing those things. Or being subjected to saves with those things.
That just makes sense because he's not pursuing strength, right? He's pursuing. He's been in his years of travel. He's been dealing more and more with people, and things like medicine and contemplation, right?
Hell yeah!
That's why I did mine.
So charisma goes up. Also, the charisma is his saving throw. So, like, you know, that's all.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good shit. And then Yuria is taking a level in sorcerer. So
indeed, no ASI. But we almost have an actual build, guys. Just
almost.
One more level.
Couple more levels.
One more level, and we'll have one. Like, we'll have meta magic, and then things get wacky.
Okay.
Real wacky life.
Perfect. I would like everybody to give me your new stat and HP adjustments in CTF talks, please.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Superb. And then for as long as the players want to stick around, chat, you're more than welcome to highlight your questions using the channel points to ask questions for myself, for the players about the game, anything that has occurred tonight. And I want to thank you all for coming out and supporting the players and myself. Thank you guys for making this a very fun session.
Well, you know that I'm always happy to be part of your sessions, DM. You're great.
Very kind of you. Yuria does not get an ASI, Gasman. Yuria is multiclassing into Sorcerer at level 4. So, level 3 Warlock, level 1 Sorcerer.
Indeed. Good luck putting that on the UI.
Good night, Fubar. Thank you for sticking around.
You're just going to be, Reynolds going to be surprised when Yuria comes out swinging. Or maybe
draws
he
her
won't be.
blade.
Literally, it's going to be like, pass us, and I'll just blast right in like a random direction.
How surprised was the party when they got ambushed by the Manticores?
Very.
Well, I was thinking it was going to be a rock and we were all going to die, and I'd have to explain to Gerald why I lost the party and also a random farm boy along the way. So,
you know, I was kind of
surprised.
expecting us to be on the verge of losing, and then the rock swoops in and just bites the Nightmare Manticore's head off.
Oh, like Jurassic Park?
Yeah, yeah.
Surrounded by raptors and the T-Rex slams in.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of Jurassic Park moments here. Correct. And then the rock sort of becomes a symbol of hope to the party.
Thank you, Tatsuya, for coming out and supporting the players and myself. Thank you for sticking around through the whole thing. It's an absurd amount of time to watch some people play Make Pretend. Rock God. That would be fucked up. The players now start idolizing the Rock. This fucked up form of idolatry just...
He hungers! Feed him!
Feed him! Offers up Shane.
Oh my god.
Be appeased by our offering!
Behold a simple farm boy.
Wait, please, let me go. I'll be quiet. I promise. I won't say nothing anymore. I promise.
His name is shit.
No, please.
It's about to be shit.
I have heard that the SOE episodes that are not in the channel are officially gone. So I wanted to talk about the MP3 idea. They're officially gone? Mama?
Yeah, that was the thing we were talking about in the Discord. About how the episodes were just not showing. Straight up gone.
I mean, I knew they weren't showing. I didn't know that they were, like, permanently gone.
Oh, you think they might be, like, in stock still?
I don't know. That's it's really shitty. They are permanently gone. But I mean, that's just sort of the way of it. Let's wait for her to come back. So what class builds the party going? I think... I haven't heard much in the way of multi-classing from some of the other party members. I know Yuria wants to multi-class into Sorcerer and Wizard, or Sorcerer and Warlock, which is a Coffee Lock, I think is what it's called.
No. We're not doing... It's a Sorolock. We're not doing the Coffee Lock. The Coffee Lock's the cheese, all right? The Sorolock's just the multi-class, right?
Okay.
We're not doing the infinite short rests.
Gotcha.
Shenanigans.
So Sorolock. I believe Sillaril is sticking all the way through with Sci Fighter. Sabine wants to multi-class out of Paladin into potentially something else, either Bard or Cleric. Have you talked to any about multi-classing out of Rogue, Marana?
I have talked about a lot of different multi-classes.
That's right. You had talked about
so
many. You talked about like potentially Barbarian.
But that doesn't work with abilities, so that's not gonna work.
What was the other one that you had talked about?
Well, there's always Fighter. Fighter is always good.
I mean, Fighter's a good thing for everybody. Like,
it's pretty much. But it's more so like, what am I trying to figure out? What kind of fighter I've been going for with Marana, and so far she seems to be very good at ranged.
Why don't you just pull a Blake and just multi-class into sorcerer? Because you're, haha, funny.
I have the ability to. I meet the requirements for
Shadow
sorcerer and warlock.
Shadow sorcerer, baby.
I think the only one you don't is wizard.
Yeah,
I think you meet the requirement for everything else, though.
Wizard and artificer, I don't make the requirements for.
Oh, artificer uses intelligence. Fucking nerds.
I promise if you let me go bard, I won't go into lore.
Fuck you. That's not the only bad, evil subclass of bard. You motherfucker. I want to go creation.
I love how he's like, oh, a coffee luck? Yeah, that's cool.
Listen.
What did you say?
Listen here, buddy.
Get him.
Bards are as bad as divination wizards, okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
Actually worse.
No, the lore bards are the ones that can dick over your rules.
So can a creation bard.
Not really.
Not really. Not really.
They won't.
I had a whole game with your ass. A whole game with your creation bard ass. Not really.
Okay. And I had one session with it and didn't do jack shit with it because I didn't have time.
This woman gloats about her, what her character could have become.
Yeah, but this character has no knowledge of firearms, okay?
I see a cannon, I'm making 45 cannons. I don't believe Kellen has expressed interest multi-classing outside of Ranger.
That's something on my mind, I'm just not sure. There's a lot of weird options that you could do with Ranger multi-classing. It just depends. If I did, it'd probably be either like fighter or rogue or something like that.
And we'll get to Alaric later.
What are you doing? What fucky-wucky bullshit are you trying to pull? You fat overgrown elf.
Does the party get itchy about leveling up after going many sessions without in comparison to typical D&D campaigns?
Not really. I mean, it's just an understood thing that we move pretty slow because a lot of it's dialogue. And, since we don't get XP for every word per minute, it's chill.
You motherfuckers be level 20.
Honestly,
hang keep alone.
A childish side of me wants to level up and hit shit in bigger numbers, but in like much more so than that, it's the feeling that the longer we progress through the levels, the longer the campaign will extend, and so there's more things to do and more fun to be had, because reaching max level is often synonym with the campaign reaching its conclusion. So these long breaks between level ups really just means that there's a lot of ground to cover, and that's always great.
Think of the content.
Make every level be memorable in a way, you know?
I agree.
Also, I think the level matches, like, low level matches the area we're currently in, right? Like, it'd be kind of weird, champ, if we were, I don't know, in the Astral Sea at level 3. That'd be kind of weird.
That would be really strange.
It'd be really odd.
It'd be really
awkward. Seeing, like, a Wizard King at level 3, that would be kind of, like, weird,
pretty
too.
Nuts,
but
pretty crummy. I don't know who would do that. That's pretty strange. Will Yorin now be making guest appearances now that Yori has been revived? Or will this be the last we see of him for a while? Well, this begs the question. Who do you want to play? Yorin or Yoria?
Next question.
I'm afraid not.
Goddamn. You know, I really like Urine. He's a great guy. I really enjoyed playing him. I like how he's come out. I don't quite have as much details on him as I do Yuria, because we had a few months where the campaign was being created for me to just keep adding things as people are wanting to know. Whereas Urine was kind of a rush job. But I really like him. However, I also still really like Yuria, and there's some things I want to do with Yuria. You know, there's a foreshadowing with Yuria that we haven't really touched on yet, you know. So I think I want to continue with Yuria for now.
Yes!
Good.
And then maybe have Urine show up every now and then and be like, hey, gang, I'm that guy
Hey,
you could...
gamers.
You know, occasionally when I want to make the party feel sad because they don't have a cleric, actually be useful, I'll bring in Yorin out of the blue.
Well,
you like healing? All right, goodbye.
What's great about this as well is the reason we introduced Yorin and the way that we did is because I didn't want Yuria to basically be stuck with 2 sessions of not doing jack shit.
It's okay.
Right.
I mean, I could have gotten caught up in my Vamp Survivors, you know, behind my cheek.
Yeah. Yeah, motherfucker. I wanted to give Yuria a chance to continue playing. So best bet was introducing the backup character, which is great because now for at any point, Yuria can choose that Yuria wants to step away from the party and Yorin steps in and Yuria goes off and does her own thing and then comes back. That's a great part of having backups is the players, you can choose to sort of swap them out and keep going.
Makes a more flexible narration. Really good.
People want to do their own things. They got to step away for a while. It's the whole point of the sandbox. Pursue your own adventure. How can I? Can we? Et cetera, et cetera.
May I, Daddy?
What?
Somebody in chat the other day called me Dungeon Daddy, and I was like,
That was me.
Oh, was that you?
That was me.
I love how every trip the party takes turns into Homer's Odyssey. We've seen rock, manticores, and basilisks. So what creatures does the party think they'll run into on their next trip?
Rock and basilisk.
A beholder. It's about that time.
Nice.
This is beholder.
No, that's level 6, and then we lose a paladin. So place your bets.
Yeah.
Good thing. Good. Yeah.
Sabine gets turned into fucking blush.
Oh my god.
Damn. Every day I powder my face with
Hey,
those I remember.
You know what I have on the back burner? I'd be upset, but I'd also not be upset.
I'd be upset.
Good. Can we nominate Marana for the next recap? I can't remember the last time she's done one, if ever, and I would like to hear her perspective on the Alaric meteor.
She did one.
Well, apparently, this person wants to see Marana do it next week.
She definitely did one for when she ate that guy at Hainskeep.
Nice, I remember that.
To hear. Yeah, we wanted to re-experience that trauma.
Yeah. all right. I get something written up. Prepared.
Does the party expect to revisit the Basilisk King once they fully recovered, or will there be a shift in quest lines?
Well, apparently, seeing that he gave the shield back to me, I'm going to say yeah.
Alaric wants after the Basilisk King, so you'll probably push for that, but who knows what the party will decide. Especially after Yuria gives her input, which is probably the one that will be valued the most because she did die for the whole thing.
Ooh, don't say that. Ooh, that's a lot of pressure. Ooh, you're not going to like what she has to say. Oh, see, I want to go fight a basilisk. Fuck that bitch. But not until we get some items to...
Cool, we'll take Yorin with us, and Yuria can sit at home.
Yorian's not helping you with the basilisk.
Why?
What's his leg in this race?
We asked him
He's our
to.
dad now.
We adopted him.
We asked him to, and he's our dad.
What? And like a good
Dragon
father,
dad now.
I mean, it could work out where Yuria just says, "No, fuck you guys."
Just so you know, which bard I was looking at was College of Swords.
I'm the bard.
For Marana, do you have any ideas of what you'll do once you run out of medical supplies?
Ooh! Look at that little boy. He's sure full of blood.
Shane looks mighty
Yeah.
tasty.
Do not bite my future squire.
It's all right.
He's a friend and Siluro likes him. He did.
Ooh, see, this is why I can't have Urine in the party, because he's going to take Shane and he's going to teach him how to be a hermit like him, and they're going to go off and they're going to be humanitarians together. Yeah, I'm pulling Shane out of your hands before he gets depression or killed. I'm sorry, it's just.
I guess I can actually show off.
That's not fair.
Boy! A lad!
That's not fair.
I want to squire him. He deserves better than being a hermit with some old crusty fucking has-been dragon boy.
Yeah, that's me.
Guess the whole daddy thing just went out the window.
Has-been dragon man.
Well, I tried to take the kids. They resisted.
Trad.
Why won't they see me anymore?
Demoted. No title. Has been.
Damn.
Hotel?
Is it scary for you as a DM that the PCs could go in different personal directions in terms of character progression and stretch you too thin? No. Not really. What worries me is when players decide we no longer want to be in a party and they break off on their own. If they all decide we want to follow Siluril on her personal quest, we want to follow Sabine on her personal quest, we want to follow Alaric on his personal quest, by all means, I'm totally down. But it's the moment when like Siluril's like, well, fuck you guys, then I'm on my own, deuces, and then bounces from the party, and I have to.
Me. Oh my for not.
See, that's why the monsters are so hard, because you're too scared to leave. It's beautiful. That's what's keeping Yuri here. Fear.
Have you seen how big everything is here?
It's huge. Why is huge man approaching?
Well, shame is a powerful thing, and that's why Siluriel's still here.
I'm glad we have all these wholesome things that keep us together.
I'll just like it in general. Like,
damn.
What the fuck?
Have you done crossovers from a party in one campaign and ADIS with another party from outside another campaign? If not, do you consider it? Oh, that would be really strange. The only time that would really happen, at least in this current circumstance, is if for some ungodly reason the Secrets of Eris party somehow ended up in Tyros, which means something horrible happened. Or vice versa. The Cometh the Fall party somehow ends up in Eris, and it's real bad.
That's also
So we have to
equally
take
just
care
as
of
bad.
them.
What?
Yeah, because they couldn't fight alongside each other, because
No.
our characters are much stronger than them.
Absolutely not. You guys would be fighting level appropriate threats that would appear skull level to the Cometh the Fall party.
SOE
I
would.
think one of the only ways we could meet on a a basis where it wasn't of battle was like if we went to that floating space, that floating
Astral
place.
Sea?
No, the continent that's
Oh,
floating.
Orias?
Yeah.
Orias?
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
no!
We okay. Go ahead.
What?
Continue.
Like if we were brought there, like by teleport magic or something.
I can see one. I could see Oberon.
I could bring Sebastian and Oberon
No.
together. What? What do you mean?
Sebastian's elsewhere. He's
Sebast-
having his own adventures.
What do you mean? He's got to make it to college.
Yeah, if for some ungodly reason the two parties met, it would be something horrible's happened, even if they did somehow both end up in a neutral territory like Arias, right? Something fucky wucky happened, and for some ungodly reason, a bunch of level 10s just met up with a bunch of level 4s. Hopefully they don't rip each other's throat out. I don't assume they would, because they would. Some of them would see Blake as a countryman. Some would see others as elves, kindred, shit like that.
Brother.
The only time I could see potential overlap is if I run another like one-shot adventure or another campaign set in Tyros, for example, which would be like probably on the other side of the world or the other side of Tyros. So like an adventure starting in Weimar or Wolfsburg or in Eland itself, shit like that, where the parties eventually meet.
I don't want to start Eland again. That ended badly.
What's wrong with Eland?
I can see Alaric going full nature, ripping off his armor, and going full paladin barbarian. Maybe.
What if he ripped off his armor and became an actual bear because he went moon druid?
Someone said that?
Yeah.
The Midnight Archives. Oh shit, new sub. Hello, Midnight Archives. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you for sticking around, and hopefully you enjoy the content. Met at the tavern. Maybe they all meet in a tavern, like the yawning portal and stuff like that.
Nah.
We met in our dreams.
I feel like Alaric ate Ibrahim.
What? Bahamut could take us to a dream. Ibrahim's friends with him.
Absolutely. I don't know if I would want to be in a bunch of level 10 adventurers' dreams, though.
Wow, look at all that trauma.
It's just dreams.
It's just trauma.
It's just dreams.
There was a question about... Oh, yeah. There's a question about lost VODs. Apparently, this individual has MP3s of the sessions that are missing.
Well, how?
I don't know. They just said that they wanted to bring up the potential of uploading those missing sessions via MP3. Met in dreams. Yep, sounds fucky wucky.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, Great Worm.
The campaigns converge, and then there's the Storm campaign just sitting there chain smoking, drinking coffee, hands shaking.
Hey.
Alan says they converted them to MP3 files.
RTS group. Wide eye. I'm cracked. I met God.
I met God, friend.
The entire world is a lie.
What? How long have you guys been alive? 3 months. What level are you? 4. You're high. Yep.
It's the only way to stay sane.
Yeah, SOE crew has been through some shit.
Not Sabine. Eris's manifest crack rock.
Jesus. Alan, would you be willing to post... would you be willing to send me one of the missing episode MP3s? Ultimately, it is content meant for Momo's channel, so I leave all of the decisions pertaining to the content streamed there up to her, so I have no say.
Well, I'm starving. I love y'all.
As am I.
Thank you for the session.
I was going to actually call it here, so that's perfect. Why don't you guys go
Chat.
ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Yeah, chat,
Goodbye,
you're
chat.
great. Take care.
Good night, chat.
Lovely people. Octo, Sivas, my boys. Luna, you know what's up.
You got all kinds of friends, don't you? Goodbye, chat.
We love you all.
I love you.
All right. Hey. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys coming out and being here, for helping the stream. How else to support the streams besides subs? Just be here, the content is free. You don't need to feel obligated to subscribe, to donate, anything like that. All of that helps. It allows me to continue doing the things that I do, which is make content for all of you and for my friends. But it is not at all necessary or required to enjoy the stream. So I just appreciate you being here. I want to thank you all for coming out, supporting the players, supporting myself, making this a lovely Friday evening. So I appreciate it. I hope that you all have a good night. Join the community Discord. Get introduced to a bunch of other lovely people who like TTRPGs, who like video games, who like sharing those super awesome memes, if such a thing interests you, of course. I look forward to seeing you all again this Sunday over on Momo's channel for the Secrets of Irist. And until such a time, rest well, everybody. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. And I hope that you all have a good 4th of July. Good night, people.